Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1001, One Sword. Yang stared at the spinning golden winged rock, his eyes full of murderous intent. He saw endless power of immortal rules flowing in his body. A terrible storm rolled together and turned into a terrifying long sword. This long sword stretched across the sky, and every part of it was filled with indestructible power. If it was slashed out with a sword, the power would be unknown. Yang held a long sword in his hand, and saw his figure floating like the wind. He instantly descended in front of the little bastard and slashed it directly. This sword contained extremely terrible power and could split everything. The little bastard felt the danger, so he soared into the sky, and his golden wings turned into endless golden swords that shot out crazily, but were constantly chopped into pieces under the sword light. With a roar, the little bastard transformed back into his original form, like a peerless demon king. He stretched out his claws with tremendous power. An invisible rune light curtain wrapped around his body. The knife slashed down, and a crackling sound was heard. The light curtain continued to shatter. The little bastard retreated frantically, but saw the knife light swept across the void like a thunderbolt. Blood bloomed, and the body made of pure gold was shattered. The immortal power was too strong. From a distance, Qin Wentian saw Yang dealing with the little bastard. He moved over here while fighting wildly. The hand of God blasted out a huge palm print, shattering everything. But Mu Feng could not take down the enemy for a long time, so how could he allow Qin Wentian to leave the battlefield? That would be his shame. Little guy. Qin Wentian naturally saw Yang attacking the little bastard. His eyes were burning with terrible anger. When Mu Feng's meteor fist came to kill him, Qin Wentian roared, and a fairy spear appeared in the hand of God. The spear expanded wildly and turned into a shocking shot, directly piercing through the opponent's fairy fist, penetrating everything, and killing the opponent's body. Mu Feng's body retreated wildly, and Qin Wentian stepped into the air and went directly to another battlefield. At this time, the little bastard was chopped by the knife light, and blood fell in the void. Qin Wentian's shocking power swept out, and the power of the hand of God holding the fairy spear was released to the strongest. Yang chopped down again and continued to attack the little bastard, but heard a shocking roar. He felt a strong sense of crisis. He turned his body and saw a fairy spear turned into hundreds of feet, penetrating the void, shattering everything, and stabbing directly into his body. This shot was as fast as lightning and powerful. Yang turned around and slashed at Qin Wentian's spear. The two's attacks collided, and the world shook. The spear was unstoppable and shattered the sword transformed by the power of rules. However, the power of wind rules wrapped Yang's body and instantly changed its position, avoiding the amazing shot. Bang! Qin Wentian stepped into the air and walked directly to the side of the little bastard. He stared at Yang with cold eyes and said, "Evergreen Immortal Palace, princes and sons, today Qin has witnessed your shamelessness. It is really eye-opening." Mu Feng stepped over and stood in the air with Yang. The two looked ugly. They were off figures from the Xiante. The Xiante was in the wrong for taking action. Now, they didn't even take down this man and beast. What's funny is that so many people today were obviously targeting Qin Wentian, but they were severely humiliated by Qin Wentian instead. Qin has experienced this banquet. Goodbye. Qin Wentian and the little bastard were about to leave, but Yang said coldly, "Do you want to leave like this? You invited me to the banquet, this is enough, do you want me, Qin Wentian, to stay?" Qin Wentian stared at Yang. He had already had the intention to kill him. Although these princes and nobles were jealous of him and had prejudices against him before, he could understand and not want to kill him, but now, these people seemed to have crossed the line, making him want to kill. You made a scene at the banquet, did not take the palace and princes seriously, and left without giving an explanation. Yang was already riding a tiger and it was difficult to get off. There was a devil in his heart, and he couldn't swallow a breath. He had just entered the immortal platform and thought that he was shining brightly. After coming out of retreat, he heard the news of Kinger and Qin Wentian. He invited Qin Wentian to come and wanted to kill his prestige and make him retreat, but he didn't expect Qin Wentian to make a scene. Now, he didn't dare to let Qin Wentian leave so swaggeringly. Qin Wentian laughed loudly, glanced at Yang, pointed the spear in his hand at him, and said coldly, "Yang, this is the palace of the Immortal Kingdom. I don't want to be too cruel, otherwise who do you think you are, You really think you can keep me here and ask me to explain to you? It's ridiculous. Are you worthy of it? How can I know if I don't try? Yang An's expression became more gloomy. Try? Qin Wentian looked up at the void. I know that many seniors in the palace are watching. I believe you know the right and wrong better than Qin. The princes and sons are so bullying. I, Qin, have tolerated it again and again. If the Qi mansion doesn't send someone to stop Yang An from humiliating himself, and force me to stay, I will really think that I will fight to the death. Qin Wentian's arrogant words made the people around him stunned. It was too arrogant. Qin Wentian was simply arrogant to the extreme. If the Qi mansion didn't send someone to stop Yang An, could he take Yang An's life? I'm afraid Yang An can't swallow this breath. This is the Qi mansion. Sure enough, Yang An heard Qin Wentian's words and his immortal power burst out wildly, which was extremely terrifying. His aura kept rolling, his eyes stared at Qin Wentian, and his body slowly floated forward. How could he give up? I want to see how you want to fight me to the death. Yang An's body floated, and an immortal weapon also appeared in his hand, which was a knife, an extremely sharp knife, and the knife light kept refracting, revealing a cold and chilly feeling, as if that artistic conception could kill people. Let's go. Qin Wentian put away his spear and turned his back to Yang An. A sword appeared in his right hand. The demon sword passed through his palm, and blood merged into it. The demon sword rang, and a terrifying demon power burst out, sweeping across the world. At the same time, Qin Wentian clenched his left hand, which was the Fenpeng Fu bone. In an instant, Qin Wentian's body seemed to be really turning into rock. So arrogant. Yang An rushed out like the wind, so fast that it was unbelievable, but almost at the same time, Qin Wentian's body disappeared, and the shadows of the rocks appeared in the void, and the wind whistled, which was extremely terrifying. Yang An stopped, and his long sword slashed past directly, but only hit the residual image. Yang An's immortal thoughts blossomed, and there was no one, only the big Peng bird. Qin Wentian seemed to have turned into Peng, and even the sword intent was gone. The demon sword seemed to have turned into Peng. There was only Peng in this world. So fast. Everyone looked up at the void, so fast that nothing could be seen clearly. Only the wind pangs surrounded Yang An's body. Yang An raised his long sword, and suddenly the endless power of rules enveloped his body, preventing Qin Wentian from suddenly killing him. Buzz, buzz. Endless big pangs swooped down, turned into countless residual images and rushed towards Yang An's body. Yang An roared, and the power of the immortal platform burst out crazily. The power of rules turned into a shocking storm, rushing straight into the sky, destroying everything, and the rumbling sound continued. At this moment, Qin Wentian seemed to have launched an attack, and there were continuous wind peng attacks, with terrible power. A feng peng, which was extremely fast, rushed to Yang An head-on, faster than the wind, and passed through the gap in the attack. A ray of sword light suddenly reflected in Yang An's eyes. His expression changed drastically, and the sword hummed, and the sword light flashed by. Puff. A light sound was heard, and blood spurted out. The crowd only saw the body of a Dapan descending into the void, and then the Dapan figure turned into a human, which was Qin Wentian's transformation with the demon god transformation. Yang An covered his throat with both hands, his face was as pale as paper, staring at Qin Wentian, and the long sword in his hand had fallen. This scene was shocking. Yang An, the prince of Qi, who was in the Xiante realm, was killed instantly by Qin Wentian, who was in the Xiangxiang realm. Boom. A terrifying majesty descended, and several figures appeared at the same time. One person landed beside Yang An, and a powerful fairy light enveloped Yang An. Then he fed a pill into Yang An's mouth. The scar on Yang An's throat healed quickly, and the blood gradually stopped flowing. Qin Wentian was not surprised by the scene. This was the Prince Qi's mansion, and the sword could not kill Yang An, a strong man in the Xiante realm. Not long after, Yang An's injuries were completely healed. His eyes were gloomy and terrible, staring at Qin Wentian. Ridiculous. Qin Wentian laughed sarcastically, and this kind of smile deeply stimulated Yang An. Little guy, you have courage. A majestic middle-aged man looked at Qin Wentian with a bit of coldness in his eyes. He was the immortal king of the Qi mansion, and his strength was terrible. He is still a little timid, otherwise this sword would have killed him directly. But the senior still needs to discipline him well. People like him will not live for a few days outside, and they don't know how they died. If he hadn't been in the Qi mansion today, he would have been dead. Qin Wentian said sarcastically, without even looking at Yang An. Yang An clenched his fists, and the murderous intent in his eyes was terrible. The people below were shocked. Everything that happened today was beyond their expectations. They obviously didn't expect Qin Wentian to be so strong, so domineering, and so powerful. They understood that after this battle, Qin Wentian would probably become Yang An's inner demon. He would hate Qin Wentian to the bone. If he didn't kill Qin Wentian, he would never forget this shame. Haha. The strong man smiled and said, "Should your elders discipline you? Being so arrogant is not a good thing. Could it be that the senior figures of the Qi Wang mansion are going to attack me too?" Qin Wentian sneered. "Although you are the princess's friend, if the Qi Wang mansion teaches you a lesson for personal grudges and it has nothing to do with the immortal kingdom, I'm afraid no one can help you." The immortal king strongman smiled. Although Yang An's performance today was a bit unbearable, he was the prince of his Qi Wang mansion after all. This Qin Wentian is a big shot, but he is too arrogant, which made his Qi Wang mansion lose face. He wanted to see how bold Qin Wentian is. "I advise the senior not to do this kind of thing." Qin Wentian smiled. "If it has nothing to do with the immortal kingdom, the Qi Wang mansion uses personal grudges to deal with me. I'm afraid your Qi Wang mansion can't afford the price." Chapter 1002 The Name of Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's calm voice came out, and these calm words seemed to be more arrogant than before. "This price? Can't the Qi Wang mansion afford it? How arrogant is this? The Qi Wang mansion is an extremely powerful palace in the palace of the Changqing Immortal Kingdom. There are many powerful people, including many immortal kings. It is enough to send out a legion at will to suppress the endless region." The princes and sons below also stared at Qin Wentian with fixed eyes. At today's banquet, they have completely known the man that Princess Kinger loves. He's extremely arrogant and arrogant. He refuses to bow his head. When he gets crazy, he will do anything to fight against the immortal platform with a realm of celestial phenomena and kill Yang and with one sword. What a terrible person. Now, facing the immortal king, he is not willing to be outdone. He contradicts him without hesitation, and even offends the entire Qi Wang mansion with one word. These princes and sons believe that they do not have this courage. The immortal king of Qi Palace stared at Qin Wentian. His eyes that could see through everything seemed to want to see through Qin Wentian, and then he said, "Who are you? From what you said, the person who sent you to the ancient emperor city should not be just an immortal king, right? Who it is has nothing to do with you. If you want to know, you can check it yourself." Qin Wentian said indifferently. It is not difficult to find out that there is 1,000 changes emperor behind him. Many people in the 13 states of Dongsheng should know about it. Even those who usually pay attention to the Eastern Saint Immortal Gate know about his battle in the Eastern Saint Immortal Gate. It's just that the immortal domain is too big. The Changqing Immortal Kingdom is not the 13 states of Dongsheng after all. Although Qin Wentian has caused some fluctuations in the 13 states of Dongsheng, his fame is not enough to spread across domains to the Changqing Immortal Kingdom. Only the top existences, the immortal emperors, can spread their fame across domains and be known by the world. Immortal kings are not qualified for this. After all, there are too many immortal kings in the vast and endless immortal domain. You don't mean to say that? Mu Feng said coldly. Qin Wentian glanced at him, revealing a strong sense of irony. "Do you think I am like you, incompetent, and would mention the status of a prince's son, and nothing else? Not to mention the prince's son, I have killed the sons of the immortal emperor and his disciples. If you were outside, you would have been dead. I hope you will remember the lesson today, otherwise you will not live long. Goodbye." Qin Wentian turned and left, and the little bastard followed him. One person and one demon stepped out of the Qi Wang mansion. "Uncle, are you just going to let him go?" Qi Wang's son Yang An said unwillingly with a livid face. "Are you going to kill him?" "Yes." The immortal king next to him glanced at Yang An. Yang An was stunned and looked unhappy. The immortal king continued unceremoniously, "You are in the realm of the immortal platform. He is a celestial phenomenon. You can't kill him. Why do you want to leave others and let me, the immortal king, take action? I can't afford to lose this man." After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and stepped away directly. "Ah!" Yang An looked at Qin Wentian's back as he left, and let out an unwilling roar, humiliated and angry. From today on, he was no longer the 5th-ranked Xianjiao figure on the ancient Emperor City Immortal ranking, but was nailed to the pillar of shame by Qin Wentian. Everyone who saw him, Yang An, would think of today's battle, and the shame of this sword would always follow him. "If you want revenge, practice well." A voice came. Yang An clenched his fists. and the people below were silent. They knew that the immortal king wanted to use today's events to inspire Yangon. Yangon would either be troubled by his inner demons and never recover, or go crazy and become stronger. Today was a test for Yangon, and also for everyone. So what if they were the sons of kings and princes? So many sons of kings and princes, and there were immortal figures here, but they were turned upside down by an outsider, slapped in the face, and humiliated everyone severely. At today's banquet, they became the foil for Qin Wentian, and also the foil for Princess Kinger's vision. Why did Princess Kinger not choose the sons of princes and nobles, and disdain Yangon, the Prince of Qi, but bring Qin Wentian to the palace of the Immortal Kingdom? The reason is simple, just because Qin Wentian is more outstanding than them. They wanted to humiliate Qin Wentian and let Qin Wentian retreat and leave, but it was counterproductive, and Qin Wentian was fulfilled, setting off the other party's brilliance. What happened today is enough for them to remember. Qin Wentian didn't think about their feelings. He held the little bastard in his arms and returned to Princess Changping's mansion. Princess Changping and Marquis Chideng seemed to be waiting for him, and they smiled when they saw him coming back. Awesome, it seems that Kinger girl's vision is really good. Princess Changping looked at Qin Wentian with a smile. Obviously, she knew everything before. Not only her, but many powerful people in the prince's mansions in the palace might have witnessed what happened at this banquet. This battle will surely make many people shut up. If you are not worthy, their descendants are even less worthy. Marquis Qitong laughed heartily. Today was really an eye-opener. They, the immortal kings, usually do not interfere in the affairs of the younger generation, and they are not very interested in the affairs of the younger generation. They are usually too lazy to care about it, even if there are frictions and collisions between the younger generation. However, the matter between Qin Wentian and Princess Kinger caused an earthquake in the palace, so many people paid attention to it. Unexpectedly, it gave them a surprise and saw a good show. It is rare for the younger generation to fight so exciting. You are too kind, Lord. Qin Wentian said modestly. Kinger walked to Qin Wentian's side, looked at him and said, "Are you okay?" "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded, "It's just that the little guy was injured. Yangon actually attacked him." The little bastard stretched out his head and pouted at Kinger, which was very cute. He said, "It's just a minor injury. It's okay." Kinger stroked the chubby body. Princess Changping said, "What kind of monster is this little guy? It looks harmless, but it's so domineering. Who knows?" Qin Wentian shrugged. "Okay, you two can have a good chat. We won't disturb you. After this incident, you should be able to have peace and quiet." Princess Changping and Marquis Chideng left, and Kinger and Qin Wentian returned to their courtyard. The palace was in turmoil, and many princes really began to investigate Qin Wentian. He said that he had killed the descendants and disciples of the immortal emperor. Is this true? Qin Wentian, who is he? In the palace, voices began to be heard in favor of Qin Wentian, saying that Yangon and others had brought shame to the prince's mansion of the immortal kingdom. No wonder Princess Kinger chose Qin Wentian, because these so-called princes and princes were not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath with Qin Wentian. Such voices made those princes and princes who had participated in targeting Qin Wentian even more embarrassed and ashamed. After a few days, many news about Qin Wentian were gradually transmitted to the palace of the Immortal Kingdom. Qin Wentian's background was easy to check. His experience in the immortal realm was simple, but he had done several sensational things. In the palace, Qin Wentian's name was heard everywhere again. It turned out that Qin Wentian was not just so arrogant in the Qi Wang mansion, he had been even more arrogant before. Qin Wentian, he participated in the 100 years of prosperity of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect, defeated all opponents, and won the first place. However, he and his fellow apprentices rejected the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor and slapped the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor in the face in the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. It turned out that Qin Wentian really had an immortal emperor standing behind him. Emperor Qianbian came to welcome Qin Wentian, who was the first in the immortal banquet, and fought against the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor to ask for the land of the 6 states. Moreover, not only that, it was heard that Qin Wentian killed the direct disciple of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, Xianyi, the descendant of the Qi Immortal King, in the ancient Emperor city. He also killed Zhuan Emperor's son Xuanzing in the ancient Emperor city. He also defeated Zi Emperor's son, Zidaoyang in the ancient Emperor city. Qin Wentian's simple experience was brilliant enough to make any princes and sons of the Immortal Kingdom's palace far behind and feel inferior. Just as Qin Wentian said when he went to the banquet of Prince Qi's mansion, "What are they? If they were outside, he would definitely dare to kill them. He has done such a thing. Yang An and Mu Feng, after they heard the news, they felt even more ashamed and angry. Those who humiliated Qin Wentian at the banquet were ashamed. What qualifications did they have to humiliate Qin Wentian? What are the princes and sons? Although the emperor did not agree to Qin Wentian entering the palace of Princess Qinger, he did not object to Princess Qinger and Qin Wentian staying in Princess Changping's palace. Could it be that the emperor has other deep intentions? Everyone began to speculate on the intentions of Emperor Changping. Perhaps the emperor is now waiting and watching. If Qin Wentian becomes powerful in the future, the emperor may really agree to this marriage. Qin Wentian may really become the son-in-law of the fairy country. It seems that he cannot be offended. Many people in the prince's palaces thought that not all people in the prince's palaces targeted Qin Wentian. The people who targeted Qin Wentian at the banquet of Prince Qi's palace were only some people in the prince's palace. Moreover, some of the younger generation's playfulness does not represent the attitude of the princes. For the princes, Qin Wentian is still weak in cultivation and there is no need to contact him yet. In the Changping princess's residence, in the library, Qin Wentian and Qinger were in the library, looking through some ancient books, including some of the experiences of their ancestors. Qin Wentian especially found many ancient books on the immortal platform to read, absorbing more knowledge, and combining it with what he knew, so that he would have a better grasp of the immortal platform. Qinger was just like Qin Wentian, she was also ready to impact the immortal platform realm, and she even stayed in the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon realm for a longer time, and her realm was very stable. Sister Qinger, Brother Qin. At this time, a crisp voice came, and a beautiful figure walked into the library. Linger. Qin Wentian looked at the person who came, 15 or 16 years old, lively and smart. She was the youngest daughter of Princess Changping. Brother Qin, this is what you want, my mother asked me to give it to you. Linger handed a storage ring to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian took it and said with a smile, thank you, Princess and Linger. These are all exchanged by you with immortal weapons. What is there to thank you for? Brother Qin collected these to prepare for the breakthrough to the immortal realm. Brother Qin is so powerful, he will definitely succeed in one go. Linger said with a smile. I hope so. Qin Wentian glanced at Qinger, who whispered, are you ready to retreat? Well, I don't know how long it will take to break through to the immortal realm this time. If there's hope of success, the retreat may take longer. What about you, Qinger? You retreat, and I will retreat too. Qinger murmured. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded. Now that the palace is quiet and no one is bothering him anymore, he will break through to the immortal realm in the palace of Changping Immortal Kingdom. Chapter 1003 Retreat. Princess Changping's residence, the training platform. Qin Wentian appeared here at this moment. This training platform is located on a solitary peak in a mansion, and the starry sky can be seen at a glance. This is the most suitable place for cultivation. As for Qinger, she is not here, but returned to her own princess residence in the imperial palace. She is in seclusion to break through the realm of the immortal platform, and the great Emperor Changping protects her. The training platform has 3 huge divine patterns, which were carved by Qin Wentian. Like an altar, it flashes with bright starlight, and the lines crisscross, but in the end all converge in the center of the pattern. He, the little bastard, and Purgatory each got one. After Qin Wentian carved the big formation, he waved his palm, and suddenly there were piles of meteorites on the formation, which was amazing enough. Not only that, many crystal clear crystals appeared around Qin Wentian, which contained terrible auras. These crystals were immortal crystals, which were necessary for casting the immortal platform. The resources needed for a martial monk to build a fairy platform are extremely terrifying. Qin Wentian used many fairy weapons to give to Princess Changping, asking her to prepare treasures for him to build a fairy platform. These days, Qin Wentian has also read many ancient books. Combined with his known knowledge and the experience told by his predecessors, he has a very good understanding of building a fairy platform. He also knows that this is a long process. Mozi, Yang An and Mu Feng are the fairy platform masters that Qin Wentian has confronted head-on. However, Qin Wentian knows that although the 3 of them have the power of the fairy platform, they have not completely entered the realm of the fairy platform and are not considered complete fairy platform masters. In the celestial realm, the star souls are transformed into the stars in celestial phenomena, while in the immortal platform realm, a truly complete immortal platform needs to be built with all the star souls. The immortal platforms built by Mozi, Yang An, and others are likely to be built with only one of the star souls, which is not complete, and even inferior to the lowest level immortal platform. However, building an immortal platform is not something that can be done overnight. As long as it succeeds for the first time, it means that one foot has already stepped into the immortal platform realm. If nothing unexpected happens, the next step is a matter of time. For many people, building an immortal platform is a long process, and it is even more difficult to build a high-grade immortal platform. An incomplete immortal platform realm expert requires Qin Wentian to go all out to fight against him. A complete immortal platform expert, even if he only builds a low-grade immortal platform, is difficult to fight against. This is the gap in realms, which is difficult to cross. Huh? Qin Wentian took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. Then he walked to the center of the formation and sat cross-legged. A strong aura burst out from his body. In just a moment, the stars and celestial phenomena shone between heaven and earth, and the dazzling light of the star soul rushed straight into the sky. Little Bastard and Purgatory were on the other two formations. They were monsters and had their own unique cultivation methods. Naturally, Qin Wentian didn't need to worry about them. Above the nine heavens star river, rays of light fell from the sky. 5 martial stars contacted Qin Wentian. They were the martial stars corresponding to the star soul. The light from the Sky Hammer Star, the Sleeping Dream Star, the Emperor Demon Star, the Giant Sword Star, and the Golden Body Star fell on Qin Wentian at the same time and contacted him. Qin Wentian's perception floated up, and following that strand of connection, his perception came to the starry sky, and he saw the 5th Wooming Star, the Wooming Star on the 7th heaven. The golden giant body was like a god, and the body was flowing with extremely terrifying rule-like power. Every strand of rule power had a terrifying suppressive force, and now it became clearer. The rule power flowing in the stars on the 7th heaven is so clear and visible. The higher the Wooming Star, the easier it is to build a fairy platform. The first part of Qin Wentian's preparation for the fairy platform was based on this Wooming Star. I believe it shouldn't take too long. Qin Wentian began to immerse himself in perception. Beside Qin Wentian, the Little Bastard was also sitting in a formation. He looked up at the sky and closed his eyes. In the starry sky, there were rays of light falling on him. Monsters are different from humans. The powerful monsters are born with the ability to sense the same kind of Wooming stars and absorb the power in them. In a place far away from each other, in the particle world, at the top of a building that towers into the sky, like an altar of heaven, a figure sits there, exuding an extraordinary temperament. This is a young man, and his appearance is exactly the same as Qin Wentian, who is separated from him by a world. He is also preparing to build a fairy platform and enter the fairy platform realm with his original body. In another particle world, this seems to be a wild particle world. The martial monks of this world are wearing ancient clothes. In front of a hall, countless people gather together like pilgrims, looking at the top of the sky, where a young man sits cross-legged. Is my king going to become an immortal? I saw an old man holding a scepter and looking at the top of the hall. He slowly knelt on the ground, with a hint of hope in his old eyes. Behind him, one figure after another knelt down and looked up at the clean young man sitting there. In the void, there is a strong man with an immortal style. He looks down with a calm expression, looking at the figure of the young man. Mengjin, you are born to be the king of the world. This time, building the immortal platform is a transformation for you. Once you complete this transformation perfectly, you will surpass countless people who are also immortal platforms. Your transformation will be more terrifying than anyone else. I hope you can build a wholly immortal platform. The man looked forward and thought to himself. Building the immortal platform is a transformation and sublimation for many people, but he understands that for Jin Mengjin, building the immortal platform is more important than for others. It is not just a sublimation and transformation in realm. He will be reborn. In the fairyland, Nanhuang clan, a powerful and ancient clan, on a vicissitudes of life phoenix altar, there is a beautiful woman sitting there. There are phantoms of ancient phoenixes around her, singing endlessly, surrounding the young woman, and phantoms keep drilling into her body, but her beautiful eyes are tightly closed, and her consciousness is already in the starry sky. The same scene also happened to Zi Qingxun and Hua Taixu. They are all in various parts of the fairyland, impacting the realm of the immortal platform, preparing to ascend to the immortality and become immortals in one step. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 months, Qin Wentian suddenly disappeared from the palace of Changqing Immortal Country, and Princess Qinger also disappeared. There was news in the palace that Princess Qinger seemed to be in seclusion to break through the realm of the immortal platform. Later, everyone knew that it seemed that Qin Wentian was also breaking through the realm of the immortal platform. Yang An, who was killed by Qin Wentian's sword that day, and Mu Feng, who had a battle with Qin Wentian, also began to retreat. Just as Qin Wentian guessed, the two of them could not be considered complete immortal platform masters, especially Yang An. He had only forged the immortal platform with 2 types of star souls, not even half of the immortal platform. Mu Feng was better than Yang An. He spent several years and had surpassed the half-step immortal platform. I believe that in just a few more years, a complete immortal platform can be built. At this time, on the training platform of Princess Changping's mansion, Qin Wentian still felt that the golden godlike Wuming star was still there. A stream of flowing light continued to flow into Qin Wentian's star soul. At this time, a terrible vortex appeared around Qin Wentian's body. The light that kept ascending seemed to no longer be the light of the stars, but the light of the rules of the stars. It had amazing power and was constantly washing Qin Wentian's body, flowing through his body, and finally heading towards a Yuan Fu. This was the advantage of the Wuming star on the 7th heaven. It seemed to flow with the power of clear rules. Communicating with such a Wuming star could complete the first step as quickly as possible and start the casting of the immortal platform. The surrounding lucky stones and immortal crystals were being consumed at a terrifying speed, constantly flowing into Qin Wentian's body, faintly turning into an immortal body in the form of a golden body. This was the most basic form of the immortal platform. As time passed, various resources were consumed at a terrifying rate. Above the sky, the power of rules continued to flow down. The immortal platform gradually took shape, and the immortal light was brilliant. There was a terrible immortal light blooming on Qin Wentian's body. Above the surrounding void, the rosy clouds were brilliant, and a more gorgeous starry sky was looming, carrying the power of rules. Qin Wentian swallowed and spit out the immortal light, and his perception went to another martial star. The terrible sword of the king did not have any rules flowing on this sword, but Qin Wentian himself had already comprehended a trace of the sword rules. Next, he needed to comprehend with his heart and led the power of rules from this martial star to flow down and sprinkle on his body. This required a very strong understanding of the power of rules. Qin Wentian knew that it would take a long time of hard work to build a complete immortal platform at one time. Impacting the realm of the immortal platform was by no means achieved overnight. He continued to retreat and comprehend, not knowing the passage of time. The cultivation of the immortal realm takes the most time. The higher the realm, the slower the cultivation. To become an immortal within 100 years is a rare genius. However, to be able to step into the immortal king within 10,000 years is already very remarkable. After the immortal platform is successfully built, each additional immortal platform will require more effort. In the palace of the Changqing Immortal Kingdom, there is a mansion. This mansion is adjacent to the imperial palace where the great emperor lives. In this mansion, a figure in white clothes looks up at the sky. The white-clothed figure has a deep gaze, as if he can see through the void. In the distance, there is a long cry of the blue loon. The white-clothed figure retracts his gaze and looks at the blue loon and the beautiful figure on the back of the blue loon. Father. This beautiful figure is actually Princess Liuli, who had met Qin Wentian once before. You're back. A warm figure flashed in the deep eyes of the white-clothed figure. I heard that Qin Wentian came to the palace. Princess Liuli asked. Well, he has been here for quite some time, and he came back with Qinger. It seems that it was because of your guidance to him. Is it him? Princess Liuli asked. Beatty looked up at the sky and smiled softly. It seems that he is right. Should I tell the emperor? Princess Liuli asked. Beatty shook his head slightly and said, follow the will of heaven, tell him, and human power will change some things. You don't need to intervene, just let everything take its course. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1004, Purple Emperor Wants Someone. King Xuan Immortal Realm is boundless. Only the Immortal Emperor can be considered as the ruler of one side, the Immortal King can be considered as the strong, and the Immortal Platform can be considered as embarking on the road of true strength. As for the celestial phenomena, it is generally the stage for the young generation. If one is still in the celestial phenomena realm when he is older, His achievements will be limited, and he will almost be cut off from the road of strength. It is considered good to be able to step into the realm of immortals. The celestial phenomena realm, looking at the endless immortal realm, is just a grain of sand in the desert, and is not conspicuous at all. Although Qin Wentian has caused quite a stir in the palace of Changqing Immortal Kingdom, he is still just an insignificant part compared to the entire immortal realm, and few people can pay attention to him. Therefore, Qin Wentian and his retreat will not cause any ripples at all for the entire immortal realm. The immortal world is still turbulent and the strong prey on the weak. Every day, strong people of different realms are born or fall. One incident caused quite a stir. A top fairy emperor in the fairyland, Zidi, led the strong to attack the Wanmo Island, which caused a shock in the fairyland. The fairy and the demons fought. It was rumored that Zidi was avenging his son. His youngest son, Zidaoyang, was killed by a descendant of Wanmo Island when he was in the ancient emperor city. However, Wanmo Island was not so easy to kill. It gathered the most powerful demon cultivators in the fairyland, with countless demon sects and good at killing. Some top demon emperors were extremely terrifying. Even Zidi could only return in defeat. Although Wanmo Island was in chaos and there were endless killings and plunders between each other, they did not allow the fairy emperors in the fairyland to set foot on their territory. This was the order of the Lord of 10,000 Demons. On this day, Zidi also sent people to the palace of Changqing Fairyland to pay homage to Changqing Emperor. The emperor personally met. In the palace hall of the emperor, many princes were there. Outside the hall, a line of figures stepped in. They were all extraordinary people, all of them were fairy king level strongmen, without exception. Especially the immortal king who was leading the group. He looked quite young, about 30 or 40 years old, but his actual age was obviously much older. The young immortal king had a deep and terrifying gaze, which faintly revealed a strong and domineering aura. Nephew Zidaolong greets Uncle Changqing. The young immortal king bowed slightly to the Changqing emperor, appearing quite polite. Junior greets the Changqing emperor. Everyone behind him bowed, even if they were subordinates of the purple emperor, they still had to be respectful and polite when they saw the Changqing emperor. Nephew, there is no need to be polite. How can you have time to come to my immortal kingdom? The Changqing emperor said with a smile. Uncle should have known that my younger brother Daoyang was murdered in the ancient emperor city. According to investigation, the person who killed Daoyang was Moxie from the 10,000 Demons Island. However, Daoyang was ranked above Moxie in the ancient emperor city's immortal list. Even if he was surpassed, the difference in strength was almost the same. He must have been ambushed, and Daoyang was injured. Zidaolong went straight to the point and said, and the person who injured Daoyang, as far as I know, is now in my uncle's palace in the immortal kingdom. You are talking about Qin Wentian? I know something about this. Qin Wentian is a good friend of my daughter. It is said that in the ancient emperor city, Qin Wentian and nephew Daoyang had an open battle and injured nephew Daoyang. Afterwards, nephew Daoyang was ambushed and killed. It's a pity, but it's a bit inappropriate for nephew to vent his anger on Qin Wentian at this time. Emperor Changqing spoke slowly. The princes and nobles of the immortal kingdom were secretly shocked. They did not expect that the emperor would speak for Qin Wentian. Uncle and my father are good friends. We often drink and discuss Taoism together. However, I didn't expect that Sister Kinger would have friction with Daoyang in the ancient emperor city. This is sad. However, Princess Kinger and Daoyang don't know each other, so my father and I will naturally not blame him. But Qin Wentian is involved in Daoyang's death. Can Uncle hand him over to me so that I can take him back? Zidaolong continued. Emperor Changqing frowned and responded, my dear nephew, Qin Wentian is a guest of my fairy country anyway. He is not a murderer who killed my dear nephew Daoyang. If you have any grudges, you can settle them after Qin Wentian leaves the fairy country. It would be inappropriate for me to hand him over to you directly. My nephew understands what my uncle means. Goodbye. Zidaolong bowed slightly to Emperor Changqing, and then the group retreated to the outside of the palace. Emperor Changqing did not keep him, and let Zidaolong and others leave. He just said, please send my dear nephew off. Yes. Someone outside took the order and said, and not long after, Zidaolong and others left the fairy country palace. Father, the purple emperor came directly to the palace of my immortal kingdom to ask for someone. He is really getting more and more overbearing. The son of the Changqing emperor spoke directly. The Changqing emperor was the master of the immortal kingdom. Regardless of whether Qin Wentian was from the palace or not, Since he was in the palace of the Immortal Kingdom, the Purple Emperor came here directly to ask for someone, which seemed a bit disrespectful to the Changqing Emperor. Qin Wentian was brought into the palace by Princess Qinger after all. If he handed him over directly to Zidaolong, what would others say? He has always been so overbearing. The Changqing Emperor smiled, his mood was quite peaceful, and he didn't care too much. The other party came to ask for someone, and he just didn't hand it over. The Purple Emperor should have guessed that the Emperor would refuse, so why did he let Zidaolong come here to ask for it? Someone frowned and said. Zidaoyang's death obviously made the Purple Emperor in a bad mood. In addition to the failure to attack the 10,000 Demons Island and Qinger's unfriendly attitude in the ancient Emperor City, the Purple Emperor was a little upset. The great Emperor Changqing looked into the void. Although the elders would not participate in the battles of the younger generations, the true descendants of the emperors had fallen, and things were not so simple. Emperor, will the Purple Emperor personally ask for someone? Someone asked worriedly. The Purple Emperor was the top emperor in the fairyland, and his strength might be above that of the great emperor. If he came forward in person, the great emperor would not be able to refuse. Qin Wentian did not kill Zidaoyang. As a top fairy emperor, he could not say such a thing. He should have handed this matter over to Zidaolong. He was really serious and actually took his anger out on Qin Wentian. The great Emperor Changqing shook his head and said that he had sent Zidaolong and several fairy kings, which was already very serious. For Qin Wentian, this was definitely not good news. Qin Wentian, who was in retreat, obviously didn't know about this. He didn't expect that Zidaoyang's death would be blamed on him. Of course, this was also thanks to Xiaolengyu. When the Purple Emperor investigated Zidaoyang's death, he found Xiaolengyu who had left the ancient Emperor City. Xiaolengyu's hatred for Qin Wentian was not eliminated, so he said some words that were not good for Qin Wentian in front of the Purple Emperor, and even some words that were not good for Qinger. Therefore, the Purple Emperor ignored the face of the Changqing Emperor and directly asked Zidaolong to come and ask for someone. Time flies, and everything that happened in the outside world has nothing to do with Qin Wentian. In a blink of an eye, it has been more than 2 years since he was in retreat. At this moment, in the training field of Princess Changping's mansion, half of the mountains of training resources have been consumed. Qin Wentian has a brilliant fairy light on his body, and his whole body is crystal clear. His skin is like a new life, faintly reflecting light. There are 5 yuanfu in the body, and in each yuanfu, there is a fairy platform standing. The terrifying fairy light is dancing wildly. Above the sky, the power of rules continues to flow down. This power of rules is becoming more and more pure, but even so, except for the golden body fairy platform, the other 4 fairy platforms are not so pure, and compared with a golden body fairy platform, they are still not perfect. Because of the multidimensional palace, my fairy platform is different from others, and it is not one. Qin Wentian gave birth to the fairy thought, looking inside his body. The fairy platforms cast by others are to merge the fairy platforms cast by the power of rules into a unique fairy platform. This fairy platform will be the fairy root, with terrible power, but he is different. How can the fairy platforms located in different yuanfu be merged together? No matter what, my immortal platform is so clear, so I will cut off the imperfect immortal platform and recast it. Qin Wentian thought to himself. A terrifying storm of rules gathered in his body. His body, which was cast by respect, was being destroyed by himself bit by bit. If he wanted to make the immortal platform perfect, he must cut off the immortal platform first. The immortal platform he cast was pure enough, but it was still not a perfect immortal platform. A destructive force was born in Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian gritted his teeth. He believed that he would be more suitable for cutting the immortal platform than others. Boom! The body was constantly destroyed and damaged. Qin Wentian shouted coldly, "Cut!" As soon as the voice fell, the power of destruction directly hit a fairy platform. Endless power of destruction descended at the same time, destroying the fairy platform bit by bit. Puff! Qin Wentian spat out a mouthful of blood, and felt his soul trembling. The pain was heart-wrenching. Cut! Cut! Qin Wentian's heart was unshakable. Blood kept spitting out of his mouth. His body was destroyed. Fortunately, his body was perfect and could withstand it. If he hadn't built a strong and perfect physique, his body would really collapse. Roar! Qin Wentian let out a low roar. When the fairy platforms were broken one by one, he finally couldn't bear the pain and fainted directly. Next, He needed to use strong willpower to recast the fairy platform. Fortunately, Qin Wentian's 5 fairy platforms were not one fairy platform. His golden body fairy platform was perfect and didn't need to be cut. Therefore, he still had fairy power in his body and was not completely useless. After Qin Wentian woke up, he continued to practice. In the starry sky, the power left by the martial star was purer. It was a wisp of real power, flawless, flowing into Qin Wentian's body. In the blink of an eye, another half-year has passed. In the past 6 months, Qin Wentian's immortal platform has been recast, and every immortal platform is crystal clear and flawless. Qin Wentian's body is more perfect, and his whole body is extremely radiant. He sits cross-legged with his body naked, like a newborn baby. Every inch of his skin seems to be a gift from heaven and earth. But Qin Wentian knows that what he has to do is not over yet. It's time to communicate with the next star soul, cast the best immortal platform, and make a perfect blend. Qin Wentian said in his heart, and his perception rushed straight into the sky, heading towards the 9 heaven star river. Now, he is also a half-step immortal platform, and he is only a few steps away from truly entering the realm of immortal platforms. P.S. 4th update, seeing that everyone has been urging for updates and typing like crazy all afternoon, I just want to be willful occasionally. I hope everyone will be willful and vote. Chapter 1005, Born with a Vision. Qin Wentian sensed into the 9 heavens galaxy. He was already a half-step immortal, and his perception was even stronger than when he communicated with a 5th star soul. His strong perception could even stay in the 7th heaven for a long time. As his perception floated in the 7th heaven, he saw many strange martial stars, and their auras were all terrible. However, Qin Wentian's perception did not stop, and continued to move towards the more distant starry sky. He wanted to try to go further and see if he could communicate with the martial stars in the 8th heaven. If he sensed into the 8th heaven, how strong and terrible would the aura of the martial stars there be? Qin Wentian had a strong desire in his heart. As he sensed forward, he gradually felt terrible pressure. However, after all, he was a half-step immortal, and his perception was much stronger than before, and he could still hold on. Finally, he came to the boundary river between the 7th heaven and the 8th heaven, and there seemed to be an unparalleled force blocking him from moving forward. Charge. Qin Wentian had only one thought in his mind: he must charge forward. In the 8th heaven, even the weakest martial star has a stronger power than the martial star in the 7th heaven, which will increase his strength to another level. Moreover, the martial star in the 7th heaven can see the flow of rule power at a glance, and it is even more obvious in the 8th heaven. The flow of rule power is stronger, and the power of the immortal platform created in that way will be even more powerful. Now, he still doesn't know whether he can create a wholly immortal platform, but he must try his best. Boom! Sensing the shock, Qin Wentian launched an attack on the 8th heaven. He only felt a splitting headache, as if his head was about to explode. He gritted his teeth, frowned, and had an extremely strong obsession. He had endured the pain of the immortal beheading platform, and he had to succeed in attacking the 8th heaven. His perception was getting higher and higher, and it seemed that he was about to enter the 8th heaven. Finally, his perception overcame everything and descended into the 8th heaven. A destructive force descended directly. With a loud bang, Qin Wentian's mind went blank. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body lay down limply, and he fainted. A few days later, Qin Wentian finally woke up. He sat up, and the fairy light flowed on his body again. He raised his head and looked at the sky, with deep obsession. "You won't let me in, but I will. How strong is the martial star of the 8th heaven?" Qin Wentian's perception once again went towards the 9 heavens galaxy. Endless starlight fell on him. The starry sky was so beautiful, but for Qin Wentian, he was not in the mood to appreciate the beauty of the starry sky, but to conquer it. Qin Wentian experienced 3 failures and 3 faintings within a month. His perception was stronger than seeing the only martial star. At that time, it was a square painted halberd that could break the sky. The black light flowed on it, revealing an extremely terrifying stream of light. The stream of light that fell down contained an astonishing destructive power. Although it is a weapon star, the rules it contains should be destruction. Qin Wentian's perception descended for the 4th time. In the 8th heaven, the sky-breaking halberd standing in the sky seemed to be able to pierce the heavens. It was super scary. If you can communicate that it is a martial star, it will have its own destructive power in the attack. Understand its rules and create a fairy platform of destruction rules. When attacking, It will increase the destructive power and kill immortals and demons with infinite power. Qin Wentian did not have the ability to choose other martial stars. Of course, this martial star was enough to satisfy him. This was a martial star in the 8th heaven. He could choose a lot in the 7th heaven, but he would rather not choose this martial star. Even when he communicated with this star, he experienced several failures, his perception was destroyed, and he was in great pain. After months of struggle, with an unshakable belief, a beam of starlight finally fell from the sky on the 8th heaven of the 9 heavens galaxy, breaking through everything, descending on Princess Changping's mansion, and landing on Qin Wentian. In the Beatty Palace, a figure in white stood with his hands behind his back. He looked up at the sky, and his eyes were shining with a terrible white light, as if he could see through the past and present, and penetrate the heaven and earth. 8th heaven. The figure murmured in a low voice. Although his tone was calm, his heart was not calm. He withdrew his eyes, as if nothing had happened, and he did not continue to look into the void. Now, it has been almost 3 years since Qin Wentian and King went into seclusion. Neither of them has come out of seclusion. People in the palace occasionally think of them, wondering whether they can succeed in this seclusion and build a complete immortal platform, ascend to immortality in one step, and enter the realm of immortal platform, rather than half-step immortal platform. If they really want to build a complete immortal platform, how many years will it take them? This time must not be short. This is a process that anyone must go through to become an immortal. It is best to ascend to immortality in one step. If you fail once, it will be a blow to your confidence and you may continue to fail in the future. To ascend to immortality in one step and cast a complete immortal platform in one go is the most ideal way for every martial arts cultivator to impact the fairyland. Qin Wentian communicated with the martial arts stars, opened the stargate, opened the Yuanfu, and cast the star soul. He stepped forward step by step. He began to absorb the terrible starlight from the 8th heaven, and at the same time, to comprehend the amazing power of the destructive rules. To cast an immortal platform, you must first comprehend the power of the rules, so that you can directly lead the power of the rules into your body and use the power of the immortal rules to cast a powerful immortal platform. It is another long process. It is difficult for those without firm beliefs to become immortals, and it is difficult for those without strong comprehension to become immortals. Many people stop at the peak of the celestial phenomena throughout their lives. Many people are only half-step immortals throughout their lives. Although they are also immortals, there is still a huge gap between them and the complete immortal platform strong men. In the fairyland, there are many such half-step immortals. Qin Wentian had never been in seclusion for so long. He finally understood why he had reached the realm of immortals. Perhaps one seclusion was like a lifetime. For people in the realm of immortals, one seclusion was equivalent to an ordinary person's lifetime. This was no lie. 4 years had passed since Qin Wentian had been in seclusion. Qin Wentian's 6th immortal platform was built, and after a beheading immortal platform, it finally became perfect. Looking inward with immortal thoughts, 6 immortal platforms were born. Although they were not blended together like the immortal platforms of others, they still gave birth to a wonderful connection. Strands of rule power crisscrossed, and there was a terrible rule light shining in the body, covering the 6 immortal platforms at the same time. These rule powers kept overlapping and alternating, and wonderful changes occurred. Qin Wentian had nothing on his body. His flawless skin and crystal clear body were so perfect. The lines on his face were clearer, with sharp edges and corners, more temperament, and more handsome. This is the immortal. In the realm of immortals, there are relatively few ugly people, unless they are unkempt and born ugly. Otherwise, when they reach the realm of immortals, the whole person will undergo a transformation. The skin will become flawless, the temperament will become better, and the body will be more handsome with the aura of immortals. The changes in the physical appearance seem to have reached the extreme, but the changes in the body are still going on. The immortal light of the 6 immortal platforms bloomed and intertwined, and some changes occurred. The strong immortal platform cast a complete immortal platform. Qin Wentian seemed to have not completed the last step at this moment. The white light flowed in Qin Wentian's body and actually flowed on the 6 immortal platforms. No immortal platform rule power could expel and destroy it. The rule power of the 6 immortal platforms flowed towards it frantically. A terrible storm was brewing in Qin Wentian's body. Endless rule power converged together and all merged into the white light. Qin Wentian's immortal thoughts have been watching the changes in his body, and his heart was beating. It would be best to rely on his own understanding to cast a complete immortal platform, But he seemed to be a special case, and everything operated on its own. In the outside world, above the sky, on the Wooming Star, the light of rules continued to fall on him and flowed madly into his body. Qin Wentian discovered that in the middle of the 6 immortal platforms, the endless convergence of rule power seemed to have turned into a brand new immortal platform, which was crystal clear and flawless. This immortal platform took on a human shape and gradually became clear, like a god who had attained the Tao, with a natural immortal body and divine charm. The rule power of the 6 immortal platforms all gathered on it, and a terrible rumbling sound came out. The human-shaped immortal platform became more and more solid, shining brightly, and the 6 immortal platforms gradually became transparent. Although they were still crystal clear, their rule power seemed to flow on the human-shaped immortal platform. Boom! Qin Wentian's body was undergoing earth-shaking changes. The 6 immortal platforms that had been condensed before seemed to have become wedding clothes, but they still existed. Qin Wentian's body turned into a terrible vortex, and all the resources around him rushed to his body and were constantly swallowed up by it. Qin Wentian seemed to have turned into a huge cocoon and was wrapped inside. The remaining resources were being consumed at a terrifying speed, until one day, all the resources were consumed completely, cleanly. Qin Wentian's body suddenly burst into 1,000-foot-high light, piercing the sky, and a brilliant vision appeared in the void, as if a god appeared. In the Changqing Immortal Kingdom in the Imperial Palace, many people looked up at the void at this moment, revealing a strange color. What is that? The crowd saw endless rays of light in the void, a natural vision, and a faint human figure appeared. Is this a natural vision? Many people trembled in their hearts, and some princes stepped out of their mansions, stood with their hands behind their backs, and looked into the void. What does this vision mean? In the Imperial Palace, the great Emperor Changqing stood there, his eyes also staring into the void, quietly watching the vision. The Immortal Kingdom Imperial Palace, which had been silent for a long time, became lively. Many people asked their elders what the vision represented, but even the princes could not give a definite answer, what the vision symbolized. Wherever there is a strange phenomenon, there must be a demon. It seems to be the sky above Princess Changping's residence. Qin Wentian seems to be still in seclusion, casting the immortal platform. Chapter 1006 Memory. This strange phenomenon, is it Qin Wentian who has built the immortal platform? The princes and nobles in the Immortal Kingdom Palace were shocked, and their immortal thoughts swept out, covering Princess Changping's mansion. Princess Changping and Marquis Jiutian also stared into the void at this moment, looking towards the direction where Qin Wentian was. Is it him? Marquis Jiutian murmured. Besides him, only his monster beast is practicing on the training platform. This strange phenomenon should be caused by him. It is very likely that he has already built the immortal platform. We will know later when we see whether he has finished his retreat. Princess Changping whispered. If that's true, this guy is too extraordinary. The immortal platform can produce strange phenomena. Could it be that he has created the legendary Holy Immortal Platform? Qi Tonghao laughed casually, causing Princess Changping's eyes to flash with a ray of light. Will the Holy Immortal Platform produce strange phenomena? I don't know. There is no record in the ancient books. But in any case, since there are strange phenomena, it must be extraordinary. It seems that he is another natural immortal king. Qi Tonghao smiled. Kinger is a natural immortal king. The lowest achievement will reach the realm of immortal king. Now, Qin Wentian has created strange phenomena by casting the immortal platform. His talent is even better than Kinger. At this time, the strange phenomena in the void disappeared, and everything returned to calm, but the crowd's attention was still on Princess Changping's mansion. On the training platform, Qin Wentian was full of immortal aura, dazzling and incomparable. His mind moved slightly, and the immortal light dissipated immediately. His eyes opened, and the edge shone. His temperament changed completely, and the whole person was full of immortal power. Immortal. Qin Wentian uttered a word. At this moment, he had cast a complete immortal platform and completely entered the realm of immortal platform. Moreover, his realm was extremely stable. He had cast a holy immortal platform and possessed a perfect body. For other martial life cultivators, when they first became immortals, the immortal platforms they cast were only ordinary low-level immortal platforms. If they continued to be such immortal platforms, their future achievements would be limited. Ordinary immortal platforms were not qualified to enter the realm of immortal kings. However, this was not the only opportunity. With their future practice and realm improvement, the immortal platform would be constantly improved and cast. In this long and incomparable process, The immortal platform would become more pure and flawless, impurities would be constantly removed, and the grade of the immortal platform would be able to be slowly improved. But Qin Wentian was different from others. When he just cast the immortal platform, it was already a perfect holy immortal platform. This meant that in the future, he would take fewer detours and be very smooth in his practice at the realm of immortal platform. As for combat effectiveness, there was no doubt that the holy immortal platform could absolutely suppress the low-level immortal platforms. Qin Wentian did not need to take people of the same realm, even the proud sons of heaven, seriously. Glancing around, everything was empty. He asked himself if he had prepared enough cultivation resources to deal with unexpected situations. However, he still did not expect that the construction of the Saint Immortal platform would be so terrifying. All the resources were consumed, which was simply unimaginable. If there were no background and wooing monks who relied on their own cultivation, they would probably find it difficult to raise resources to build the immortal platform. They would need to spend a lot of time to fight, take risks, or join a big force. Moreover, this was just the beginning of the immortal platform realm. The immortal platform was cast 9 times and 9 times to be perfect. This was the immortal platform 9 realms. To reach the peak of the immortal platform, the resources needed were simply beyond the imagination of ordinary astronomical figures. This was also the reason why many people in the immortal realm had to rely on others. Without a background, they had to rely on themselves to work hard step by step. The 100-year immortal platform and the 10,000-year immortal king were all geniuses. The road to cultivation was rugged, and the further they went, the more difficult it would be. Fortunately, for Qin Wentian now, this first step to becoming an immortal was perfect. Closing his eyes, Qin Wentian did not come out of retreat immediately, but continued to practice, holding the Sky Demon Oracle Bone in his hand, and inducing the immortal demon body training technique. Qin Wentian's step was powerful enough, but he was still not satisfied. He wanted to make himself reach the most perfect state, so that every step forward in the future would be perfect, so that there would be no bottlenecks in his practice and he could move forward all the way. It took others 10,000 years to become an immortal king, but Qin Wentian didn't want to take that long. Qin Wentian hasn't come out of retreat to finish this practice yet? People in the palace found that Qin Wentian didn't move, and couldn't help wondering, didn't he have yet to build the immortal platform? Just when many princes in the palace began to pay attention to Qin Wentian, Yang and Mu Feng, who had been in retreat again, came out of retreat. They both built a complete immortal platform and truly entered the realm of the immortal platform, which caused some fluctuations in the palace. After all, it was extremely rare for the two to build a complete immortal platform in such a short time and step into the realm of the immortal. Yang's immortal platform is of extraordinary grade. Although it is an ordinary immortal platform, it is of the 3rd grade. Mu Feng's immortal platform is also ordinary, but it is of the 2nd grade, slightly worse than Yang's. Kinger, Little Bastard, and Purgatory are still in seclusion, and they will not stop until they have completed the complete immortal platform. On this day, Qin Wentian stopped practicing, and his body shone with light, as if he was wearing armor. Looking to the side, Little Bastard and Purgatory were both swallowing the power of the rules above the sky. It seemed that their practice had reached a critical moment. He did not disturb them and continued to close his eyes. His immortal thoughts went to his mind, where a little star man was vaguely visible. Now that I have become an immortal, the power contained in my body is completely different from that day. Now, I should be able to open up a lot of star fragments. Qin Wentian thought to himself, and his immortal thoughts went into the little star man. Soon, the immortal thoughts entered the vast space, and the immortal platform shone brightly, rushing towards the little star man, flowing with Qin Wentian's immortal thoughts. The peripheral memories are not very useful. I need the core memories to know what my father went through. Qin Wentian's immortal thoughts continued to go deeper. He had seen his parents in the memory of a star fragment. The upright man and the beautiful woman gave everything they had to him in his cradle. Why did his parents do this? Why were Heibo and others so cautious? They even took him to the particle world and watched him grow up step by step. He knew that with his parents' strength, he would have a better environment for growth instead of starting from the bottom. Qin Wentian's immortal thoughts came to the depths, and the terrifying immortal power surged, surging towards the bright star fragments one by one, with continuous shattering sounds. In an instant, Qin Wentian's mind boomed, and scenes of memories continued to pour into his mind. Break, 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 break. Qin Wentian's immortal thoughts seemed to be crazy. and the immortal platform in his body burst into endless light, rushing madly towards the little star man. The little star man was like a terrible vortex, able to absorb endless power. 1 hour, 2 hours. Gradually, Qin Wentian's immortal platform became much dimmer, but Qin Wentian seemed to be crazy. He must know that one memory is far from enough. He wants to know everything. Although Heibo promised to tell him, now he doesn't even know where Heibo is. It will be more direct for him to explore these memories of his father. Finally, Qin Wentian's immortal thoughts withdrew, but countless memories appeared in his mind. Qin Wentian closed his eyes and digested these memories bit by bit. Countless scenes were blended together in the memory. Qin Wentian seemed to see the growth of a teenager. He was a lonely young man, a splendid palace, an ancient clan, and a magnificent building like a temple. Qin Wentian's mind appeared a magnificent picture that he had never seen before. It was a place like a temple. Whether it was the East Saint Immortal Gate or the palace of the Changqing Immortal Kingdom, they were far from being so magnificent. However, the young man seemed to be lonely. He had an independent ancient palace and a magnificent castle palace. He was the king of young people. He had many servants. Those servants seemed to be extremely powerful, loyal, and respected the young man. His loneliness was because he had no companions, and even no parents. These memory scenes were not completely connected, so Qin Wentian could only guess and infer many things. The young man seemed to be a descendant of an ancient and powerful family, but he was only the inheritor of one of the lines. He had an extremely glorious status. He owned the immortal palace alone, which was comparable to the palace of the Changqing Immortal Kingdom. However, there was only one young man. In the memory, there was only an old man who appeared. He was the ancestor of the young master. He took the young man away and sent him to many noble and proud sons of heaven. They practiced together and experienced the most cruel trials. This group of young people were born extraordinary and had amazing talents. Only he seemed very ordinary and behaved ordinary. Many people were unwilling to be with him and deliberately alienated him, making him more lonely. There were only 2 teenagers who were unexpected, a boy and a girl. They were the most outstanding among the teenagers, like kings, and were adored by the stars. The elders doted on them. They had an extraordinary status and were loved by everyone. With intermittent memories, the boy grew up. His handsome face made Qin Wentian understand that it was the man he had seen in the last picture, his father. He was very strong and had experienced countless hardships. He became stronger and his temperament became more outstanding. He went out to gain experience, traveled around the world, and traveled in all directions. He seemed to have experienced the world's exile trial, growing from a teenager to a man who stood tall and proud. Many of his peers disagreed with him and often excluded him, but he didn't care. He went his own way and did what he believed in, and even quarreled with some elders. He fell in love with a girl who had been very kind to him, but the girl was with another boy whom he regarded as a brother. They seemed to be a perfect match. They were the king of boys and the king of youth in the tribe, and were envied by countless people. Although he was sad, he also sent his blessings and the most precious gift. Then, he left alone and ventured into the world alone. He met the most important woman in his life. The moment Qin Wentian saw the woman, his heart trembled fiercely. That was his mother. In his memory, there happened to be their first meeting. Obviously, this was a very precious memory for Qin Wentian. The woman was so beautiful, charming, and unrestrained. She disdained him, but he fell in love with her at first sight and pursued her madly. Chapter 1007 Qin Wentian's life. This is a beautiful memory. Qin Wentian can feel Qin Wentian's happiness in the memory. He is a bohemian and free-spirited person. He looks at the person he secretly loves and his best friend and says he will let go. He began to pursue his love. Qin Wentian's mother was more beautiful when she was young. She was peerless and beautiful. It seemed that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered in one body. She even had a seductive meaning. She was also unruly. She let Qin Wentian pursue her without moving her heart, like a goddess. This memory of pursuing her was also intermittent, but Qin Wentian seemed to feel that Qin Wentian had a deep and sweet memory. She seemed to have an extraordinary life experience and countless suitors. Qin Wentian practiced harder. As time went by, he often missed her, but she seemed to be called back to the clan and rarely came out. In fact, she had not accepted Qin Wentian's pursuit. These memories were disordered. Qin Wentian sorted out and adjusted the order of memories by himself. Time was also jumping. He thought that the next memory should have been many years later. Qin Wentian should have practiced for many years. He had achieved success in practice and added some traces of time, but he was still as unruly as before. He couldn't let go of the goddess he secretly loved. On this day, he broke into a forbidden area alone, crossed a series of natural barriers, and experienced life and death several times, just for a smile from his beloved. Finally, Qin Wentian won the heart of the goddess and took her to wander around the world, living together and flying, having endless fun. However, at this time, Qin Wentian's tribesmen seemed to have found him, and the two sides had friction. They seemed to disagree with the two being together. How could Qin Wentian give in? He contradicted the tribesmen and did his own thing. He had always been like this over the years. He had been lonely since childhood and developed a paranoid character. He had never been cared for by the elders in the tribe, so how could he give in to the will of the elders? This was his love, and no one could stop it. Qin Wentian's mother's family seemed to be against it as well. They sent out strong men to kill them. Not only them, but also many of the woman's previous suitors. They fought earth-shaking battles. Such scenes were unimaginable for Qin Wentian, who had now entered the Xiante realm. The world was in turmoil, ghosts were crying and wolves were howling, and the sky was changing color. Qin Wentian didn't know how long Qin Wentian had practiced, but he only knew that he was very strong, so strong that he was frightened. They kept fleeing, and people from their families kept coming to hunt them down. During the escape, Qin Wentian seemed to have established his own forces. Some servants in the mansion when he was the king came to pursue him and fight side by side with him. They fled to a place no one knew, but they were found and hunted again and again, as if this was their fate. But during this process, Qin Wentian and his feelings for each other became deeper and deeper, sharing life and death. At this time, all the memories were digested by Qin Wentian. He spent a lot of time digesting these memories, which were intermittent, but seemed to be Qin Wentian's growth process and past love. Qin Wentian opened his eyes, his heart surged, a sharp look flashed in his eyes, and he had an extremely strong desire in his heart. What happened later? What happened? Although he did not get a complete memory, but only intermittently, even so, he could rely on himself, relying on Qin Wentian's age and experience in his memory to infer the order and restore the vague process. What he inferred would probably not be wrong. This is his father's memory of growing up. I still need more memories. Qin Wentian closed his eyes and continued to practice. The starlight above the sky fell down and flowed into his body. The light of his immortal platform gradually became brighter and brighter until the immortal platform was full. Qin Wentian once again entered the Star Man with his immortal thoughts, and at the same time used the huge immortal power to impact the star fragments in the depths. He needed more memories to solve this mystery. Qin Wentian's immortal thoughts became more and more difficult to go deeper, but he did his best to let his immortal thoughts reach the limit and constantly let memories flow into his mind. When the immortal platform was exhausted, Qin Wentian withdrew again and began to sort out these memories. This is a technique, it is useless for now. Qin Wentian threw aside the memories about the technique. These were the techniques in his father's memory, which were very powerful. However, Qin Wentian was in no mood to pay attention to them at this time. He just wanted to know what happened to his parents. After a long time, he finally sorted out these memories and slowly began to digest them. It was still a fragmented and incomplete memory. His parents seemed to have escaped for many years. Qin Wentian became more and more mature in vicissitudes, but he was more masculine. Every move was full of indescribable temperament. He knew that this must be many years later. On this day, two of Qin Wentian's old friends from his clan when he was a teenager found him. They are now married, and Qin Wentian treats them in a friendly way. At this time, the man proposed to spar with him. Qin Wentian was reluctant to agree, but the other party insisted on sparring. Qin Wentian agreed and fought with the other party, but he did not try his best. He did not expect the other party to press him step by step and fight him very seriously. Moreover, he became stronger and stronger, and even attacked him several times. At the same time, the woman he had a crush on in his youth attacked Qin Wentian's wife. At this time, Qin Wentian finally fought with real fire. He started to fight with all his strength. For a time, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. This side of the world seemed unable to withstand their violent battle. Beams of destruction fell from the sky, splitting the earth and mountains, and everything turned into dust. The two became stronger and stronger. Qin Wentian's young brother friend was the young king of the clan. How powerful he was, like a god. He was bathed in divine light when he fought with all his strength. There were few people in the world who could compete with him. He was so powerful that Qin Wentian was terrified. Qin Wentian also burst out with unimaginable fighting power, like a peerless god of war. His strength shocked his two friends in his youth. They couldn't take Qin Wentian down. You know, they are the kings of a lineage in the clan, and they may even be future leaders. Their fighting power exceeds that of their peers in the clan. In the future, they will definitely become powerful people who know everything and control the world. In this battle, they couldn't take Qin Wentian down. He understood that Qin Wentian had an adventure, and it was probably the legendary adventure. Finally, the two retreated and left, but Qin Wentian did not feel happy, but was in a low mood. However, this memory ended here and jumped directly to another memory. They changed places, but they still could not escape. This battle must have caused a lot of turmoil in Qin Wentian's family. Qin Wentian's family was serious. This time, the strong men of Qin Wentian and his wife's family found them at the same time. The strong men of the older generation took action and there was another earth-shaking battle. Qin Wentian's wife was taken away, but Qin Wentian still did not give in. The elders asked him to return to the clan, but he flatly refused. He left alone and announced his rebellion against the family. Things seemed to be getting bigger and out of control. Until one day, Qin Wentian was more vicissitudes. He returned to the clan, but not to give in. He fought a battle with his good friend who was a teenager and now had a glorious position in the clan. The power was more terrible than the previous battle, and the ghosts and gods were shocked. He defeated the opponent with unimaginable power, and many people from his lineage were willing to follow him. The choice seemed to be left to the ancient family. Strong men appeared one after another, many of them were super strong men of the older generation. They all took action, but Qin Wentian and some of the elders of that lineage fought against them frantically. This battle razed the buildings of Qin Wentian's lineage to the ground and turned them into historical dust. This battle shocked countless people, and those older generation figures had no way to take down Qin Wentian. Until the core figure of this ancient family, who was like a powerful figure walking out of a temple building, came. They took action against Qin Wentian, made a judgment, and surrounded Qin Wentian with serious injuries. The people of Qin Wentian's lineage fought desperately until the other party sacrificed a magic weapon that could change fate against the sky. Endless power of heavenly punishment descended on Qin Wentian, stripping waves of supreme power from his body. The peerless figure defeated by Qin Wentian fell on the other end of this magic weapon that could change fate against the sky, carrying Qin Wentian's power. Seeing this scene, the people of Qin Wentian's lineage went crazy. They fought to the death at all costs, but it was futile. They were also judged by the magic weapon, which stripped them of their power and decided their fate. Qin Wentian's body was shaking involuntarily. Many of these memories were silent, and only a few of them could hear sounds. He could not know what happened in detail, but when he saw Qin Wentian's blood turned into a river and was peeled off, saw Qin Wentian's extremely powerful talisman bone engraved with supreme power being taken out, saw Qin Wentian's body being torn apart, and even the memories in his mind turned into light and were peeled off, Qin Wentian's body burst into a terrible murderous aura. However, at this time, Qin Wentian saw Qin Wentian laughing arrogantly, as if he was laughing in despair. With a dazzling light, his body exploded, and everything disappeared, as if he had destroyed his life. Then, the memory completely disappeared. Qin Wentian was gone, so how could there be any memory? Kill! Qin Wentian roared, shaking the earth. He raised his head, his eyes were red, and the murderous aura rushed into the sky, which was extremely terrifying. It was a legendary life, a life full of suffering, a lonely life, and a heroic life. Is all this really over? I still have memories. My father is not dead. He must not be dead. Qin Wentian clenched his fists tightly, with a strong obsession. He was not born yet. He knew that the self-explosion was just to destroy everything, and it might even destroy his father's cultivation, but he must not be dead yet. The last memory is still vivid. His father and mother were together, holding him and giving him everything. That must be the story after this, a new life. P.S. I updated 4 chapters yesterday, and I will continue to write 3 chapters today. I will finish this memory in one breath so that everyone can read it refreshingly. Everyone can search on Watch It and follow my public account to see Qin Wentian's peerless style. Chapter 1008 Self-Humiliation. Father. Qin Wentian looked up at the sky, as if he wanted to see Qin Yuanfeng's shadow in the endless starry sky. Endless escape and pursuit. Fate is so unfair. He relied on himself to stand at such a height and defeated the man who had been the king of the clan since he was a teenager, but in the end, his blood, body, bones and even soul power were taken away by others, and Qin Yuanfeng could only die. He had no way of knowing everything his father had experienced in detail, but these memories must be core memories. From these core memories, the essence of Qin Yuanfeng's life can be inferred, including his loneliness and hazy love in his youth, the true and unforgettable love in his youth, being betrayed by his friends and brothers, and being surrounded and killed by the supreme ancient clan. Qin Yuanfeng didn't seem to be alone. The people of his lineage were willing to fight for him. His strength gave this lineage a noble soul. They all wanted to stand up to the sky, but were cruelly suppressed. Those people knew that they were going to die generously. At all costs, they would accompany Qin Yuanfeng to fight for that proud and upright body. Qin Wentian felt that his father's death might be related to the young king of the tribe, so his father went to fight and use his strength to tell others that I can defeat the king you chose. Father, you must be alive, right? Qin Wentian clenched his fists. His father had fled to many places in the past, and he must have come to the particle world and died in a decisive battle. Thinking of the scene in his memory last time, he guessed that his father might have moved to a new place to live. Maybe my father had already planned it. He knew that he couldn't escape and would be caught back. He must have reunited with my mother and hidden in the particle world. That's why Habo and the others are so low-key. Qin Wentian thought to himself, with strong expectations. He kept reminding himself that his father was still alive. Huh? Qin Wentian looked up to the sky and exhaled a turbid breath. The anger in his chest wanted to erupt violently. Calm down. Qin Wentian took a deep breath and warned himself. His father's strength was so strong and invincible. When he was young, he killed immortals and demons and made them cry. At his peak, he dared to return to the Proteus to fight. He fought until the sky was dark. Now he has built the Saint Immortal platform and has a perfect start. He needs to remind himself all the time to be strong. But this road is destined to be taken step by step. He must be calm. He wants to be like his father, standing tall and upright. He finally understood the meaning of his parents' name for him. Ask the sky, who is the master of the rise and fall. See if you can find other memories. Qin Wentian's immortal thoughts once again poured into the little star man. He broke through many shallow memories, but they were all scattered and mazy memories, not core memories. It was obviously impossible to complete the memories of these endless star fragments. Qin Wentian's immortal thoughts had no choice but to withdraw. Now, I have to wait for Habo to tell me. He must know what my father has experienced. Then I can connect these memories and know everything. Qin Wentian thought to himself. He could not calm down for a long time. This memory touched him so much that the joy of entering the immortal stage and building the Saint Immortal stage disappeared. The immortal stage is just the beginning of his journey to become a strong man. He will stand outside the supreme ancient clan like his father. After holding his breath for a long time, Qin Wentian finally calmed himself down. He closed his eyes, the immortal stage shone with light, and the power of rules in the starry sky fell down. Qin Wentian began to practice to replenish this strength. He wanted to temporarily seal this memory and motivate himself to move forward. 10 days later, Qin Wentian finally stopped practicing. He stood up and looked at the little bastard in purgatory. He saw that they had also transformed. He was covered in golden light, and his immortal power was pervasive, revealing unparalleled majesty. Purgatory was surrounded by terrifying flames, as if it was a real purgatory on earth, with terrible power and immortal power. They will all step onto the immortal platform and become immortal demons and demon immortals. Qin Wentian stepped on the ground and his body soared into the sky. This retreat lasted nearly 5 years, which was too long. Qin Wentian did not expect that it would be so difficult to build an immortal platform. No wonder people with mediocre qualifications may not be able to build a complete immortal platform in their lifetime. At Princess Changping's mansion, Qin Wentian left the practice platform. Many people saw him appear and their eyes were full of brilliance. They still remembered the original vision and suspected that it was born when Qin Wentian built the immortal platform. Now, Qin Wentian finally came out of retreat. Brother Qin, you have come out of retreat. Have you set foot on the immortal road? A beautiful figure stepped forward. It was Linger, the daughter of Princess Changping. Yes. Qin Wentian looked at Linger and nodded with a smile. Really, Brother Qin has built a complete immortal platform. Linger showed a look of surprise. It was not easy to build an immortal platform in one go. Qin Wentian still nodded. Last time, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky. There was a 1,000-foot light and a godlike figure in the void. Was it caused by you, Brother Qin, building the immortal platform? Linger asked again. I don't know. Qin Wentian shook his head. At this time, the figures of Princess Changping and Marcus Chitin also appeared here. They all looked at Qin Wentian, and their eyes seemed to want to see through Qin Wentian. Now Qin Wentian was wearing a simple robe. He was more extraordinary than before. His temperament was more perfect and handsome. It seemed that he was a great man at first glance. Linger, if you see that Brother Qin has become more handsome, you should know that he has already built the immortal platform. Do you need to ask? Princess Changping rolled her eyes at her daughter. Linger showed a mischievous look and looked at Qin Wentian carefully. Indeed, he has become much more handsome, with a transcendent temperament. Yes, it's less than 5 years to build a complete immortal platform, and the grade should be not low. Kinger hasn't come out of retreat yet, so I'll prepare a banquet for you first. Marcus Chitin laughed heartily. Come on, prepare the immortal banquet to celebrate nephew Wentian's completion of the immortal platform. Yes. Someone took the order and left. Qin Wentian couldn't refuse Marcus Chitin's kindness, so he had to say, thank you, Marcus. Let's go, let's have a few drinks. Marcus Chitin didn't have the airs of a prince at all. He took a step forward and put his arm around Qin Wentian's shoulders and walked forward, just like a pair of uncle and nephew. At the banquet, Qin Wentian seemed a little absent-minded, as if he had something on his mind. Wentian, what are you thinking about? Marcus Chitin saw that Qin Wentian was a little out of shape and asked. Qin Wentian smiled, raised his glass, shook his head and said, I thought of something. It's nothing, Lord, drink. Yes. Marcus Chitong drank a glass of wine and said, you have entered the immortal realm, what are your ideas next? Do you need me to take you out for training? Thank you, Lord, but I have some things to deal with. I will wait for my monster companions. If they can finish their retreat in a short time, I will take them with me. If not, I may have to go alone and leave them to Kinger to take care of. Qin Wentian responded. You don't plan to wait for Kinger to come with you? Princess Changping smiled at Qin Wentian. No, I don't know when Kinger will be in retreat. Qin Wentian smiled and shook his head. He knew that Kinger wanted to follow him, but Qin Wentian also understood the thoughts of Emperor Changping. It is true that he is not able to protect Kinger now, especially the memory of his father has a great impact on him. Qin Yuanfeng is such a person, it is so difficult for him to be with his lover. Okay. Princess Changping's eyes were filled with deep meaning. It seems that Qin Wentian is indeed worried. At this time, everyone in the Immortal Kingdom Palace knew the news that Qin Wentian had come out of seclusion. They were all curious whether the strange phenomenon was caused by Qin Wentian. Princess, Marcus. At this time, the housekeeper came to report, saying, the Prince of Qi Wangfu brought some people to pay a visit. Oh? He still has the nerve to come. Marcus Chitin looked at Qin Wentian and smiled, saying, let them in. Yes. The housekeeper retreated, and after a moment, Yangan and his group appeared. Yangan was seen with a fierce aura. He had now built a complete immortal platform, and his strength was incomparable to what it was before. Immortal light was flowing all over his body. When he saw Qin Wentian, he was eager to fight. He swept out and said coldly, Qin Wentian, come out and fight. Princess Changping and Marcus Chitin glanced at the elders around Yangan, and their minds were as clear as a mirror. These guys seemed to regard Qin Wentian as Yangan's whetstone, letting Qin Wentian to hone Yangan, so that Yangan would work hard to become stronger. Even if they were defeated, they didn't care, they just wanted Yangan to remember it deeply and remember the shame. Of course, they could also test Qin Wentian's current strength. Qin Wentian saw the strong man beside Yangan and understood this as well. He glanced at Yangan indifferently, his eyes were indifferent and disdainful, then he turned his head and drank a cup of wine quietly. He did not look at Yangan, but said to Princess Changping and Marcus Chitin, Princess, Marcus, I will go to practice first. Okay. Princess Changping nodded. Qin Wentian stepped out and walked directly towards the void, ignoring Yangan. Yangan felt that he had suffered a great humiliation. Qin Wentian was not willing to fight him at all. Boom. The violent hurricane swept out, and Yangan's immortal power was extremely powerful. With a loud bang, he rushed directly towards Qin Wentian, and a terrible immortal sword slashed through, tearing the void, Extremely powerful. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a cold meaning. His body suddenly turned around, took a step forward, and the world roared. Yang felt that the immortal platform trembled and trembled violently. Qin Wentian waved his hand, the immortal light was bright, and the arm seemed to be attached to the immortal and demon armor, directly crushing the opponent's attack. With a loud bang, the palm directly clasped Yang's neck, the immortal and demon's hand, irresistible. Yang roared, the veins on his face were exposed, and he was extremely ashamed. Qin Wentian's eyes were cold and strong. Let him temper Yang? Okay, he fulfilled Yang, and his other hand suddenly blasted out, hitting Yang's body. The sound of breaking continued. Yang screamed, and his immortal body was about to break. How dare you! A figure descended in an instant as fast as lightning, and the other strong men rose into the air one after another, only to see Qi Tonghao shouting, "How dare you!" This shout was like thunder, shaking the immortal platforms of the people. The next moment, Qi Tonghao stood in the void to block the people. Isn't this what you asked for? The people's bodies trembled. They didn't expect that Yang was still so vulnerable in front of Qin Wentian after he had built a complete immortal platform. Qin Wentian directly grabbed him and attacked him, which was too cruel. Are you worthy? Qin Wentian stared at Yang as if he had penetrated his soul. He swung his arm violently, and with a loud bang, Yang's body fell to the ground, and he turned and left. P.S. On Monday, brothers are asking for votes. Chapter 1009, Two Great Demon Immortals. After Qin Wentian turned and left, the faces of the people in Prince Qi's mansion turned pale. Yang had built a complete immortal platform, but it was vulnerable to a single blow. They were both at the same level of immortal platforms, but the gap was so huge. How could Qin Wentian be so powerful? Yang. One after another, figures fell in front of Yang. An old man had a gloomy face and said, the bones were broken, and cracks appeared on the immortal platform. What a fierce blow! Are you trying to cripple Yang? As he said this, he looked at Qin Wentian's departing back with a very cold expression. You bring disgrace upon yourself, and you blame others. Marcus Qitong snorted coldly, saying, you Qi Wangfu are ridiculous. You find someone to challenge and hone Yang. Do you think he is a fool? You are showing mercy by not breaking Yang's immortal platform. Do you think he can't break it? The people in Qi Wangfu were speechless. They didn't expect the gap between the two to be so big. Yang was captured directly with one blow. Yang's tyrannical attack just now was really cut on Qin Wentian's arm. He raised his hand to kill. It seemed that there was armor on his arm, which was unbreakable. He ignored Yang's attack and hit Yang hard. It can only be said that the strength of the two is not at the same level at all. The people in Qi Wangfu are getting more and more useless. They take the initiative to challenge, and they want to attack in groups after fighting. It's embarrassing. Get out. If you come here to act wild again next time, don't blame me for being rude. Princess Changping sat there and said coldly. The people in Qi Wangfu could only hold their breath, take Yang away, and retreat. After they left, Linger exclaimed, Brother Qin is so strong. Has he really just built the immortal platform? The immortal platform is also divided into levels. There are 6 levels and 3 grades in the same immortal platform. Even if they are both newly built and in the same level of the immortal platform, the ordinary immortal platform cannot compete with a king grade immortal platform. Moreover, your brother Qin may have built a legendary holy immortal platform, which is rarely seen in thousands of years. Princess Changping said slowly. Did brother Qin really build a holy immortal platform? Linger's beautiful eyes were full of brilliance. In the past, there would be no one else who was born with a strange phenomenon except him. I guess it should be the holy immortal platform. When he faced Yang, he might be able to suppress the immortal platform directly and kill his opponent in seconds. He is invincible in the same realm. Princess Changping's eyes were slightly rippled. It was too rare to build the holy immortal platform directly after stepping into the immortal platform. Under the baptism of the immortal platform, Qin Wentian's immortal power was strong. After the baptism of the holy immortal platform, his flesh, bones and meridians must have been perfect, and he could absolutely suppress those in the same realm in all aspects. At this time, a long cry was heard, and everyone's eyes suddenly turned to the direction of the training platform. They saw red light rising into the sky, like a purgatory world, with auspicious clouds in the sky, and the illusory figure of the vermilion bird looming, which was extremely terrifying. The vermilion bird immortal platform. This guy's 2 demon beast partners are extraordinary. Princess Changping sighed. Qin Wentian had two such powerful demon beast partners at the Xiangxiang realm to grow up with him. It was difficult to find a pure-blooded vermilion bird in the palace of the Immortal Kingdom. In addition to the purgatory vermilion bird, the other cute pet that could be transformed must also be an extraordinary demon. At this time, Qin Wentian walked to the training platform and saw the purgatory incarnation demon fairy. His body became even larger, covering the sky and the sun, like a peerless fierce demon. The color of his feathers changed, and each feather was full of a strong flame. The color was like the fire of purgatory, which was very scary. Purgatory let out a long cry, as if he was extremely excited. Then his body became smaller, and he flashed to the sky above Qin Wentian, hovering above his head, and finally stood on Qin Wentian's shoulder. Qin Wentian could feel his excitement. Qin Wentian reached out and touched his head, and his mood inexplicably improved. Although he tried his best to restrain himself from thinking about his parents these days, he was still a little depressed and couldn't let go. Roar! At this moment, golden light shone in the sky, and the little bastard turned into a terrifying monster. His body was huge and boundless. He roared and shook the earth. A huge monster shadow flashed in the sky, which was extremely terrifying. Golden runes flowed all over his body, dazzling. Qin Wentian smiled even more brilliantly. These two guys seemed to be competing and turned into monster fairies one after another. The little bastard roared several times before he stopped. Then his body shrank again. The overwhelming power just now seemed to disappear in an instant. He turned into a harmless person again, pure white. He trembled and jumped towards Qin Wentian. He rushed into Qin Wentian's arms like a white light. He looked up at Purgatory as if to protest and said, "Luckily I made it in time, otherwise I would be embarrassed." His voice was still childish, very naive, as if he would never grow up, revealing a cute meaning. Once transformed, he became a fierce demon. Purgatory smiled at the little bastard. "I don't want to argue with you." A crisp voice sounded, which made Qin Wentian stunned. The little bastard blinked his big eyes, which was very cute. The voice was crisp and pleasant, revealing a feminine, and it was actually a female voice. Female. The little bastard blinked, and Purgatory's body flashed and rushed out, shining with light. A heroic and beautiful girl appeared in front of Qin Wentian. She seemed to be wearing Purgatory armor, full of energy and spirit, with a hot body, revealing a seductive meaning, and a bit of cold momentum, making people dare not look directly at her. "Little bastard, you are looking for death." Purgatory's crisp voice was chilling, and Qin Wentian was also stunned. He didn't expect Purgatory to transform into a cold and seductive woman. The little bastard rubbed his eyes, as if he was surprised, then looked at Qin Wentian again and said in a baby voice, "The female Suzaku is indeed more ferocious than a tigress." Ahem. Qin Wentian hit the little bastard on the head and cursed, "You're already a demon fairy, but you're still so naughty." "Yes, this baby is also a demon fairy, Purgatory, why don't we be together, maybe we can give birth to a mutant super demon." "Get out." Purgatory was so angry that her body trembled. She looked at Qin Wentian with some grievance in her beautiful eyes, and said, "Master, you take care of him. Purgatory, just call me Brother Qin." Qin Wentian was ashamed. "No. I was born because of you, so I call you Master." Purgatory seemed very persistent and insisted. Qin Wentian rolled his eyes and said, "Then I order you to call me Brother Qin." "No." Purgatory pouted aggrievedly, just like a girl. Seeing her aggrieved look, Qin Wentian was speechless and could only nod and say, okay, whatever you want." "Thank you, Master." Purgatory smiled happily. Qin Wentian looked at his two companions, and the depression he had felt in the past few days gradually dissipated. Watching them grow up and accompany him all the way, Qin Wentian was very happy. "Let's go, it's time for us to leave," Qin Wentian said. "Little Purgatory, take me." The little bastard flashed and jumped into Purgatory's arms, rubbing towards her plump parts. Purgatory showed a look of disgust and wanted to shake him off, but this guy insisted on staying there. Purgatory could only say, "Shameless. This baby wants to rest." The little bastard lay there comfortably, and Purgatory looked disgusted. Princess Changping and Marcus Chitin saw Qin Wentian coming back, and then looked at Purgatory behind him and the little guy in his arms, and couldn't help but smile. "Princess, Marcus, Qin Wentian thanks you for disturbing me over the past few years. Now that these two guys have built the immortal platform, I should leave." "Really not waiting for Kinger." Princess Changping looked at Qin Wentian with a smile. "After Kinger builds the immortal platform, I hope the princess will tell her that I will come back to find her. No matter where I am, my heart will not change. Qin Wentian said. Okay, let him take you there. Princess Changping looked at Marcus Qitong, and Marcus Qitong said, which area do you want to go to? I will take you there through the teleportation array. Where does the teleportation array lead to in the 13 states of Dongshen? Qin Wentian asked. The teleportation array in the palace can be teleported to many areas of the immortal domain, and it can roughly adjust the direction to facilitate travel. Which state do you want to go to? Marcus Qitong took a step, and Qin Wentian followed behind him, walking towards the direction of the palace teleportation array. Yunzhao. Qin Wentian said. No problem, it should be able to be sent to Yunzhao. It depends on luck to know which county or city it is. Marcus Qitong said. No problem, I have a fairy soldier on me. When I arrive in Yunzhao, I will go to my destination. Qin Wentian replied. As they spoke, they came to the teleportation array area. There was a palace army guarding this place, and only the princes in the palace were qualified to use it. This teleportation array leads to the 13 states of Dongshen. I will adjust the position for you. Qi Tonghao walked towards a large array. The teleportation array here was extremely exquisite. It must have been cast by a master-level space array master. Come up. Qi Tonghao said. Qin Wentian walked up to the teleportation array, and Qi Tonghao went out. After a moment, the array was activated, and the terrifying space light rushed straight into the sky. Qin Wentian nodded to Qi Tonghao and said, My lord, see you later. See you later. Qi Tonghao smiled, and the light flashed as soon as the voice fell, and Qin Wentian disappeared. Dongsheng 13 states, Yunzhao Land, Jiangling County, Wu'aiao City. In the endless wilderness outside the city, a couple was seen desperately fleeing. The man was covered in blood and his face was as pale as paper. Zuru, you go first, I will hold them back, otherwise we can't escape. The man looked at his beautiful girlfriend beside him, and his heart ached slightly. He was afraid that he would not be able to escape this time. No, we must die together. The woman shook her head. Zuru, listen to me. That beast doesn't want you to die. The young man's eyes were red. The woman next to him seemed to have a piece of clothes on her shoulders torn off, revealing her fair skin. Hearing this, the woman turned pale and said, Then I will commit suicide. Go. The man shouted, and the woman's eyes were filled with tears. At this moment, a dazzling light shot out from the void, and then there seemed to be a void door in the sky. Two figures, a man and a woman, walked out from it. The man was handsome and the woman was charming. They were heroic and heroic. At first glance, they were extraordinary people. The people who appeared were Qin Wentian and Purgatory. The spatial fluctuations dissipated. They looked around and didn't know where they were. Chapter 1010, Immortal Realm Sword Sect. The two people below were shocked to see Qin Wentian and Lian Yu coming directly across the void. At this moment, Qin Wentian stepped forward and appeared in front of them. He asked, You two, which county of Yunzhao is this? Jiangling County. The man responded and looked at Qin Wentian and said, Senior, I have offended my enemy and I know I can't survive. Can you please save my lover's life? After he finished speaking, Qin Wentian's eyes stared at him. Those deep eyes seemed to be able to see through him and know all his thoughts. However, he still did not bow his head. He knew that the person in front of him might be an extraordinary person. Even if he looked young, it was just because of his powerful cultivation. As long as the other party nodded, he and Zuru might have the chance to survive. Jiangling County. Qin Wentian was a little surprised. He was in Jiangling County when he first entered the fairyland. Qin Wentian naturally understood that the man in front of him wanted to ask for help. If he nodded, it would be impossible for him to save only his junior sister. However, he would not care about this thought and asked again, Which city in Jiangling County is this place close to? Wu'aiao City. It's not far from Wu'aiao City. The man said again. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a strange light. When he first arrived in the fairyland, he landed in Wu'aiao City in Jiangling County. He also accepted a disciple Qin Feng in Wu'aiao City. Later, because of Qin Feng's sister Qin Qing, he made a grudge against the lord of Wu'aiao City and abolished Zhang Huang, the young master of the Zhang family, who was a transcendent force in Yunzhao. He was hunted down and wanted, so Qin Feng and his family left. Later, he was recognized in Piaoxua City. The Zhang family and major forces dealt with him, but he used the power of the Lord of Piaoxa Tower to raise the once prosperous Zhang family to the ground. After so many years, the world has changed dramatically, and he happened to return to Wu Aiao City. Now, the land of Yunzhao has been ruled by Emperor Qin Wentian, and is no longer under the jurisdiction of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect, and Jiangling County is naturally the same. At this time, a group of strong men came from behind on flying eagles, led by a young man, who seemed to be injured and looked slightly pale. His eyes were gloomy and cold, staring at Qin Wentian, and said coldly, "Do you still want to leave?" The men and Zuru's faces changed drastically, and they only looked at Qin Wentian. "Why did you make enemies?" Qin Wentian asked the man. "The Golden Armor sect is doing business, and those who are outsiders, get out immediately." The young man in the lead shouted coldly, and the strong men surrounded this place in an instant. Golden Armor sect, so familiar. Qin Wentian murmured. Back then, he had an enemy with Zhao Yuan, a disciple of the Golden Armor sect in Wu Aiao City. Her master was the great elder of the Golden Armor sect. At that time, the immortal thought appeared to take his life. At this time, the white-clothed immortal king Bai Wuya appeared, killed the other party's immortal thought with one glance, and took him to the Fu realm. "Senior, I don't know this person. He was frivolous in the restaurant, so my senior brother taught him a lesson and injured him. I didn't expect he was from the Golden Armor sect." The woman Zur looked at Qin Wentian with pleading eyes. "The fairyland world is like this. The strong are domineering and bully the weak. If you offend them, you will be miserable. The fairyland is vast. Although there are many emperors, it is because the base is too large. In Wu Aiao City, the fairyland figures are already at the top of the pyramid. The Golden Armor sect is the power of the fairyland strongmen, so the disciples are naturally domineering. But is it so?" Qin Wentian looked at the young man of the Golden Armor sect and said, "You still want to stand up for the Jinjia sect, do you? You'd better think about it." The young man stared at Qin Wentian. When he saw the eyes of purgatory behind Qin Wentian, he lit up. However, he saw that the two seemed to have extraordinary temperaments, so he did not dare to act rashly. He smiled and said, "I am the son of the elder of the Jinjia sect. If you are willing, you can be friends and visit my Jinjia sect." Qin Wentian saw through the other party's thoughts at a glance, and said to the man who asked for help in Zuru, "You can go." "Thank you, senior." The two men knew that they were saved, bowed slightly to Qin Wentian, and then left. "How dare you?" The young man shouted coldly, "You are really looking for death? Kill him and leave the woman for me to enjoy slowly." He wanted to see who dared to mess with his Jinjia sect within the sphere of influence of Wu Aiao City. He had immortal thoughts in his body, and he was not afraid even if Qin Wentian was a high-level celestial being. "Yes, young master." The aura of the people of the Golden Armor sect was blooming, and many of them were blooming with stars and celestial phenomena. The man who fled had a strong cultivation base and was a powerful celestial figure, so the people chasing him were quite powerful. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he stepped forward. A series of crisp muffled sounds came out, and Qin Wentian stepped directly through the crowd and left this place in an instant. The fleeing man seemed to feel something. He looked back and then stopped. His eyes were fixed there, and he felt his heartbeat speed up. "Senior brother." Zuru was startled when she saw the man stop. She also turned back and saw Qin Wentian walking away. The people of the Golden Armor sect all fell to the ground, their faces pale, their cultivation bases were abolished, and as for the young man in the lead, he had no life at all. He was dead and his immortal thoughts could not appear. So strong. The man's heartbeat was very strong. None of his masters had such a terrible strong man. What realm is this? Zuru's body trembled slightly. Didn't he even make a move against that handsome young man? Immortal. The man uttered a word. This young man was an immortal. In Wu Aiao City, Qin Wentian and Purgatory strolled in it. His immortal thoughts were released, covering an area of hundreds of miles. In the past, he came from the particle world. He was weak in the celestial realm and couldn't take a good look at the city. In the small city of the immortal realm, there are still more people with weak cultivation than those with strong cultivation. The top level is the celestial realm. However, because the population of Wu Aiao City is too large, there are too many strong people in the celestial realm. When they first enter the immortal realm, they can dominate a city, become a city lord, or open up a sect. Under the cover of immortal thoughts, many scenes appeared in Qin Wentian's mind, and countless voices were projected in his mind. At this moment, Qin Wentian's eyebrows jumped, and a restaurant appeared in his mind. Then his immortal thoughts focused and floated towards the restaurant, landing on one of the tables in the restaurant. I think this Hanjian sect is in trouble this time. It's their fault for being targeted by ZU. But then again, the people of the Hanjian sect are indeed extraordinary. Each of them is a young hero. Lu Bingyu is as cold and proud as a plum blossom, and ZU might have evil thoughts about her. That's right. I heard that the city lord's young master ZU is practicing evil attacks. His father is a demon, and ZU is evil. Rumor has it that many pure and innocent women have been ruined by ZU's hands. The people of the Hanjian sect have just arrived and have offended many people in the fairyland. I'm afraid they will be destroyed this time. I heard that they came from the indigenous world. No wonder they don't understand the rules of the fairyland. Hanjian sect. There was a gleam in Qin Wentian's eyes, and then he took a step forward. After a moment, his figure appeared directly in the restaurant. The two people who were talking saw that there were suddenly two more figures beside them. Their pupils contracted and stared at Qin Wentian in purgatory. The young man and woman looked extraordinary. They were probably the young masters of a powerful force. Young man, do you have anything to ask of you? One of them bowed to Qin Wentian, quite politely. In the immortal realm, offending others casually is the most taboo, as it is easy to be killed. People with weak strength must keep a low profile. Take me to the sword sect. Qin Wentian looked at him and said, The sword sect, have you come to the immortal realm? This. The man looked embarrassed. Qin Wentian frowned, his eyes were as sharp as swords. The man felt cold sweat, a strong pressure fell on him. Young man, now the son of the city lord ZU has mobilized many people to encircle and suppress this Hanjian sect. How dare I go at this time? After you take me to the place and point out the direction, I will let you go and will not treat you unfairly. Qin Wentian said calmly. The man lowered his head and said, Okay. He knew that Qin Wentian was being polite by not forcing him. How could he not know what was good for him and not know how he died? Qin Wentian took his body and left directly, extremely fast. The man pointed out the direction for Qin Wentian all the way until Qin Wentian's immortal thoughts found the Hanjian sect and released the man, and gave him a lot of rewards. There are ancient green mountains in Wu Iao City, and the Hanjian sect is located here. On a huge rock under the ancient peak of the mountain gate, there is a figure as proud as plum blossom standing there. She carries an ancient sword, her long clothes fluttering, and she is as graceful as a fairy. At this time, the woman frowned slightly, and her eyes shot out into the distance like sharp swords. She saw a breath appearing there, and then she saw two figures walking over. When she saw the figure of the young man in front of her clearly, her beautiful eyes froze there instantly, and a strange light flashed across her cold eyes, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. The young man gradually approached, seemingly with slow steps, but he soon came to the woman, looked at her and smiled. Don't you recognize me? Lu Bingyu still hadn't come back to her senses. Qin Wentian's temperament seemed to have changed again, becoming more handsome, and with a bit of detachment. What happened? Why did the sword sect move to the fairyland? Qin Wentian asked. He was more concerned about the situation in the particle world. Lu Bingyu looked at Qin Wentian, then glanced at purgatory behind him, and then said, Let's talk while we go back to the sect. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded, walked to Lu Bingyu, and walked towards the mountain gate together. Lu Bingyu said, After you left, Senior Yaohuang was the strongest in the particle world, but Yaohuang Valley had no intention of dominating. Various forces competed and rose, and many superpowers emerged. However, because of your suppression at the beginning, the Galaxy Guild became silent and even disappeared. But just a while ago, the Galaxy Guild mobilized strong people from outside the world into the particle world and suppressed the world with strong means. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with coldness. It was the Galaxy Guild again. How are Senior Yaohuang and King Chen? Have they come to the fairyland? Qin Wentian asked. Lu Bingyu looked at Qin Wentian and shook his head slowly. Senior Yaohuang sent many outstanding people in the world out of the particle world. Mo King Chen, she refused to leave. Why? Qin Wentian's heart trembled slightly. She knows that the fairyland is too big. Lu Bingyu said, She wants to wait for you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1011 Strong Posture. Qin Wentian's body trembled slightly, and he was speechless for a moment. Yes, the fairyland is too big. Qin Chang thought that she would never meet Qin Wentian again after she arrived in the fairyland. In the vast fairyland, even the emperor would find it difficult to dig someone out. He promised to go back, so Qin Chang refused to leave the particle world. She wanted to wait for him to go back. Qin Chang will be fine, Qin Wentian said in his heart. After solving the problem of the sword sect, he immediately went to the particle world to find Qin Chang. He couldn't wait for a moment. Are you okay in the fairyland? Lu Bingai was silent for a moment, and a cold voice sounded. Seeing that Qin Wentian had an extraordinary temperament and was accompanied by a beautiful woman, he should be doing well. Presumably, his strength has also improved greatly. With his talent, he is afraid that he has already entered the top of the celestial realm. Everything is fine. Qin Wentian nodded. I'm fine too. Lu Bingai nodded. The two of them were silent all the way and finally stepped into the mountain gate. Bingai, you're back. A figure stepped forward. When he saw Qin Wentian, his eyes fixed, and then he smiled and said, Junior brother Qin. Senior brother Ji. Qin Wentian shouted. It turned out that the person who came was Ji Fixu. Haha, I didn't expect to meet junior brother Qin in the fairyland. Ji Fixu smiled and said, come on, everyone will be happy to see you. As Ji Fixu spoke, figures flashed by one after another. They were all people from the former Jiutian sect. Qin Wentian saw many familiar figures, including senior brother Lin Shui, Lingshan Swordmaster, Meishan Swordmaster, and even Yi Lingshuang. Wentian. Yi Lingshuang saw Qin Wentian's surprise. She stepped directly in front of Qin Wentian and held Qin Wentian's hands. She was very excited. She didn't expect to see Qin Wentian in the fairyland. Sister Lingshuang, is my godfather here? Qin Wentian asked Yi Lingshuang. Father, he can't abandon your country. Yi Lingshuang shook his head. As the emperor of your country, it was not easy for your Qingayan to leave alone. Yi Lingshuang was a disciple of this Hanjian sect, so it was natural for her to be here. Wentian. One figure after another came over, and Qin Wentian smiled at those familiar figures. Boy, why are you here? A voice came, and everyone immediately made way. Then the figure of the Hanjian sect's ancestor appeared. Qin Wentian looked at him and said with a smile, Old man, can't I come? Still so arrogant. The ancestor stepped over with his hands behind his back, walked to Qin Wentian's side, raised his hand and slammed Qin Wentian with a palm, and suddenly a violent sword power swept out and hit Qin Wentian directly. Test me. Qin Wentian smiled. This old man wanted to take him as a disciple, but he didn't agree. He still holds a grudge. Qin Wentian raised his hand and slapped out a big palm print. The two palm prints collided with each other, and a violent airflow swept out. The old ancestor took a step back, but Qin Wentian still stood there with a smile. This made the old ancestor glare at Qin Wentian and said, Good fellow, no wonder you are still so arrogant. You must have reached the peak level of the celestial realm, but you can fight me to draw. Everyone around laughed. The old ancestor was obviously beaten back and still said it was a draw, but everyone gave him face and didn't expose him. Old man, I have already shown mercy. Qin Wentian said with an impolite smile, which made the old ancestor even more angry and cursed. Bullshit. Ha ha ha. Everyone around laughed. Next to him, Meishan Swordmaster felt a little uncomfortable when he saw such a powerful person. Thinking back to the time when Xiao Lu tested the sword, she said she wanted to accept Qin Wentian as a disciple, but Qin Wentian refused. She also made sarcastic remarks. Now, Qin Wentian has surpassed her. Not only Qin Wentian, many of the young people of the Hanjian sect of this generation are extremely talented, and now they are gradually catching up with their elders. Junior brother Qin, please give some face to the master. Lin Shui said jokingly. Qin Wentian turned his eyes and looked at Lin Shui, Duan Han and others. He nodded and shouted at them. Although he was powerful, he still had no prestige. Boy, you came at the wrong time. The ancestor of this Hanjian sect said to him, We have been surrounded here. We have offended the people in the city lord's mansion. They will come to kill us soon. What happened specifically? Qin Wentian asked. We established our sect in Wu Iao City and were immediately targeted by some local big forces. When the disciples of those big forces walked in Wu Iao City, they dragged the city lord's son Xiaoyu with them and deliberately provoked them. Ji Fixu and Bingaiyu fought with them and got into trouble. It's my fault. Lu Bingyu bowed his head. It has nothing to do with you. They are bullying too much? Ji Fixu said, unconvinced. It doesn't matter who is right or wrong. Get ready for this battle. The city lord is a fairyland figure and should not participate in this turmoil. It was those young strong men who spontaneously stopped it and threatened to destroy my Hanjian sect. Qin boy, what are your plans? The ancestor of this Hanjian sect asked. Old man, I am also a member of this Hanjian sect after all. Do you want to drive me away? Qin Wentian smiled. Okay, this Hanjian sect has never been wrong about you. Whether we win or lose this battle, we will withdraw from Wu Iao City. The ancestor said seriously, get ready for the battle. I got the news that they have already set off. Yes, ancestor. Everyone nodded one after another, and their expressions became much more solemn. This battle will be very difficult. Okay, Hanjian sect disciples, get ready. The ancestor shouted, and all the disciples of this Hanjian sect flew up in the air. In an instant, the sword whistled in the sky, and young figures stepped on the sword and went forward to fight for the sect. Qin Wentian smiled when he saw this scene. No matter where this Hanjian sect is, it is this Hanjian sect. In front of this Hanjian sect, on the ancient peak, on the huge rocks, there were disciples of this Hanjian sect standing one after another. Qin Wentian was also here. Beside him, Lin Shui, Ji Fixu, Lu Bingyu and other outstanding disciples stood scattered. Behind them were elders such as the Swordmaster. They looked ahead and saw a mighty force rushing towards them from a distance, like a dark cloud pressing down on the city. On top of an extremely large monster, there stood a group of young people. The leader was Ziyu from the city lord's mansion, and there were also many children of powerful forces in Wu Iao City. They all respected Ziyu. Prepare for war. The sword energy surged on the disciples of this Hanjian sect. Lu Bingyu's eyes were cold, staring at the front, with an extremely cold expression. Haha, the cold beauty Lu Bingyu is here. There are many beauties in this Hanjian sect. A disciple laughed and said. Lu Bingyu's master is good. I like older ones, more attractive. These young people spoke unscrupulously and arrogantly. If this Hanjian sect is willing to let all the women surrender and go back with us, perhaps we will let this Hanjian sect go. Someone said deliberately sarcastically, causing this Hanjian sect disciples to rush out with murderous intent. A large number of powerful men came, and at this time, only one person exclaimed, "Hey, this little beauty is really charming, I have never seen it before." The man said, his eyes fell on the purgatory next to Qin Wentian. Purgatory had a hot body and was extremely charming. She was wearing flame-colored armor, which set off her plump figure very temptingly. Coupled with her charming fairy spirit and cold and arrogant face, she instantly attracted the attention of many people. Haha, the sword sect is really a good place, Ziyu. Who do you like between this beauty and Lu Bingyu? The man said to Ziyu next to him, but Ziyu was a little abnormal at this time. The frivolous smile in his eyes disappeared, and he didn't even look at Purgatory, but stared at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's long robe fluttered, and he stood there with his hands behind his back, standing there casually, which made Ziyu inexplicably flustered. Why was he here, pretending to know nothing? But at this time, Qin Wentian's eyes were already fixed on him, making Ziyu's face look worse and worse. Ziyu, what's wrong? The young man next to him seemed to have noticed that Ziyu was wrong and asked. This matter has nothing to do with you, right? Ziyu looked at Qin Wentian and said with a brave face. Hearing Ziyu's words, everyone looked at Qin Wentian. Those around Ziyu were a little surprised. Ziyu recognized this person? Could he be a disciple of the fairy level power? The people of the sword sect also looked at Qin Wentian. Ziyu actually knew Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian stood there, his eyes still staring at Ziyu, as if he wanted to see through Ziyu, which made Ziyu's heart even more flustered, and his face became more and more ugly. How could this bastard's eyes be so sharp? Let your parents come to see me. Qin Wentian uttered a voice, shocking everyone to look at him one by one. Ziyu's parents are both fairyland figures, come to see him? Boy, are you tired of living? The young man sneered and said. Many strong men behind Ziyu were cold, and the people of the sword sect looked at Qin Wentian in astonishment. But Qin Wentian only stared at Ziyu. Seeing Ziyu's changing expression, Qin Wentian knew that although Ziyu was in the small city of Wu Iao City, because he was the son of the city lord, he should know what identity he was talking to him in. Okay, I'll take people away now. Just when everyone thought Qin Wentian was crazy, Ziyu suddenly gave in and spoke, which immediately shocked everyone speechless. They just felt a little unreal. The strong men brought by Ziyu were all wondering, who is this person? Who told you to take people away? Qin Wentian said coldly, I asked you to notify your parents to come to see me immediately. Don't you understand? The people of the sword sect looked at Qin Wentian in shock. They found that Qin Wentian's temperament had changed at this moment. There was no warmth when he met them. At this moment, Qin Wentian was so extraordinary and domineering. His words were orders and they must not be disobeyed. What's going on? The people of the sword sect were ready for a big battle, but they definitely didn't expect it to be like this. Lu Bingai also looked at Qin Wentian, with confusion in her beautiful eyes. Yes, Ziyu once again gave in to Qin Wentian's strength and nodded, I'll notify them to come here right away. As he spoke, he took out a talisman and crushed it directly. At the same time, he sent a message to the people around him, immediately, let your elders come here, otherwise you will all be in great trouble. Chapter 1012 Qin Wentian, Immortal. Who is he? Everyone stared at Qin Wentian. They all knew what kind of personality Ziyu had. He was very evil. His parents were both powerful immortals. His father Zishu is a demon lion and the overlord of the particle world. His mother Bu Yanyu is the lord of a city. Ziyu had always been arrogant in Wu Aiao city. Now, this young man asked his parents to come to see him, and Ziyu actually obeyed. It seemed that this person's identity was extraordinary. These arrogant young people calmed down. They were uneasy and did not dare to speak recklessly as they did just now. They sent a message to Ziyu to find out the identity of this person, but Ziyu refused to speak clearly, which made them very angry. The people of his Hanjian sect were also puzzled. The ancestor of his Hanjian sect looked at Qin Wentian and thought to himself, this guy is gifted. It seems that even in the land of immortals, he has achieved extraordinary achievements. It is very likely that he has joined a great immortal force, otherwise Ziyu would not be so afraid of him. Wentian, have you joined the immortal force? Yiling Shuang asked directly. You can say that. Qin Wentian said. He was from the heavenly talisman realm, but everyone thought he was a disciple of the Thousand Changes Emperor. It seems that it is a powerful force in Jiangling County, and it can suppress the lord of Wu Aiao city. Yiling Shuang laughed. Her brother was really amazing. Qin Wentian smiled without commenting, which made Yiling Shuang and the people of the sword sect feel relieved. It seemed that with Qin Wentian here, their sword sect should not be in big trouble. Ziyu was so afraid of Qin Wentian, obviously intimidated by Qin Wentian's identity. A war that was ready to start suddenly died down. The mighty strong men were suspended in the void, looking a little at a loss. Qin Wentian seemed to be the only focus. Everyone, step back. Leave the things here to me. There will be no problem. Qin Wentian said to the people of the sword sect. The strong men nodded and stood behind. Only a few people such as Lu Bingai were still standing on the boulder. After a long time, a shocking might swept in from a distance. Everyone looked up and saw two powerful figures coming together and landing directly in front of Ziyu. City Lord. Everyone bowed slightly to the female city lord Bu Yanyu. Bu Yanyu didn't look at them, but just stared at Qin Wentian. It was indeed him. He actually returned to Wu Aiao city. In the past, Qin Wentian had seriously injured Zhang Kuang of the Zhang family in front of him. At that time, no one knew that he would become the #1 in the prosperous century of Dongsheng Xianmen. Dongsheng Xiandi wanted to accept him as a disciple but was rejected. She didn't know about this until Qianbian Emperor ruled Yunzhao. The people of Wu Aiao city may not be very clear about these, but as the city lord, she is naturally very concerned about those movements. Many thoughts flashed through her mind. Qin Wentian had some grudges with them in the past. Is he here to ask for punishment now? Wu Aiao city lord Bu Yanyu, meet young Master Qin. Bu Yanyu bowed her head to Qin Wentian. This scene shocked everyone again. As Iante-level strong man, the city lord of Wu Aiao city, she called Qin Wentian, young Master Qin, and bowed to him. What kind of identity is this young man? Bu Yanyu, you are not a good parent, how should you deal with me? Qin Wentian's eyes were sharp and he spoke domineeringly. The hearts of the strong men of this Hanjian sect trembled. Qin Wentian was still so strong in the face of a Xiante strong man? In the particle world, immortals represent the supreme authority. Why was the Imperial Saint sect so domineering in the past? Those who obeyed prospered and those who disobeyed perished, because the Imperial Saint sect had immortals. Now, Qin Wentian is alone, facing a giant strong man, and he is still so domineering. It is simply unimaginable. Bu Yanyu and Zishi's faces changed, and Zishi said, I will teach him a lesson when we get back, so that he will remember this lesson. I didn't ask you. Qin Wentian glanced at Zishi, his eyes were cold, and Zishi's face darkened, but Bu Yanyu said, how does young Master Qin want me to deal with him? As the Lord of Wu Iao City, you govern a city, but you allow Ziyu to run rampant, suppress other forces, and treat human lives as worthless. Ziyu should be executed, and you should also abdicate as Lord of the city. Qin Wentian spoke coldly, his voice was like a bolt from the blue, shaking everyone's heart. This young man wanted to sentence Ziyu to death? Not only that, he also wanted Bu Yanyu to step down as Lord of the city. I have been running Wu Iao City for 1,000 years. Even if Yunzhao changes its owner, the position of the city Lord of Wuji City in the 81st county remains unchanged. Young Master Qin wants me to step down with just one word, and wants to sentence my son to death. It's a bit ridiculous. Bu Yanyu looked at Qin Wentian and said, who does young Master Qin represent to talk to me? The city Lord of Wu Iao City. Qin Wentian smiled coldly at Bu Yanyu's strength and whispered, very good. His smile was sharp and cold, which made Bu Yanyu feel a slight tremor in her heart, and she felt that the young man in front of her was dangerous. Since City Lord Bu doesn't like me to talk to you in my identity, then I will talk to you in my personal identity. Back then, your City Lord's mansion captured my friend Qin Qing and hunted me down. This account should be settled. Qin Wentian said coldly. Personal grudge? Bu Yanyu said coldly. Yes, personal grudge. Qin Wentian said. Well, since young Master Qin said so, maybe we are going to offend him. A murderous intent flashed in Bu Yanyu's eyes. It seemed that she could not continue to be the Lord of Wu Iao City. Qin Wentian's current status would not allow her to be safe. Killing Qin Wentian would also cause endless troubles. She could only go to the forces of Dongsheng Xianmen. As long as the strength was there, it didn't matter if she didn't have the status of the Lord of Wu Iao City. Get out! Qin Wentian shouted coldly, and there was a muffled sound in the world. Then, one after another, figures stepped out from the surroundings. One of them was surrounded by a faint fairy light. He was a strong man from the fairy platform. Who are you? Qin Wentian asked. Wu Iao City Commander Han Wei. The giant strongman said, greetings, young Master Qin. Okay, you will temporarily take on the position of the city lord from now on. Qin Wentian said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, Bu Yanyu laughed wantonly. Qin Wentian, you are too wanton. Even if you have the protection of immortal thoughts, I will not kill you, but just capture you and send you to the Eastern Saint Immortal Gate. I can still get a good position in exchange. You are looking for death? Purgatory said coldly. She stepped out, and suddenly the red immortal light shone brightly in the sky, and a hot air swept through the void, shocking everyone. The beautiful woman following behind Qin Wentian turned out to be the Xiante strongman. Xiante. The people of the Zhanjian sect lost their minds and felt terrified. Those young men who had spoken rudely before were even more silent and trembling. No wonder he is so arrogant. He actually has powerful immortals following him. However, this is not enough. Bu Yanyu and Zishi both exuded immortal power and stepped out together. Zishi let out an earth-shaking roar and punched out, shaking the earth as if a terrifying lion king roared out and killed towards Purgatory. Purgatory's finger shot out, and the immortal platform burst out with powerful immortal power. A phantom of a red bird rushed out and collided with the attack of the evil lion, exploding with a loud bang. She is very powerful. The evil lion said to Bu Yanyu, and the two stepped out at the same time. A loud bang was heard, and the evil lion turned into an extremely huge monster, swallowing up the world and descending directly in front of Purgatory, trying to swallow her up. The immortal platform in Purgatory's body burst into endless light, and in an instant her whole body was wrapped in the dazzling phantom of the red bird, with shining wings, and she was unparalleled in her beauty. She let out a long roar, and the fire of Purgatory swept over her forehead, and she rushed towards the evil lion. The two fought violently in an instant. The evil lion's immortal platform was at the second level, and Purgatory was not at a disadvantage in the battle with him. Every attack had the power of destruction, and the people around were terrified. Buzz! At this moment, Bu Yanyu's body turned into a phantom and directly crossed the Purgatory. Her figure was too fast. With the immortal body movement, she instantly appeared in front of Qin Wentian. The strong immortal power oppressed Qin Wentian. The whole body was shone with white immortal sword light, like a fan of sword wings, slashing towards Qin Wentian. The speed of the immortal platform strongman was so fast that the people of the Jiutian sect had no time to react. Wentian. The faces of the people of the Jiutian sect changed drastically. Bu Yanyu had a cold smile in her eyes, and the sword wings had already slashed down. SHH, SHH, SHH. A sharp and piercing sound came out, and the sword wings slashed on Qin Wentian's shoulder. There was a faint brilliant white fire. There was no blood, and Qin Wentian's arm was not cut off. He still stood there, watching everything calmly. However, at this moment, Qin Wentian's body was flowing with brilliant runes, and the halo shone on his body. At this moment, the immortal light filled the sky and sprinkled between heaven and earth. Qin Wentian was bathed in the immortal light, so transcendent and arrogant. At this moment, Qin Wentian was an immortal. This immortal platform. The people of the sword sect were horrified and shocked, staring at the scene in front of them. Qin Wentian actually embarked on the road to immortality? Huh? The ancestor of the sword sect trembled all over, took a deep breath, and said, "Young people are formidable, young people are formidable, no wonder he said he was letting me. How is this possible?" Many people were horrified. Even if he was an immortal, Bu Yanyu, a strong man from the immortal platform, couldn't even cut his arm with one blow. Was his physical defense so terrible? Ji Fixu, Lin Shui, Duan Han and others seemed to stop thinking when they saw this scene. Qin Wentian had become an immortal? Lu Bingai looked at the figure bathed in immortal light, like an unparalleled king, able to overlook the world. Who could touch him? Lu Bingai's beautiful eyes were absent-minded for a while, and then a trace of depression arose in her heart, which was very complicated. Of course, the one whose face changed the most was Bu Yanyu, the lord of Wu Iao City. Did your attack shake Qin Wentian? You are courting death. Qin Wentian uttered a voice, raised his right hand, and struck out with his finger. The terrifying immortal light was contained in this finger. The distance between the two was too close, and Bu Yanyu could not avoid this finger at all. Puff. The finger fell, and the immortal light directly penetrated into Bu Yanyu's body and directly hit her immortal platform. A ray of annihilation immortal light was contained in this finger and directly penetrated through her immortal platform. Ah! With a scream, Bu Yanyu's immortal platform was shattered. P.S. I ran, took a shower and went to bed after writing yesterday. I didn't expect so many brothers to wait for updates. Haha, Wuhan has already sent an update notification on WeChat. Everyone can search for Jing Wuhan on WeChat and follow me to know if there are any updates. You can also see the pictures of Kinger and Purgatory Beauty. Everyone says Purgatory is beautiful. Haha, don't forget the monthly votes, brothers. Chapter 1013 Qin Wentian's Instructions. This finger, which contained the power of immortality and destruction, directly broke Bu Yanyu's immortal platform. At this moment, the immortal aura on Bu Yanyu's body dissipated. She looked at Qin Wentian in pain, her face seemed to be aging, and wrinkles appeared on her face. The immortal platform was broken, the immortal road was cut off, and the immortal energy was scattered. Ah! Bu Yanyu screamed continuously. The immortal platform was broken. Her immortal platform was shattered by Qin Wentian, and the immortal road was cut off. She seemed not to realize that her life was still under Qin Wentian's control. Qin Wentian's palm trembled, and suddenly a large palm print in the void directly locked Bu Yanyu in the void. The bodies of the strong men who followed Ziyu were constantly trembling, and the eyes looking at Qin Wentian were full of fear and awe. Strong strength can easily gain the awe of others. This is the world of immortals. Before, they thought that Qin Wentian was just an extraordinary identity, even Bu Yanyu thought so, but after fighting, they understood that it was more than just an identity. Qin Wentian's strength could kill the lord of Wu Iao City, Bu Yanyu, in seconds. The Sword Clan was speechless and extremely shocked. They stared at the proud figure who could easily destroy immortals. Is Qin Wentian so terrible? Maishan's swordmaster had been a little jealous of Qin Wentian before, but when she saw that peerless figure, she suddenly felt lonely. She really understood that genius could not be judged by common sense. She was not qualified to compare with Qin Wentian. She should have put down her senior status. Qin Wentian had surpassed her by far. He was an immortal who could kill other immortal masters with a wave of his hand. If it was in the past, Qin Wentian would be a person who could kill the Saint Emperor of the Emperor-level Saint Clan with a wave of his hand. The Saint Emperor was supreme in the particle world. She The sword master of Meishan had never thought of challenging him. How could they compare? What was the point of being jealous? Qin Wentian was no longer on the same level as her. No. Ziyu's face turned pale as paper, as if he had just realized that his mother, the city lord, was vulnerable. This made him, who was usually domineering and overbearing, feel cold all over, as if he had smelled the breath of death. Roar. Zishi roared, but the purgatory fighting force that was fighting him was extremely powerful. He had no intention of killing Qin Wentian. Bu Yanai was held tightly by Qin Wentian. She looked at Qin Wentian and said, "How could it be? How could you be so strong?" At the beginning, when Qin Wentian was in Wu Iao City, his cultivation was only a low-level celestial phenomenon. Even though he won the first place in the Eastern Saint Immortal sect, it was rumored that he was only at the 7th level of celestial phenomenon. Only more than 10 years had passed. How could he have embarked on the road to immortality, and his combat power was so strong? She couldn't understand. Since it is a personal grudge, Ziyu captured my friend Qin Qing and wanted to send her to be a maid. Now he brings people to kill here and acts tyrannically. How many innocent people have died in his hands? Why does he dare to be so rampant and do whatever he wants? It's just because he has a mother who is the city lord who protects him. As the city lord of Wu Iao City, you allow your descendants to do evil. Today, Qin will enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Kill. Qin Wentian swept his palm across, and a sword light slashed down directly. Bu Yanai's body trembled in the void, and then fell weakly to the sky below, making Ziyu and the people around him tremble with fear and their hearts and livers broken. The strong man of Xiante has stood on the top of Wu Iao City. Bu Yanai is the city lord of Wu Iao City, and was killed on the spot by Qin Wentian, enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. Roar. The evil lion turned into a terrifying monster, roaring wildly. The world was in chaos, and the evil spirit swept across the world. Qin Wentian turned his eyes and swept towards the evil lion, saying coldly, "When you indulged Ziyu to kill innocent people, why didn't you think of today?" As soon as the voice fell, a huge palm print in the void directly crossed the space and turned directly to Ziyu. No. Ziyu shouted and turned around to escape, but he was no match for Qin Wentian. He was caught by Qin Wentian's huge palm print in the void in an instant. He was full of evil spirit, but that was because no one in Wu Iao City dared to provoke him, but now, his life was in danger, and his whole body was shaking constantly. People like you living in Wu Iao City are a disaster. Qin Wentian's palm print trembled, and the sword energy raged past. The crowd saw that Ziyu's body in the palm print was shattered and turned into ashes. The strong man of Xiante is invincible. The evil lion and Purgatory were still fighting. Qin Wentian saw Purgatory was also furious. She transformed into Purgatory Vermilion Bird, and her body was all Purgatory fire, burning the sky and destroying the earth. The evil lion screamed continuously, and it was already at the end of its strength. Purgatory Vermilion Bird is Qin Wentian's monster. The people of the sword sect were stunned for a while. It turned out that the charming woman was actually the monster partner of Qin Wentian. Even his monster had entered the immortal stage and had tremendous combat power. So strong. Yiling Shuang murmured to herself. She looked at Purgatory, and then looked at Qin Wentian's back. It seemed that she remembered the situation when she met Qin Wentian in the sword sect. Now, he has become so strong. The beauties in Purgatory are still very powerful, although they are much worse than me. The little bastard in Yiling Shuang's arms muttered, and his little paws were crawling dishonestly. Yiling Shuang knew his character long ago, and directly grabbed his ears, causing the little bastard to grimace in pain and said, "Oh, women's hearts are the most vicious. You are so smooth talking, you learned it from my brother." Yiling Shuang patted the little bastard on the head, making the little bastard glare at her angrily and said, "I am a demon fairy." "You? Forget it." Yiling Shuang said contemptuously. The little bastard turned his head and said, "I don't want to pay attention to you." Ah! A scream was heard, and the evil lion's huge body was enveloped by the Purgatory fairy fire, and its body was actually burning from the inside to the outside, like a real purgatory on earth. Shocking. The screams continued, and the evil lion was rioting wildly, but soon the sound gradually died down, and its huge body fell towards the sky below. A loud bang was heard, and then the crowd saw that the evil lion's huge body was disappearing bit by bit, and the Purgatory fairy fire would completely burn his body. The flames on Purgatory dissipated, and she turned into a human form again. At this moment, the young men who had been frivolous with her before shrank their heads and kept retreating backwards, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. They actually teased a powerful demon fairy who could kill the evil lion. This was simply courting death. Seeing Purgatory's beautiful body, although they wanted to do something with her deep in their hearts, they could only suppress it in their hearts, and they were more afraid. Such a charming demon fairy was not something they could touch, and they could only look up to her. Purgatory flashed and stood quietly behind Qin Wentian, as if nothing had happened. However, the space had become quiet, and the strong men hiding in the dark did not dare to show their heads. Countless eyes looked at the corpses on the ground, and their hearts trembled slightly, especially those who followed Zu. They were afraid that Qin Wentian would kill them all in anger. Now that Qin Wentian was at the immortal stage realm, he was not afraid of their large numbers. In front of the immortals, no matter how many people in the celestial realm there were, it was useless. The power of the immortal rules was released, and a group of people could be killed in an instant. Qin Wentian swept his eyes over everyone, looked at the crowd behind him and said, "Since you didn't take action, I will let you followers go. You can kill the leaders on your own, which will be considered as redemption. I will forgive you for the past." "No, Mr. Qin, please forgive me." The young men who were in the lead turned pale, and saw the mighty strong men behind them surrounding them. Even though they were subordinates of these young men, they were more reluctant to offend Qin Wentian, who could kill immortals with one finger. That would be pure death. The other party even killed the city lord, so would he care about them? Their lives were only a matter of Qin Wentian's thoughts. "Get started," Qin Wentian said coldly. These people would be trouble if they stayed. It was time for the people of Wu Iao City to learn a lesson and not to bully the weak all the time. A violent aura suddenly burst out. The young men shouted no and were then drowned by the terrible attack. The other strong men looked at Qin Wentian and still did not dare to move. "Let's go." Qin Wentian waved his hand. The people seemed to have been pardoned. They did not dare to stay for a moment and left directly. Not long after, the people left without a single one left. Qin Wentian turned his eyes and saw that the people of the Jiutian sect were all looking at him. Yiling Shuang stood beside him and looked at him with a smile. "Boy, you became an immortal and still hid it from us." The ancestor of this Jiutian sect stared at Qin Wentian. "I told you I'd give in, but you didn't believe me." Qin Wentian shrugged, and seemed to become harmless and friendly. However, the people felt that he was completely different from before. They could not forget the scene of Qin Wentian raising his hand to destroy the immortal platform, and the domineering side of him that shocked the mighty and powerful with one glance. Qin Wentian was only like this to them. He was already an immortal, and his identity must be extraordinary. The city lord was afraid of him and called him young Master Qin. "Wentian, what exactly are you?" Yiling Shuang smiled and looked at Qin Wentian, very curious. "I was just about to tell you about this." Qin Wentian said, "Now that the particle world has been invaded, I need to rush back immediately. I will leave a fairy thought on you, Sister Ling Shuang. This fairy thought will have self-awareness. You go to the main city of Jiangling County to find the king of Jiangling County and tell him that I, Qin Wentian, asked you to find him and let the king take you to Yunzhao Qianbi and Xianmen." This. The people of the Jiutian sect were trembling in their hearts when they heard Qin Wentian's words. Although they had not been in the fairyland for a long time, they also knew that there were 81 counties in Yunzhao, and Wu Iao City was just one of the countless cities in Jiangling County. Qin Wentian asked them to go directly to the king? This is too crazy. What is Qin Wentian's identity? Moreover, it seems that it is not just that. Qin Wentian's meaning is to let the king take them to Yunzhao Qianbi and Xianmen. This force seems to have been heard of before. It should be the top force in Yunzhao. Yiling Shuang's beautiful eyes flickered, looking at Qin Wentian. "You guy, it seems that you are doing very well in the fairyland." Everyone in this Jiutian sect was more curious about Qin Wentian's identity. Isn't he doing too well? Chapter 1014, Life and Death Unknown. The people of the Sword Clan had just arrived in the immortal realm and had been trying to survive. They were in the small city of Wu Iao City, so it was naturally difficult for them to have any contact with a giant like the Thousand Changes immortal sect. Wu Iao City was too small, just a city in Jiangling County, one of the 81 counties. The people of Wu Iao City rarely mentioned the Thousand Changes immortal sect, which was too far away from them. Not to mention the Thousand Changes immortal sect, even some of the top forces in the Holy Lands of Yunzhao were rarely mentioned, not at their level. Qin Wentian didn't know how to explain it. The Heavenly Talisman realm couldn't be mentioned, and the Thousand Changes Immortal sect was not strictly speaking his sect, but the Heavenly Talisman realm had a connection with the Thousand Changes Emperor. You will know when you go there. Qin Wentian said with a smile, Sister Ling Shuang, the immortal thoughts I left in you may be needed, so they will be immortal thoughts with self-awareness, a strand of my thoughts, not aggressive, but I will know everything you do, sister, you don't mind, right? Ling Shuang blushed slightly, rolled her eyes at Qin Wentian, and said, okay, don't peek at things you shouldn't see. Well, absolutely not. Qin Wentian nodded. Such immortal thoughts have no offensive power, they are just his thoughts, and they cannot exist forever. They disappear easily and are relatively useless, but he has to go to the particle world to see the situation first. If the situation there exceeds his expectations, then this immortal thought will be needed. This is also the reason why Qin Wentian asked the people of the Sword Sect to go to the Thousand Changes Immortal Sect. According to Lu Bingao, the situation in the particle world should be quite serious. Then you stay. Ling Shuang curled her lips, and then she saw Qin Wentian's eyes slightly closed, and his body was shining with fairy light. A fairy light enveloped Ling Shuang's body. This light seemed to penetrate into her body and then dissipated. Ling Shuang felt a little strange when she encountered such a situation for the first time. Her pretty face was a little red, but she and Qin Wentian were as close as siblings, so she didn't care about it. Qin Wentian opened his eyes, waved his hand, and several fairy weapons appeared. He handed them to the ancestor of the Sword Sect and said, Ancestor, take these fairy weapons. Okay. The ancestor of the Sword Sect was not polite, and took them away with a big wave of his hand. Remember, rush to Jiangling County Lord City as soon as possible, and let the county king send you to Qianbi and Xianmen. Don't make trouble on the way. Things like today happen from time to time in the fairyland. Qin Wentian looked at the people of the Sword Sect, bowed to them and said, I'll go back to my hometown first, see you at Qianbi and Xianmen, goodbye. After that, his body went into the void, and purgatory followed closely behind him. Goodbye. The little bastard waved his little paws at Ling Shuang, and then a strong wind blew. He turned into golden winged rock, soaring into the sky like lightning, landing at the feet of Qin Wentian in purgatory, and soaring into the sky. The people of the Sword Sect were stunned. This little bastard has also become a demon fairy? Ling Shuang's beautiful eyes flickered, and then she smiled brightly and said, enter the fairyland and ride a dragon. One person's enlightenment brings success to the whole family. Maishan Swordmaster felt melancholy in her heart, looking at the three figures in silence. She couldn't help but glance at her disciple Lu Bingao. She suddenly felt that her master might have delayed Lu Bingao. If Lu Bingao followed a person like Qin Wentian, his achievements would be even higher. Pack up, let's get ready to go. The ancestor of the Sword Clan said, this kid Liu Xianian is thinking about Ling Shuang, he must be worried about encountering unexpected situations in the particle world, so he can directly summon strong men from the Qianbian Immortal Gate. We can't delay his time. Yes. Everyone nodded, and they also guessed that Qin Wentian's intention should be like this. Qin Wentian's body soared up and continued to move towards the sky. The strong men in the fairyland can transcend the rules of the fairyland world, reach the void, and find those particle worlds. Gradually, a powerful force of rules descended on him, and he felt that he was restrained. The little bastard who turned into golden winged rock roared angrily, and the golden wings flapped, breaking through everything and rushing straight into the sky. Their bodies were getting higher and higher. After flying for a long time, Qin Wentian didn't know which was up and which was down when he looked at the ground again. As the Sword Saint Li Mubei said at the beginning, this is all relative. The dazzling and boundless world of the immortal realm was so vast that it was boundless. As his body got higher and higher, he could see more and more places, but they were all blurry and unclear. Finally, another sharp whistle was heard, and the golden winged weapon directly penetrated a layer of binding force. In an instant, the rule force seemed to disappear. Their bodies seemed to be in the boundless starry sky. In front of Qin Wentian, there seemed to be many particles floating. They looked very close, but in fact they were also very far away. Many of these particles only look very small, but they were a world. Little guy, do you feel it? Qin Wentian asked the little bastard. Yes. The little bastard nodded, his wings flashed, and he moved forward rapidly in a certain direction. The particle world is endless, but the perception of the martial life cultivator is very strong, especially after becoming an immortal. He can sense the particle world he has lived in. Qin Wentian sensed it, and the little bastard also sensed it. One person and two great demon immortals seemed to be walking in the starry sky. Qin Wentian turned his eyes and saw a figure in the distance, also shuttling through the void, probably a strong man from another particle world. Qin Wentian even wondered how many fairyland-like existences there were in the boundless starry sky. I'm afraid that even in the fairyland no one knows this. Wandering in the starry sky, you will find out how small you are. After a long time, above the Imperial Holy Land, several figures floated down from the sky. The golden-winged weapon had transformed into its original form and was held in Purgatory's arms. Qin Wentian glanced around. It was a city in the Imperial Holy Land. There were many figures in the city. They looked at the two figures that fell from the void. They all felt that the two had extraordinary temperaments and didn't know who they were. Qin Wentian's body descended into the sky, and his immortal thoughts covered an area of hundreds of miles. He soon found out where he was. He was actually in the Great Zhou dynasty. Let's go to the Holy Emperor city first. Qin Wentian stepped on the ground, and the figure came directly from the original place. Those who were watching him all looked condensed and showed shock. What a fast speed! Who is this person? Although the Imperial Holy Land is extremely vast, it is too small compared to the Immortal Realm. Now Qin Wentian is already in the Immortal Realm, and it won't take long for him to get from the Great Zhou dynasty to the Holy Emperor city. The Holy Emperor city is still prosperous, and people come and go as if there is no end. In the past, the Medicine Emperor Valley moved to the Holy Emperor city, where they competed with the Imperial Holy Sect for the right to be the overlord of the world. Later, Emperor Yuan led people to destroy the Imperial Holy Sect, and the Medicine Emperor Valley became the new overlord of the Holy Emperor city and the strongest force in the Imperial Holy Land. The Medicine Emperor Valley should be prosperous, but when Qin Wentian stood on the beam of the Medicine Emperor Valley building, he found that the entire Medicine Emperor Valley was completely destroyed and dilapidated. The magnificent buildings were broken, and there were many cracks in the ground. It was dead silent. The once glorious Holy Land has now become a dead place where no one sets foot. His figure flashed and landed on an ancient peak. This was where he and King Chang once lived together, but now, those green ancient trees have died and are no longer alive. Qin Wentian looked very calm, but his heart was extremely cold. Medicine Emperor Valley was destroyed. The one who had the ability to destroy Medicine Emperor Valley was undoubtedly not a local force of the Emperor Saint sect, but an external force. Outside Medicine Emperor Valley, figures flashed in. Each of them was powerful and had celestial cultivation. People in the distance were silent as they looked at these strong men. It's from the Xing Guild. Who dares to go to Medicine Emperor Valley? They are really courting death. The Xing Guild has already issued an order to hunt down the remnants of Medicine Emperor Valley. Anyone who sets foot in Medicine Emperor Valley will be killed without mercy. There are still people who dare to go there. They are really tired of living. The crowd in the distance was talking, and their voices all fell into Qin Wentian's ears. Qin Wentian's figure floated and came to the outside of Medicine Emperor Valley, looking at the strong men who came. Xing Guild destroyed Medicine Emperor Valley, and hunted down the remnants of Medicine Emperor Valley? King Chen. Qin Wentian closed his eyes, and saw that the group of strong men had surrounded him. They looked directly at Qin Wentian in Purgatory with cold eyes, and said coldly, "Give me a reason not to kill you. Are you from the Galaxy Guild?" Qin Wentian asked with his eyes closed. Those people frowned slightly, and heard Qin Wentian say again, "Medicine Emperor, is he still there? You are looking for death?" One of them said coldly, but at this moment, Qin Wentian opened his eyes, and a terrible cold light burst out. In an instant, a suffocating pressure descended. The faces of the group of strong men changed instantly. They felt that they were in an irresistible pressure. They asked with trembling bodies, "Who are you? I want to ask you a question." Qin Wentian took a step forward. When he took this step, a scream was heard, and the heart meridian of the person on the far left was directly shattered. He showed a look of horror and fear, and his body fell softly towards the sky. The faces of the others turned pale as paper in an instant, but they heard Qin Wentian say again, "Is the Medicine Emperor still alive?" "I don't know. The Medicine Emperor is seriously injured and on the run. His life or death is unknown." One person was stared at by Qin Wentian and dared not speak. "Where is the Medicine Emperor's disciple Mo Qingchen?" Qin Wentian asked again. "I don't know." The man shook his head and said, "Who exactly is the senior? My Xing Guild now controls this particle world. Even if the immortal platform exists, it can't compete. Senior, Don't make a mistake. He knew that his life was in the hands of Qin Wentian. While he was giving in, he did not forget to put pressure on Qin Wentian with the Xing Guild. There are many strong people. The Xing Guild knows that the Medicine Emperor Valley once led the Immortal Platform Army to destroy the Emperor-level Saint sect. However, even if those strong people are there, they still can't shake my Xing Guild. No one can violate the majesty of the Xing Guild. The strong man spoke coldly, seeming to be a little tougher. Qin Wentian was cold all over. He turned around, stepped forward, and said coldly, "Kill." As soon as the words fell, a celestial power bloomed from behind him. Deadly sword beams appeared in the void, slashing down. The sound of puffing was heard. The strong men of the Galaxy Guild trembled, blood fell, and their bodies fell to the sky below. P.S. I didn't go running because I was writing. My shoulders and neck are sore again. Many brothers said that I write slowly to make money. I don't know what they think. It must be that writing fast makes more money, but writing requires energy, conception and physical support. Otherwise, you have a life to make money but no life to spend it, right? You see, how miserable I am? Why don't you hand in the monthly ticket? Chapter 1015 The Return of the King. Who is he? Seeing the body of the Galaxy Guild's strong man falling, the people in the distant Medicine Emperor Valley were shocked. Since the Galaxy Guild came to the Imperial Holy Land, the world was in chaos, the Medicine Emperor Valley was destroyed, and all the cities in the Imperial Holy Land would rebuild the Galaxy Guild. The Galaxy Guild would not interfere in external affairs, but it had to become the supreme existence, the uncrowned king. Those who disobeyed would be suppressed and killed without mercy. The Galaxy Guild already existed in this world, but it was only because a few decades ago, a brilliant figure appeared. He made the Medicine Emperor Valley defeat the then prosperous Imperial Holy Sect. He had always been dissatisfied with the existence of the Galaxy Guild and suppressed the Galaxy Guild. No one expected that the Galaxy Guild would launch such a violent counterattack. It is no longer a secret that this world is just a particle world. When the Sky Fairy descended, the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor recruited disciples from the whole world. Everyone in the world knew that the Galaxy Guild was an external force. They descended from the outside world to the fairyland. No one could compete with them. If the Medicine Emperor had not escaped quickly, he would have fallen long ago. In the whole world, no one can disobey the Galaxy Guild, and no one dares to stand on the side of the Medicine Emperor Valley. But today, a young man appeared. He descended to the Medicine Emperor Valley and actually killed the strong man of the Galaxy Guild. Who is he? It seems familiar. I seem to have seen him before. Everyone discussed. At this time, an old man of considerable age walked to the front of the crowd, stared at the disappearing figure, and said, "He is back." Who? Everyone looked at him. The old man's eyes shone with a sharp light, saying, although his temperament has changed, and although more than 20 years have passed, the legend is still a legend. He is. As he spoke, the old man slowly turned around and looked at everyone, with dazzling light shooting out of his eyes, saying, "Qin Wentian." Boom. This sound was like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, shaking the eardrums of everyone. Some people who felt familiar with him had dazzling light in their eyes. That's right, it's just that his temperament has changed. They actually forgot this legendary figure. Even though they looked at him from afar, standing on the ground and looking up at the sky, this legendary figure of the Emperor-level holy domain, they still remembered his style, and the memory suddenly emerged, as if they had returned to many years ago. Qin Wentian. Some young people have heard of this name from their elders, and endless expectations surged in their hearts. Is he really as dazzling as the legend? In the past, he was able to help Yaohurong Valley overthrow the former Overlord Emperor-level holy sect. Now, Qin Wentian has returned, but the opponent he faces is much stronger than the Emperor-level holy sect back then. Qin Wentian left, and Medicine Emperor Valley disappeared. Now the most important thing is to find Medicine Emperor and King Cheng. Daxia and Chu are undoubtedly the places where Mo King Cheng is most likely to go. But now, Qin Wentian doesn't know what happened to the Daxia dynasty. The Great Hero dynasty is very far away from the Holy Emperor city. It used to take Qin Wentian a long time to travel from Daxia to the Imperial Holy Land, but then, now, these distances are nothing to him. After a while, Qin Wentian's figure has already arrived at the Great Hero dynasty from the Holy Emperor city. The palace of the Daxia dynasty is still majestic and has not been destroyed. But when Qin Wentian stood on the palace, his heart kept sinking. Fairy King Mai is gone, Old Xing is gone, and almost all the people who followed him to unify Daxia are gone. Instead, a group of unfamiliar figures have taken their place. These people not only occupied the Daxia palace, but were also looking for something, as if they wanted to find treasures in the palace. Qin Wentian knew who they were after listening for a moment. They were actually the figures of the major overlord-level forces that were once affiliated with the Daxia palace. "What are you doing?" Qin Wentian's cold voice fell, sweeping across the world and covering the entire Daxia palace. In an instant, figures flew out of the sky like lightning. When their eyes saw Qin Wentian, many people's faces changed instantly. Obviously, they recognized Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian. An old man in a red robe fixed his eyes there. As Qin Wentian stepped on the ground, a sword energy burst out from him. In an instant, a terrifying sword light appeared under his feet. In just a moment, buildings were torn into pieces and turned into dust. The sword energy swept over the earth, and cracks appeared on the earth. The terrifying sword power instantly enveloped the Great Xia Palace. Everyone seemed to feel the power of heaven coming, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. "Qin Wentian, he is back. Come out, a few people, and tell me what happened." Qin Wentian was indifferent and dominated the lives of all living beings. "What do you want to know? We know, we will answer." Someone bowed and said, "Qin Wentian is too strong." Qin Wentian was an unattainable figure for them back then, let alone today. At this moment, the entire palace of the Great Xia dynasty is covered by a sword curtain. Qin Wentian only needs a thought, and everyone will be wiped out. Outside the Great Xia Palace, countless people looked up at the Great Xia Palace, and they were terrified. The entire vast Great Xia Palace was actually wrapped in a monstrous sword curtain. "This is too terrible. Who's there?" Countless figures walked slowly towards the direction of the Great Xia Palace with awe in their hearts. What kind of powerful person could cover the entire palace with sword energy in a moment of thought? Inside the palace, Qin Wentian looked at everyone and asked coldly, "Where are the people who once ruled the palace of Daxia, and what happened?" Some time ago, strong men from the Galaxy Guild came and announced to the world, asking all cities in the world to build the Galaxy Guild for worship, and directly broke through the Medicine Emperor Valley. And that was only the previous lineup of the Galaxy Guild. They had strong men coming one after another later. After the people in the Daxia Palace got the news, they disappeared overnight. Someone should have ordered them to avoid the Galaxy Guild. The Great Hero Dynasty once suppressed the Galaxy Guild and did not allow it to appear in Daxia. Someone responded to Qin Wentian's words and said, "Later, the Galaxy Guild came and ordered a bounty to hunt down the people in the Daxia Palace. As for this palace, it is already an empty city. We came here to stop and see if we can find some treasures in the Daxia Palace." "Did the Galaxy Guild find them?" Qin Wentian asked. "Probably not. The Galaxy Guild has no intention of taking action on their own." After they announced it to the world, they began to recruit disciples for the Galaxy Guild again. People from all over the world responded and built the most magnificent buildings and cities across the world as branches of the Galaxy Guild, letting everyone in the world know what kind of existence their Galaxy Guild is. They seem to disdain the people of the Great Xia Palace. The man stopped talking. Qin Wentian said coldly, "Go on." "Yes, if they go all out, they might be able to wipe out the former strong men of the Great Xia Palace in a blink of an eye. They just handed this matter over to some subordinates and those forces who want to take credit. Now the former Great Xia royal family has become the target of everyone's pursuit. There have been several times when they were hunted down and battles broke out." Just as he spoke, many strong figures in robes of the same color appeared above the sword curtain. They frowned and looked at the palace below. "Apart from their Galaxy Guild, are there such strong people in this world? Who are you?" A voice came. Qin Wentian did not look up at the sky, but asked the person who spoke, "These people are from the Galaxy Guild, right?" "Yes." Everyone nodded. Qin Wentian raised his head and looked into the void, his eyes full of murderous intent. His body floated up, and in an instant, the people in the distance found that the sword curtain covering the entire Great Xia Palace moved and rolled towards the sky, like a raging wave, sweeping across the sky. At this moment, the faces of those people from the Galaxy Guild changed drastically, and they shouted, "We are from the Galaxy Guild, who are you?" Qin Wentian ignored him, and the sword curtain rolled up the sky, and sword lights fell from the sky, rolling towards the masters of the Galaxy Guild. Their faces were pale, showing fear and shock. In this world, there are actually people who dare to kill the masters of their Galaxy Guild? No, no. A roar came out, and the sword curtain rolled over, destroying everything. In just a moment, the masters of the Galaxy Guild turned into dust in the sword curtain and were directly annihilated in the void, shocking everyone. The people in the palace trembled slightly. Fortunately, Qin Wentian did not kill them. Outside the palace, countless eyes looked over there, and their hearts were filled with shock. This scene was too terrifying. Who is it? Then, they saw a handsome figure slowly rise into the air and stand above the void. Seeing that handsome face, many people immediately felt familiar, as if they had seen him before. In the distance, strong men came roaring, all wearing the robes of the Galaxy Guild. They were shocked by the scene in front of them, and looked at Qin Wentian from a distance and said, "Excuse me, who is the senior?" "Qin Wentian." A voice came out of Qin Wentian's mouth, like a bolt from the blue, shaking the hearts of everyone in Daxia. The monarch of Daxia, Qin Wentian. He is back. The people of the Galaxy Guild froze, and they turned around and tried to escape, but they saw purgatory flashing behind them like lightning. He waved his hand, and rays of purgatory flames swept past. Those figures were instantly burned into nothingness, leaving only screams. I, Qin Wentian, will not allow the Galaxy Guild to exist in Daxia or the world. It was so before and will remain so in the future. From today on, anyone who is attached to the Galaxy Guild will be killed without mercy. A voice swept across the world, like a rolling thunder, covering an area of hundreds of miles. At this moment, countless people looked up in the direction of the Daxia Palace, and their hearts suddenly trembled wildly. I, Qin Wentian, will not allow the Galaxy Guild to exist in Daxia or the world. It was so before and will remain so in the future. From today on, anyone who is attached to the Galaxy Guild will be killed without mercy. Qin Wentian is back. The king of Daxia has returned. In this world, is it the world of the Galaxy Guild, or is it the world of Qin Wentian? Chapter 1016 Wanted. Qin Wentian's body was suspended in the void. He looked around blankly, not knowing where to go to look for a moment. Although he was extremely fast now and could go to every place in this particle world, that was a straight line. He knew the destination, but to find a person in the vast world, his current realm was not enough, unless he was a super powerful fairy king, whose fairy thoughts were countless times larger than those of the fairy platform, and who could cover the entire particle world with fairy thoughts when standing in the starry sky. Purgatory. Qin Wentian said. Master. Purgatory walked forward, and she seemed to be able to feel Qin Wentian's mood. King Chang knows you. You go to the sky, transform into Suzaku, release the fire of purgatory, and fly in the sky. If King Chang sees it, she will know that I am back. Qin Wentian said to Purgatory. Okay. Purgatory nodded, and then with a long cry, her body soared into the sky. In the void, her figure suddenly transformed into the Purgatory Suzaku, soaring into the sky, with raging flames. People in the distance were shocked when they saw this scene. At that time, Suzaku was a fairy demon. Little bastard, you transform into golden winged rock and go to the state of Chu to look for it. If you find it, call me. Qin Wentian said to the little guy on his shoulder again. Okay. The little bastard C was also very well behaved at this time. He whispered and rushed out. Buzz, the wind whistled, and his body transformed into golden winged rock and rushed towards the direction of the state of Chu. Seeing this scene, everyone was speechless. The former monarch of Daxia, Qin Wentian, returned, and the two monsters beside him were transformed into big monsters. Where is the great Xiaoxing Guild? Qin Wentian looked at the people in the palace below and asked. Not far from here, in the northwest direction. One person said. Qin Wentian turned around and stepped out. One step seemed to cross the void and headed towards the northwest. After a moment, under the cover of his immortal thoughts, he saw a building towering into the sky, which was even more magnificent than the great Xia dynasty. It was the Xing Guild built in Daxia now. At this time, everyone in the Galaxy Guild was a little nervous. They all flashed outside, as if they were ready to leave. Qin Wentian's arrogant voice resounded through the world before. They knew that Qin Wentian was back. The Great Xiao Galaxy Guild was just a branch, and no one could deal with Qin Wentian. But at this moment, a figure suddenly descended and landed directly above the Galaxy Guild, staring at the front with cold eyes. Qin Wentian found that although the people of the Galaxy Guild were ready to evacuate, there were still many strong people. Obviously, with the arrival of the foreign visitors, the Galaxy Guild began to sweep the entire particle world with a supreme attitude, and strong people from all parties joined in. Qin Wentian's immortal thoughts swept through the Galaxy Guild. He saw the bounty order of the Galaxy Guild, and his angry hair flew wildly in the air. It was such a high bounty. Killing the main figures of the great Xia royal family was at least a bounty of a 5th-level divine weapon. The Galaxy Guild deserved to have its own refining hall. It was really luxurious. The wanted bounty order included Medicine King, Fairy King Yi and others, and even Yi King Guyan, Yan Kuang Shen, and Mo King Chen. All of them were on the wanted bounty order of the Galaxy Guild. Among them, Medicine King and Mo King Cheng had the highest bounty. The strong men of the Galaxy Guild were too disdainful to hunt them down personally. As long as this bounty order was issued, such a terrifying bounty would be enough to make the people of the entire particle world look for and hunt down Fairy King Yi and others. They had nowhere to hide and would be captured sooner or later. They would die, and the Galaxy Guild didn't even need to take action personally. This wanted bounty order was also a means for the Galaxy Guild to establish its prestige. It must have appeared in all the branches of the Galaxy Guild in the particle world at this moment. Buzz! Qin Wentian's body flashed forward, and the sword energy on his body swept the world. Wherever he passed, he saw strong men wearing robes of the Galaxy Guild falling towards the sky below and being directly killed by the sword energy. Countless people looked up at the scene here, staring at the shocking scene with their eyes fixed. Qin Wentian stood at the top of the Xing Guild. From his body, a powerful and terrifying sword energy swept wildly, covering the entire towering Xing Guild. In the air, Qin Wentian's robe moved without wind, like a killing god. The Xing Guild offered a huge reward for the murder of his relatives and friends. The moment they saw the reward order, the Xing Guild had already stood on the absolute opposite side of Qin Wentian, with an irreconcilable hatred of life and death. The Xing Guild wanted the lives of all his relatives and friends, including his wife Mo King Chen. The violent sword energy swept past, and a hissing sound was heard. The monstrous sword energy swept through the building of the Xing Guild. Everyone saw the entire Xing Guild being torn apart, and it was torn and destroyed by the sword energy. The storm became more and more terrible. For the Xing Guild of Daxia, this was the doomsday punishment. Under Qin Wentian's feet, the Galaxy Guild was torn apart and destroyed, and finally turned into a pile of dust. Countless particles floated in the void. It didn't take long for this glorious Galaxy Guild to become history and turn into dust in the wind. Qin Wentian's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. People in the distance stared at the disappeared Galaxy Guild, and their souls seemed to tremble. The great Xia monarch returned, and the flame of revenge would burn to the whole world? Fortunately, I didn't join the Galaxy Guild. Some people secretly rejoiced. Some people who wanted to join the Galaxy Guild but were rejected only felt that their bodies were already soaked. Just before Qin Wentian arrived, they also sealed this rising Galaxy Guild as a holy land, and it would become the new overlord of the world. No one could compete. Joining the Galaxy Guild represented supreme glory, but no one thought that everything would be shattered in an instant. Those who joined the Galaxy Guild with arrogance, what kind of despair would they feel at that moment just now? Did Qin Wentian do something wrong? No one would think so, even though he had turned into a killing god just now, but they could imagine the anger in Qin Wentian's heart. This former monarch of Daxia, a legendary figure who unified Daxia and even the whole world, when he returned, he saw that the Galaxy Guild had offered a huge reward to kill all his relatives and friends. One could imagine the anger burning in his heart. Those who joined the Galaxy Guild should also understand that once they chose to join, they would definitely stand on the absolute opposite side of the former monarch of Daxia, Qin Wentian. In the sky above the Daxia dynasty, a vermilion bird bloomed with a monstrous red light and flew around the vast territory of the Daxia dynasty. She was extremely fast, her eyes were piercing, and she stared down. She knew how anxious Qin Wentian was. Even if she had to step on every inch of land in the entire Daxia dynasty, she would find Mo King Chen. Qin Wentian also did not stop. After leaving Qin's Hao City, he headed straight for Yao's Hao City. He wanted to go to every place where Fairy King Mi had stayed before, so that there would be hope to find Fairy King Mi. However, now that the Xing Guild has ordered the whole world to hunt Fairy King Mi, they must be hiding in a place no one knows. Outside Yao's Hao City, Qin Wentian wanted to go to the Xianxi Palace in the past. This is a city located in the forest and mountains, and there are even many monsters living here. When Qin Wentian arrived at the Xianxi Palace, he was disappointed again. There was no trace of Fairy King Mi, but there were traces of fighting, and everything was destroyed. Buzz! Qin Wentian's body disappeared here directly, and continued to move forward in another direction. This time he was going to the place where the King Wang Palace was revived, Any place where Fairy King Yi might stop. In a very secret place in the Great Xia Dynasty, there is a green bamboo forest. In this place, many small houses were built, like a simple hidden tribe. In the bamboo forest, there were many figures. One of them was very fat, lying on the ground, whispering, "When will this life of seclusion and escape end? Can't stand it." A mature beauty in a fiery red dress beside him looked at him and smiled. "No, I'm very happy to see my senior sister every day." The fat man shuddered when he saw the beautiful woman smile. "Really? I'm going to have a good chat with Xuingxin," the woman said with a smile. "Sister, please forgive me." The fat man shuddered. HMPH. A delicate snort came, and several people came over from the bamboo forest. One of them was very romantic, with two beauties beside him, one of whom was Xuingxin. She walked towards the fat man and said, "Fanel, we have all agreed that you will go out to get information tomorrow. Don't betray your husband like this." The fat on the fat man's face trembled. "Fatty, this is a big deal. Our safety is in your hands." Yang walked over and smiled at the fat man. "Forget it, I don't think they can find this place for the time being. It's better to be cautious. Many seniors have been injured. If we are hunted down a few more times, we may not be able to escape." Yang Kuangsheng looked solemn, and everyone's face sank. The world is so big that it seems that there is no place for them to go now. Now, they have even cut off the intelligence from the outside world, just to avoid being tracked. They understand that the whole world is watching them, and everyone is wanted by a reward. I heard that the guy used to recuperate here, Kinger took care of him here for a long time, and the old forces of the Kangwang Palace gathered here. Now I don't know how the guy is doing in the fairyland. The fat man looked up at the sky and said, "You say, how far is the fairyland from the particle world?" "Who knows? It is said that the fairyland is vast and endless. I'm afraid he can't come back." Yang Kuangsheng sighed. "Yet, even if he comes, it's useless. Who would have thought that the Galaxy Guild is so powerful? It seems that we brothers will never see it in this life." Family sighed, put his hands under his head, stared at the void in a daze, and didn't know what he was thinking. Maybe a miracle will happen. Jiang Ting beside Yang said with a smile, "Didn't many miracles happen in the past? Who knows until the last moment? Let's leave it to fate. As a senior sister, I was badly cheated by that bastard. I have to work hard in this life, and I don't know when I can enjoy a peaceful life." Ruahun muttered beside her. Although she was complaining, when she thought of that guy, there was still a strange light in her beautiful eyes and a smile. Chapter 1017 Traitor. Although these people were talking and laughing, everyone knew what they were facing this time. The Galaxy Guild descended on the particle world as a peerless overlord, ruling the world, and no one dared to disobey. Moreover, there was a generous bounty order, and the heads of each of them were a huge fortune. You know, Yaohurong Valley has many immortal thoughts of Xiante realm strongmen. This is unknown, but when the Galaxy Guild descended, it injured Yaohurong, and the immortal thoughts of Yaohurong Valley appeared, but it did not shock the Galaxy Guild at all. They directly wiped out these immortal thoughts and told the owner of the immortal thoughts not to meddle in other people's business, and then destroyed Yaohurong Valley. Faced with such a force, they can only survive now. Now, it's just a matter of finding joy in misery. Senior sister, when I become an immortal, I will definitely take you to enjoy happiness. Fatty Fanel said to Ruahun. You are the only one who wants to become an immortal. Ruahun curled her lips and smiled, and everyone around laughed. Boom. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, as if there was a thunder explosion, and a cold light flashed in Yang Kuangsheng's eyes. Even if you hide here, the ghosts will not go away. I'm afraid there is no place to hide in this world. The fat man narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed. It seems that this time there is no escape, but it's good to know you, especially that bastard boy. Unfortunately, I may not see him for the last time. Ruahun chuckled, but his eyes were slightly red. Many of their strong men were injured, and they didn't know what kind of attack they would suffer this time. Everyone stood up and flashed outside, releasing the coldness on their bodies and preparing for battle. Outside the bamboo forest, Fairy King Yi and other strong men from all sides were there. The old members of the Great Xia Dynasty, that is, the old members of the Kangwang Palace, the forces of the Zuanayan Palace, etc., all appeared one after another. They led the strong men from all sides to prepare to meet the enemy. There were constant roars from all directions. The strong men who began to encircle and suppress no longer lurked, but directly launched a fierce attack, breaking the ambush outside, and soon killed into the side of the crowd. I saw that the people from all sides surrounded and killed them in a mighty manner. Only a few of them were people who the Xing Guild wanted to make meritorious deeds. Most of them were strong men from all sides, and they all wanted to take the heads of these people to claim credit and receive rewards. Fairy King Mei, where are you going to escape? I heard a laugh, and Fairy King Mei appeared. Looking at the other side's crowd, it seemed that the people who went to explore the way were captured and killed. They were a group of very outstanding young people in their palace, who fell outside. Since the bounty order was issued, their people have been decreasing all the time. Many of you were once ruled by our great Xia dynasty, or even the overlord-level forces that surrendered to us. Over the years, the dynasty has treated you well, but you actually joined the hunting camp. Fairy Qing Mei looked cold. Qing Mei, a man who knows the times, is a hero. To survive in this world, we should follow the general trend. An old man spoke up. He was the leader of the overlord-level forces of Great Xia who surrendered to us. Shameless. Fairy Qing Mei said coldly. Shameless. The man sneered. Over the years, Fairy Qing Mei is still as charming as ever. I have not yet tasted the taste of a demon girl. As soon as the voice fell, many people laughed grimly, and the people in Fairy Qing Mei's team were furious and wanted to kill her. Don't get angry. Form a formation. They are deliberately provoking you. Don't mess up your formation. Fairy Qing Mei said, and the strong men from various camps nodded and formed a large formation. The reason why they were able to survive the constant pursuit was because of the power of the group. They were complete, while the other side was made up of people from various forces, unable to unify, and without the power of the formation. Haha, although Fairy Qing Mei is a little older, she still has her charm. I'll give her to you old guys to enjoy. The rest of the female disciples, as well as the women from Zuan'an Hall, Yun Mengai, Zheng Ting, Ruahan, Bai Luai and others, are all rare beauties. Don't kill them, just waste your cultivation. These beauties should be kept for you to enjoy slowly. An evil voice sounded, deliberately angering the people on the opposite side, disturbing their minds, and making them lose their footing. Sure enough, after the voice fell, many women showed a cold look, wishing to kill the person who spoke on the spot immediately. Everyone, if you want to capture them alive, then show some strength and surround them. Someone from the Galaxy Guild gave the order, and everyone immediately surrounded them. Fight and retreat. Fairy Qing Mei said with cold eyes. Do you think you can retreat this time? A cold voice sounded, and then a strong aura rose to the sky behind everyone. Fairy Qing Mei looked back, and her face turned pale in an instant. They concentrated all their strength together and did not disperse their hands, just to prevent being defeated one by one. They had the strength to fight, but they still underestimated the meanness of many people. When there ruled Daxia, the entire dynasty dared not disobey. Now that the Galaxy Guild has come, countless people in Daxia have rebelled and joined the group that surrounded and killed them. Even traitors appeared in their own ranks. No wonder you found this place so quickly. Fairy Qing Mei looked at the figures behind her. They were originally her own people. They were one of the 4 major forces that announced the power of Daxia when Qin Wentian established the capital, the Jinzhou League. Wentian originally let you take charge of the power of Daxia, and enjoy the same rights as Zuan'an Palace and Zhang family. These years were glorious, but I didn't expect you to rebel. Fairy King Mei's voice was very cold. King Mei, following the general trend is what our Qin League does. At the beginning, we followed the general trend and stood on Qin Wentian's side. Now the times have changed. Qin Wentian has become a thing of the past. Xing Guild is in charge of this world. Qin League cannot be destroyed. Don't blame us. The leader of Qin League said. The traitor actually said it so high-soundingly. The master of Zuan'an Palace said coldly. The Qin League cannot be destroyed in my hands. The leader of Qin League responded. Aren't you afraid that one day Qin Wentian will come back and know that he has killed Daxia, and you, Qin League, will rebel and seek revenge? Yun Mengai was radiant, and stared at the masters of Qin League with cold eyes. There is no hope. Look at this world. Even if Qin Wentian goes against the will of heaven, he can't turn the world upside down. The leader of the Qin League said righteously, without any shame of being a traitor. Everyone was even more desperate. There was a gap in strength between the two sides. Now there is a traitor inside, and there is no way to save the situation. Is it really impossible to escape this time? Bai Luai is still as beautiful as before, with a simple face and a plump figure, which makes people salivate. Her cold face now has a trace of despair. Don't be discouraged, Zai. I will cover you. You must fight your way out. Bai Lui's eldest brother Bai Lujing said, but this sentence seemed a little lacking in confidence. It would be great if he was here. Bai Lui smiled. Bai Lujing looked at his sister and sighed in his heart. It seems that this girl still can't forget him. Just as Bai Lui said when Qin Wentian left, she met a man like Qin Wentian. In this particle world, who else can be taken seriously by her? Don't think about it. How could he show up? Bai Lujing said with a wry smile. Yet, I won't see him again in this life. Bai Lui smiled, as if she remembered the time when she and Qin Wentian practiced divine patterns together in Beilu Academy. Although they were not destined to be together, knowing each other was also a kind of beauty, although a little cruel. If you knew the current situation, you wouldn't have ended up like this today. It's ridiculous to still hope that Qin Wentian would come back. The leader of Qianzhi League continued to speak. Obviously, he now needs to please the Xing Guild to avoid being punished later. After all, they were once the old forces of the Great Xia dynasty. Really? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. The voice was not loud, but it clearly fell into everyone's eardrums, causing everyone's hearts to tremble violently. Who? The leader of the Qianzhi League looked up in all directions. There was no one, no sign of life. What do you think? The voice was ethereal, as if the person was still far away, but the voice came first. The face of the leader of the Qianzhi League kept changing. He looked at the void and said, "You are playing tricks. Get out." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a slight sound of wind in the distance. They turned their eyes and saw residual image. The speed of this residual image was too fast, so fast that their eyes could not see it clearly. Boom! The strong wind swept past, and in the middle of the two groups of people, the elongated residual image merged into a handsome and unparalleled young man. He was dressed in white, with long hair fluttering, and exuded an indomitable spirit all over his body, extraordinary and unworldly. He stood there casually, as if he was the only one in the world. At this moment, the space became quiet. After the leader of the Qianzhi League who was speaking saw the handsome figure clearly, his body trembled and his legs became a little weak. How could this be possible? How did he come back? The moment the fairy king and others saw Qin Wentian, their eyes all froze there. Bai Lui's beautiful eyes flickered, as if she couldn't believe it. Yun Mengai was also distracted when she saw the figure. He actually came back. Ruahun was stunned at first, then her eyes turned red, and she cursed in a low voice, "Stinky boy, you are very punctual." Her voice broke the silent space. Fanel cursed in a low voice, "Damn, this is also possible, Yang, fatty, am I right?" "No, this guy is back." Yang Kuangsheng and Jiang Ting also laughed. Seeing Qin Wentian seemed to be the backbone. He has always been the core of these people. When he appeared, it seemed that all difficulties could be solved. This is a guy who creates miracles. Who is he? Someone from the Galaxy Guild said coldly. He saw the figure of the great Xiao overlord next to him shrinking back, and his face turned cold. Qin Wentian. The man whispered, looking a little embarrassed. Qin Wentian was too strong at the beginning. I'm afraid no one here can deal with him. P.S. Continue to update 3 times, try your best, please vote. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1018 Heaven and Hell. He is Qin Wentian. The strong man from the Xing Guild looked at Qin Wentian's figure and said, he just relied on the help of others back then. What can he do now? Why should he be afraid? The corner of the mouth of the strong man from the great Xiao overlord force twitched slightly. The people of their Xing Guild were not afraid of Qin Wentian, but the people of their great Xiao dynasty knew how terrible Qin Wentian was. However, Qin Wentian ignored them at this time. Fortunately, he arrived in time. Fairy King Yi and others were really here. However, Yao Huang and King Chang were not there. But seeing that his friends were all well, he finally let go of his heart. Sister Ruahun. Qin Wentian looked at Ruahun and smiled, then looked at the others, shouting, Senior King Mei, Yang, Fatty, Yunmen, Bai Lui. I'm back. I'm glad you're back. Ruahun said with a smile, her eyes red. Seeing her expression, Qin Wentian took a step forward and walked to Ruahan, saying, "Senior sister, I'm sorry to bother you. Is the teacher not here? I'm with Senior King Mani. The teacher and the people from the Emperor Star Academy are not a big target. No one should care about them. I don't know where they are." Ruahan shook her head. "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded. Seeing everyone get together, he was quite happy. "Boss, why are you back?" Fatty Fannel was full of questions. "This was amazing. I was planning to come back, and I happened to meet someone from the Sword Sect. I knew the danger you were in." Qin Wentian said, "Let's talk later. Let's solve the problem here first." "Yes." Everyone nodded, and Qin Wentian looked at the leader of the Thousand Absolute Alliance, his eyes glowing with an extremely cold light. "I didn't hear what you said just now. Say it again." Qin Wentian's voice was cold. The people of Qian League looked unhappy. The leader looked at Qin Wentian and said, "Qin Wentian, we were also forced to do so. The Galaxy Guild is powerful in the world. Anyone who dares to disobey will die if they resist. Now that you are back, I, the Qian League, am willing to withdraw from this battle." "Withdraw?" Qin Wentian laughed, his hair flying with anger. "The Qian League really goes with the flow and becomes a traitor to destroy the power of my great Xia royal family. Now that you see me, you want to withdraw. How shameless." The master of the Zuanine Palace also had a cold expression and said, "You were forced to do so? If you think that the Galaxy Guild is too powerful and you want to withdraw, then just leave. Who can stop you? In that case, you can only be regarded as being afraid of death. But now, it is a real betrayal. You sold our location to the Galaxy Guild and killed the brothers who went out to explore. You wanted to use our lives to win credit and not be hated by the Galaxy Guild. This is going with the flow. Is this forced to do so?" The leader of the Qianzhou Alliance had an embarrassed and uncertain expression on his face, and said, "Qin Wentian, the Xing Guild has already unified the world, and many immortal thoughts from the Yaohong Valley have appeared. They were all wiped out with one order, and those immortals were warned not to meddle in other people's business. How can we contend with such a force? Even if you come back, how can you contend with it?" "Then what?" Qin Wentian said coldly. "You can't change the situation in this world at all. If there are strong people from the fairyland to help you, take them away from this world. Don't participate in this battle anymore, and don't defend the Galaxy Guild anymore, so as to avoid being hunted down by them." The leader of the Thousand Jew Alliance advised, "Everything is already doomed, you are powerless to change the situation. Immortal." Qin Wentian looked at the leader of the Thousand Jew Alliance. A terrifying might burst out from him and swept out. The fairy light shone and radiated out. His whole body seemed to be covered with rosy clouds, dazzling and boundless. In an instant, it enveloped the entire space. Everyone looked at the fairy halo that continued to bloom on Qin Wentian's body, and their hearts began to beat. The voice of the Thousand Jew Alliance leader stopped abruptly, his face turned pale, and those people from the Galaxy Guild also showed ugly looks. "Immortal, this young man was actually an immortal. I am an immortal." Qin Wentian looked at the leader of the Thousand Absolute Alliance and said proudly, "This is just the beginning. How can it be destined? Even if you are an immortal, you still can't compete with the Xing Guild." The leader of the Thousand Absolute Alliance looked pale. He seemed to want to hint to himself that his choice was not wrong. Self-consolation. Qin Wentian looked at him and said, "I don't need to prove anything to you. I just want to tell you that the Thousand Absolute Alliance is ruined because of you. I made the decision. Why do you have to vent your anger on the entire Thousand Absolute Alliance? Let the Thousand Absolute Alliance go for the sake of our past friendship." The leader of the Thousand Absolute Alliance trembled. "Friendship? When you chose to be a traitor, did you ever think about friendship? They all stood behind you, and obviously, they all firmly supported this rebellion. If I don't show up, there is no doubt that they will raise their butcher knives to kill the people around me, elders, friends, and relatives. Now you tell me, are they innocent?" The sword energy on Qin Wentian's body swept out, revealing a monstrous murderous intent. The body of the leader of the Thousand Absolute Alliance trembled slightly, and the strong men of the Thousand Absolute Alliance behind him were pale. "Follow the general trend. I did nothing wrong. Even if the Thousand Absolute Alliance is destroyed today, it's just bad luck. I met you who just stepped into the immortal platform and returned to the lower world, but you have only been immortal for a short time. With your realm, you will still be destroyed by the Xing Guild. This is the will of heaven to destroy my Thousand Absolute Alliance. The leader of the Thousand Absolute Alliance looked into the void. He was not convinced. He was unlucky. What can he do? That's right. At this time, a voice suddenly descended from the sky, and the strong men of the Xing Guild showed ecstasy, surviving from a desperate situation. I promise that the Jinja League will not be destroyed, and they will die here today. A voice came, and soon, a fairy platform with fairy light around him appeared in the void. He was shining with light and was arrogant. He was a powerful figure in the second level of the fairy platform. He looked majestic and seemed to be in his 40s or 50s. He looked down at the sky, his eyes were like looking at an ant. Qin Wentian, I didn't expect you to appear so soon. It's a relief. I can capture you and report back. I don't have to track down the old guy Yao Wang and your wife anymore. The fairy platform strongman looked at Qin Wentian. The old guy Yao Wang was hiding well. Not only did the people in the particle world not find him, but he couldn't find him even when he went out in person. He didn't know where he was hiding. Can you stop me? Qin Wentian looked up at the void. If you dare to kill one person, I will make your relatives and friends live a life worse than death. The strong man in the void stood with his hands behind his back and said proudly. Fairy King Mi's face suddenly became ugly. She didn't expect that she would encounter a strong man from the immortal platform. This time, it was miserable. God will not kill me. The leader of the Jinja League laughed and looked at Qin Wentian, laughing wildly. I said that I followed a general trend. What's wrong with that? Qin Wentian, you can't escape this disaster. The people of the Xing Guild and those who were chasing him breathed a sigh of relief. They were all sweating coldly, but at this moment, they all smiled. Everything was over. This was really thrilling. When the immortal halo on Qin Wentian bloomed, they thought they were on the verge of despair and dead. Unexpectedly, the immortal platform strongman of the Xing Guild arrived. You are so optimistic. Qin Wentian looked at the leader of the Jinja League, waved his hand, and a beam of immortal light slashed through. With a puff, blood bloomed, and the leader of the Jinja League screamed. Are you crazy? The leader of the Jinja Alliance roared. Do you want Fairy King Yi and the others to be unable to survive? You have pissed me off. The powerful immortal in the void spoke proudly, and the pressure on his body burst out towards the air below. Are you counting on him to save you? Qin Wentian pointed at the immortal master in the void, looked at the leader of the Jinja League, and said, you see clearly. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Wentian's body soared into the sky, facing the immortal master in the void. The power of the perfect holy immortal platform on his body bloomed. He stepped into the void, and the immortal light on the body of the second-level immortal master seemed to be suppressed and shrank inward. He only felt that his immortal platform trembled violently, as if a terrifying immortal power descended directly on his immortal platform. This was the pressure of a high-level immortal platform. How is it possible? His face changed, and his momentum burst out wildly. Boom! There was another earth-shattering shock. The immortal platform of the immortal master of the Xing Guild in the void trembled wildly, as if it was about to break. The power of the immortal platform on Qin Wentian's body bloomed wildly, as if there was really an immortal platform looming. Before the people arrived, the strong men of the Xing Guild were pressed so hard that they could not breathe. A strong man of a lower realm suppressed a strong man of a higher realm. At this moment, the face of the Xiante figure of the Xing Guild turned pale. Puff! A domineering and unmatched Fangyan Huaji burst out, revealing a terrifying destructive force. It seemed that the whole world was left with only that halberd. At this moment, the second-level Xiante strongman of the Xing Guild did not dare to resist. His body retreated, not daring to fight. Boom boom. The Fangyan Huaji surged and flew out of Qin Wentian's hand. Rays of destructive light directly penetrated the opponent's body, instantly destroying the Xiante and shattering the opponent's vitality. The man trembled violently, staring at Qin Wentian, pointing his finger at him, and said, You. How is it possible? As soon as the voice fell, there was a boom, and his body exploded and was destroyed. His soul flew away, and it took less than a moment from the domineering arrival to the destruction and death. Puff, puff. The heartbeats of the people below accelerated. The face of the leader of the Thousand Absolute Alliance was as pale as paper. The people brought by the Galaxy Guild looked ashen. Qin Wentian only took a breath to make them go from seeing hope to despair. In this breath, they fell directly from heaven to hell. Qin Wentian's figure flashed and returned to the front of the leader of the Thousand Absolute Alliance again, saying, God will not kill you. The face of the leader of the Thousand Absolute Alliance was pale. He suddenly felt that he had done nothing wrong. Was his choice right? There is no need to add high-sounding reasons for your shamelessness. If there was no betrayal today, the Thousand Absolute Alliance would have become one of the overlords of the entire particle world. However, now, there is only destruction. Qin Wentian's voice resounded through the world, and also shook the mind of the leader of the Thousand Absolute Alliance, shaking his soul. However, the next moment, Qin Wentian waved his palm, slashed the sword, and destroyed. Chapter 1019 The Most Dangerous Place. The leader of the Thousand Absolute Alliance fell. He thought that with the arrival of the powerful Jiutian of the Galaxy Guild, God would not kill him, and the Thousand Absolute Alliance would follow the trend again. But Qin Wentian killed the Jiutian of the Galaxy Guild in a breath, shattering his dream and killing him on the spot. If you commit evil, you will not live. What use is God? Qin Wentian glanced at the rebellious figures of the Thousand Absolute Alliance and said coldly, "Rebels will be killed without mercy." As soon as the voice fell, he stretched out his finger, and a peerless sword power emerged. Then he pointed forward. The sword light of that finger was as fast as lightning, like a ray of light, with a continuous sound of puffing. The sword light kept passing through the throats of the strong men of the Thousand Absolute Alliance, and bodies fell one after another. Soon, a powerful force was extinct. When they became traitors, raised the butcher knife to their former companions, and led the enemy to kill their own people, death was already doomed. Boom, boom, boom. The strong men behind him fled frantically, running in different directions. They were terrified. The strong men on the immortal platform were all killed. If they stayed, they would die. Qin Wentian turned his body slowly and looked at the fleeing people. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said coldly, "Can you get away?" As soon as the voice fell, the immortal platform in his body burst into endless immortal power. In an instant, an immortal light that destroyed all living things swept out. In just a moment, this immortal light chased everyone. Those who fled saw that they were enveloped by the pressure of the immortals, their faces turned pale, and their hearts and minds were broken. "My lord, we know we are wrong." One person was so scared that his heart and mind were broken, and he was extremely terrified. They never dreamed that Qin Wentian would return at this time. Not only return, but return as an immortal, return powerfully, return as a king, and destroy the immortals with one blow. What a powerful power this is! Qin Wentian looked calm. He knew he was wrong. When the immortal platform figures of the Xing Guild came before, they were just proud. How ridiculous! Boom! The pressure of the immortal platform completely exploded. How powerful was Qin Wentian's immortal platform? The perfect holy immortal platform formed by the convergence of 6 immortal platforms contained the power of true destruction. The immortal light fell, and those fleeing bodies stopped abruptly. Then they fell one by one towards the sky below. There were continuous puffs, and one after another, all the figures fell. Qin Wentian didn't even make a move directly. This is the power of the immortals. Qin Wentian's immortal platform is powerful. Under the cover of immortal power, killing people is invisible. A war was eliminated in a short moment. From beginning to end, only Qin Wentian was making a move. The rest of the people didn't even have the ability to resist. They were all killed. Even the arrogant and domineering immortal platform powerhouse of the Xing Guild was equally vulnerable. This is the returning Qin Wentian. The shock of Fairy King Mei, Ruahan, Fanel and others could not be expressed in words. They could not imagine that the proud son of heaven who had revived Daksha had become so powerful that he could destroy immortals with a single move. It had only been more than 20 years, and he had accomplished something that countless people in the particle world could not do in their lifetime. They were extremely uneasy, but they were happy. He was back, the guy who created miracles. Qin Wentian also heard good news. The strong man from the immortal platform had not yet found Yao Huang and Mo Qingcheng, which meant that they were safe for the time being. At this time, everyone's eyes were all on Qin Wentian. Seeing this, Qin Wentian shrugged and said with a smile, "I know I am handsome and elegant, but there is no need to look at me like this. Brother, I almost didn't recognize you. Is this still my boss? Too fierce, isn't he?" Fatty Fanel came over and stared at Qin Wentian from head to toe, giving Qin Wentian goosebumps all over his body. He said, "Get out of here, fat guy." It seems to be the same as before. "Boss, how did you become an immortal? Teach me someday, so that I can also feel the taste of an immortal." Fanel narrowed his eyes, and his usual wretched appearance seemed to be asking for a beating. "For someone as untalented as you, you can only see hope after practicing for a few thousand years. Qin Wentian said jokingly, and everyone laughed immediately. Although Qin Wentian became an immortal, he was still the same as before, treating them as close people. Wentian, I really didn't expect that we fought side by side in the past, but now, I can only look up to you. Yang Kuangsheng looked at Qin Wentian and said, Yang, this is not the you I know. Qin Wentian said with a smile, Yang Kuangsheng is full of ambition. Haha, I'm really shocked by you, too strong, is this the power of the immortals? Yang Kuangsheng said cheerfully, with a hint of yearning at the same time. In the past, the Holy Emperor was the only immortal who dominated the world, and below the immortals, everyone was immortal. You are doing well, when will you take me to the immortal realm? Ruahun came over with a chuckle, holding Qin Wentian's arm, as seductive as before. If you want to go to the immortal realm, you can go with me after the matter of the particle world is settled. Qin Wentian said with a smile. Really? Ruahun's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. The immortal realm? Ever since they knew that this world was just a particle world, the people here are always full of infinite yearning for the immortal realm. What kind of vast and endless world is that? How dare I lie to you, senior sister? Qin Wentian said. Well, I will follow you from now on. Are you? Oh, Huan laughed. There were familiar faces in front of her. Fairy Queen Mei smiled at Qin Wentian and said, Have you ever seen Qinger in the fairyland? Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. Qinger is fine. She is in seclusion now. There should be no problem in impacting the fairyland. That makes me feel relieved. Fairy Queen Mei looked at Qin Wentian deeply. Since this guy knew so much, it was obvious that the two had been together. Senior Queen Mei, are you willing to go to the fairyland? You are Qinger's former master. In the fairyland, Qinger is the princess of the fairyland, and her status is high. I believe that if you go, you will definitely feel very comfortable. Qin Wentian said with a smile. No, with my cultivation level, I will embarrass that girl. Fairy Queen Mei shook her head. The princess of the fairyland, if she, a master, goes there, people will only look down on her. Qin Wentian didn't say much. He saw Bai Luai. Bai Luai's pure and beautiful eyes stared at him, but she didn't say a word. Qin Wentian smiled and said, looking at me like this, am I more handsome than before? Hearing Qin Wentian's joke, Bai Luai's pure face remained the same, but she nodded slightly, and a blush flashed across her face, making her even more attractive. Seeing this scene, everyone around laughed. Mu Fang and Yun Mengai, both of you have reached the realm of heaven, not bad. Qin Wentian spoke to everyone one by one. After so many years, although Qin Wentian has become a fairyland figure, he is still their friend as before. A long cry came from the void, and then a huge vermilion bird swooped down. Everyone looked up, many of them showed nervousness, and many of them showed a thoughtful look. This vermilion bird? Buzz! The vermilion bird suddenly transformed into a charming woman and slowly landed behind Qin Wentian, making everyone stare at her with flashing eyes. This is Purgatory. Many of you should know her. Qin Wentian said. Little Purgatory has become a beauty. Fan Li's eyes lit up, and Xuanzin next to him immediately grabbed his ears, causing Fan Li to say miserably, Of course, my Xuanzin is the most beautiful. Humph, pervert. Xuanzin pouted, and the people next to him laughed again. Do you have any news about Yao Wang and King Chen? Qin Wentian suddenly asked, and everyone immediately fell silent. Fairy Queen Mei said, It is said that Senior Yao Wang was seriously injured, and Yao Wang Valley suffered heavy casualties. He disappeared with Mo King Chen. The Xing Guild hunted them the most fiercely, and they may even have sent out immortal beings, just like the person you killed just now. Well, I'll let Purgatory take you to Chu State. I'll go first. I'm also worried about that place. Qin Wentian said, and everyone naturally understood and nodded. Purgatory, there are several flying immortal weapons in here. You take them to Chu State. I'll go first. Qin Wentian handed a storage ring to Purgatory. He had a lot of ordinary immortal weapons on him. Yes, Master. Purgatory replied. Take me with you. I also want to go to Chu State as soon as possible. Ruahun said. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded, pulled Ruahun's arm, and then took a step forward, and his body soared into the sky. Chu State, Xianyang City, Wuwang Mansion. The once prosperous Wuwang Mansion is not doing well now. It has been firmly controlled by someone. There are many powerful people around Wuwang Mansion who monitor its every move. The Xing Guild descended on the particle world and swept the entire world. Even the Wuwang Mansion, which was in a remote corner, was affected. As Qin Wentian's home, the status of the Qin Mansion can be imagined. It was firmly controlled and monitored. The major families in Xianyang City also began to add insult to injury. Some families enthusiastically helped to build the Xianyang City Xing branch, and made great efforts. They also sent their family disciples to the Xing Guild. For a time, these families became the powerful forces in Xianyang City. There was a quarrel in the Qin Mansion. A young man appeared in the Qin Mansion with his men. He looked at Qin Yao and said, "Qin Yao, you know I have liked you for a long time. Why do you keep me away from you? You are worthy." Qin Yao looked at the young man with contempt. "Haha, you are still as proud as before. Do you think the Prince Wu Mansion is still the same as it was before?" The young man said coldly, "And I am now a disciple of the Xing Guild. If you follow me, I will never humiliate you. Besides, the fate of the Qin Mansion is now controlled by the Xing Guild, and no orders have been issued from above. If you follow me, even if the Qin Mansion is destroyed, I can still plead for you. Get out." Qin Yao said coldly. The young man's face darkened, staring at Qin Yao and said, "If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. Qin Yao, just wait. I will definitely make you my woman. Then, I will torture you severely." As he spoke, the young man laughed wildly and glanced at the maid behind Qin Yao, saying, "Although this woman's face is a little ugly, her skin is really good, and she is juicy and has a good figure. Let's enjoy her together when we have a chance. You." Qin Yao's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and she took a step forward. The young man stepped back and then sneered, "Wait for me to favor you." As he said that, he left with his people. Qin Yao wanted to take action, but the maid behind her stepped forward and grabbed her arm. Qin Yao turned around and looked at the maid. She had perfect skin and figure, and her temperament was also perfect, but her sick face was not very good looking, making it easy for people to ignore her existence. "If he dares to insult you, I must kill him," Qin Yao said in a cold voice. "Forget it, don't attract attention." The maid's voice was soft, but it was extremely moving. "Well, I will endure it. But the Qin Mansion is probably becoming more and more dangerous." Qin Yao frowned, a little worried. Although the most dangerous place is the safest, once the Galaxy Guild really wants to move the Qin Mansion, if a real strong man comes, it will still be seen. Chapter 1020 Reunion. Xianyang City, Xing Guild. Although the newly built Xing Guild is not as magnificent as the branch of the Great Xia dynasty, it is still the most magnificent building in the city. In a hall of the Xing Guild, a figure stood there, with many powerful people behind him. They dared not speak, and were respectful one by one. Even the head of the branch lowered his head very low. The figure was wearing the robe of the Xing Guild, but the color was darker than others, which made him more majestic. At this time, he opened his closed eyes, glanced at everyone with a cold gaze, and said, "A bunch of trash, you don't even know that people are right under your noses. My lord." The head of the Xing Guild knelt on one knee and said, "Please tell me clearly, my lord. If I'm not mistaken, Yao Huang and Mo Qingcheng are both in Qin Mansion. Go get them and bring them here." The man said indifferently. Qin Mansion. The head of the hall flashed. They had been monitoring Qin Mansion very strictly, but they didn't find it. They all changed their appearances. Yao Wang became a servant. Mo Qingcheng should have disguised herself as a maid. No wonder they couldn't find her for so long. They dared to hide in Xianyang City. They were quite smart. You all go. Qingyan is here too. Yao Wang is now a useless person. I don't need to do it myself. Bring someone to see me within an hour. The strong man said coldly. Yes, sir. Everyone nodded, then turned around and went out, immediately mobilizing people to go to Qin Mansion. They were flying in the void, and seeing a group of strong men marching forward, everyone understood that the Galaxy Guild was going to take action against the Qin Mansion. Some forces actually joined the Galaxy Guild and prepared to add insult to injury. The Qin Mansion was a big family in Xianyang City, and the Galaxy Guild looked down on them, but they did. Once the Qin Mansion was raided and the main people were taken away, everything else would be theirs. Many small family forces in Xianyang City were thinking in this way. The young man who had walked out of the Qin Mansion before did not leave the Qin Mansion too far. He met someone from the Galaxy Guild on the way. He looked at the person next to the master of the Galaxy Guild in the void and asked, "Teacher, what happened?" "Go to the Qin Mansion and take people away. Yao Wang and Mo Qingcheng are in the Qin Mansion," his master said. Mo Qingcheng was the most beautiful woman in Chu State back then. A strange light flashed in the young man's eyes, and he had some expectations in his heart. How beautiful is Mo Qingcheng? Chu State has spread her legend that she is a fairy-like figure. The people in the Qin Mansion soon got the news. The power of the Qin Mansion gathered together in an instant. Qin Chuan and others appeared one after another. Beside him, a figure was majestic without anger, and there was a strong momentum on his body. There was also an old man next to him. He seemed to be in his twilight years and was extremely weak. Several maids were taking care of him. The maid who was with Qin Yao before was also beside him. "You Qingian, take the head of the Qin family and Qingcheng away, maybe there's still a chance," the old man said to the majestic and powerful man beside him. This person was the Yi Qingian, the emperor of the Yi Kingdom. "Senior Yao Huang, since the Xing Guild has discovered it, I am afraid that I can't get away this time. It's the last battle, so what, but I feel sorry for Qingcheng. I'm sorry for Wentian." Yi Qingian looked up at the void and sighed. "You have done enough. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be here today, but we still implicated the Qin family." Yao Huang sighed. "Senior Yao Huang, what are you saying? Wentian is like a son. His affairs are my affairs. Qingcheng is Wentian's wife, and she is also a member of my Qin Mansion. As long as she is here, the Qin Mansion is here," Qin Chuan said with his head held high, with a strong character. "Master Qin is a man of steel and blood. I admire him." Yao Wang said, "In that case, let's have the final battle." Boom! The violent force directly blasted in. The buildings in front kept collapsing. A group of cavalrymen trampled over, roaring continuously, destroying everything. Soon, the front turned into ruin. A figure could be seen in the distance. The Xing Guild came with a huge crowd and stopped opposite them. There were also continuous explosions from the side and behind. The cavalrymen destroyed everything and razed the entire Qin Mansion to the ground. Only Qin Chuan and his people gathered together, and the rest of the Qin Mansion became bare. On the periphery, the strong men from all sides of Xianyang City came and watched from all sides. Decades ago, the Qin Mansion suffered a devastating disaster, but in the end it regained its glory because of Qin Wentian's existence. However, this time, their enemies were even more terrifying. Buzz! At this moment, a sudden strong wind blew in the void. In the distance, there seemed to be a terrifying and overbearing gale sweeping in, making the people below feel unstable. Then, they saw a golden light above the sky, and a dazzling golden winged weapon appeared in their field of vision. Golden winged weapon. The legendary divine bird weapon actually appeared. Everyone's heart trembled. The golden winged weapon flew quickly and hovered over the Qin Mansion, seeming to be extremely excited. At the same time, Qin Wentian, who was still on the road, had a dazzling light in his eyes. Finally, there was news about Qingcheng. He took Ruahun to speed up and headed straight for Xianyang City, increasing the speed of the immortal soldiers to the extreme. Golden winged weapon. Mo Qingcheng looked up. She looked at the weapon in the void, and a strange color flashed in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, her face changed back, revealing a face that was so beautiful that it could overwhelm the country. "Qingcheng, this baby is back." The golden winged weapon hovering in the void suddenly uttered a baby voice, which immediately made everyone's eyes stunned. Could this still be a golden winged weapon cub? Mo Qingcheng's face showed a bright smile, her beautiful eyes seemed a little wet. How could she not recognize the voice of this little guy? This bastard is getting more and more majestic now, transformed into golden winged rock, like a divine bird descending to the world. The little bastard is back, he is also nearby, right? Thinking of this, Mo Qingcheng's heart was beating. Finally, he came back. Just now, she thought she would never see him in this life. "Where is he?" Mo Qingcheng's crisp voice sounded, and she asked. "We acted separately, he is a bit stupid. How could he be as smart as me to guess you are here? But this baby has told him, he should be here soon." The little guy said shamelessly. Mo Qingcheng nodded heavily, her eyes were filled with tears, and her heart was inexplicably nervous. After so many years, could she finally see him again? "Teacher, did you hear? He is back." Mo Qingcheng was excited and looked at the Medicine King. I heard it. The Medicine King also smiled and nodded. "I really didn't expect that Qin Wentian would come back at such a critical moment." "Qin Yao, I'm back, and you don't even show any appreciation." The little bastard looked at Qin Yao again and said. Qin Yao rolled her eyes and said, "Get down here, little bastard." "Oh, what a miserable life. The little bastard's body fell towards the sky, turned into a stream of white light, and landed directly in Qin Yao's arms, rubbing his head randomly. It seems that he has made it, Qin Yao said while holding the little guy. People in the distance were a little surprised to see this scene. What kind of little demon is this? Can it turn into a rock? That's it. The little guy poked his head out and looked at Mo Qingcheng next to him and said, Qingcheng, I miss you a little. Little bastard. Mo Qingcheng burst into laughter. This little guy is so cute. Yu Qingyan, Qin Chuan and others smiled beside him. When they saw the little bastard, they knew that Qin Wentian should be here soon. However, at this moment, a sudden immortal power descended from the void. The immortal master of the Xing Guild appeared there, staring at the little bastard in Qin Yao's arms. This little demon was a demon immortal. Immortal. Yao Huang and others saw the strong man in the void, and their faces became ugly again. I'll go and deal with this guy first, and then I'll chat with you. The little bastard's voice was childish, and then he rushed straight into the sky. His body became huge, and his whole body was cast in gold. A loud roar came out. This time he turned into a terrifying demon dragon. The dragon had 9 heads and was extremely fierce. The pair of powerful claws made people feel terrified. In an instant, he turned from a cute little demon into an absolutely terrifying demon. This shape is very handsome, right? The demon dragon said to himself, and then roared angrily, and his claws rushed out at the same time, as if to tear the sky apart. The immortal might of the immortal master in the immortal master's body bloomed, sweeping the world, and shouted angrily, quickly take them down. Yes. The masters below responded and rushed towards the masters of Qin Mansion. Yu Qingyan stepped forward and rushed out first. His starry sky was blooming, and his might was terrible. However, a top-level celestial master from the Xing Guild also stepped out and directly hit him with a palm. Kill. The two masters instantly killed each other, shaking the world. The young man who had just insulted Qin Yao in the Qin Mansion kept staring at Mo Qingcheng. She was so beautiful, like a fairy. If she could become his woman. Thinking of this, his heart beat fast, but he was not qualified to touch such a woman. However, he didn't want to touch her, but it didn't mean that others didn't want to. The young celestial master from the Xing Guild ran straight to Mo Qingcheng's direction, grabbed his palm, and a golden palm print appeared immediately. Mo Qingcheng's fingers shot out, and terrible green flames flew out and went towards the young man. Both of them flew into the air. It's a blessing to be able to fight with such a beauty. The young man smiled and said, why don't you follow me? Maybe my master can let you go. Mo Qingcheng's face turned cold, and the stars and celestial phenomena shone out. The young man laughed and walked forward, but at this moment, a ray of destructive light came from the distance through the void. With a puff, a blood-red hole appeared between his eyebrows. His body trembled, and he turned his head with difficulty. Then he saw a handsome and unparalleled figure walking towards him. This figure had an extraordinary temperament. He waved his palm towards him, and his body was swept to the side. He didn't even know how he died. Mo Qingcheng looked at the figure that was coming, and her beautiful eyes turned red again, as if there were tears, and she couldn't stop. The man stepped to her side, stretched out his hand and hugged her in his arms. The two looked at each other affectionately, as if there were only the two of them left in the world, dancing in the void. P.S. It's the 3rd update again. I'm almost exhausted this month. Where are the monthly tickets, brothers? Chapter 1021 Qin Wentian's Fury. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. The figure flying in the void was so beautiful and moving. He was back. At this moment, the people of Xianyang City finally knew who was back. He became famous in Xianyang City at the age of 16, and was famous in Chu at the age of 18. He was a young man who could decide the throne of Chu by himself. He had unified the Great Xia dynasty and became the king of Great Xia. He had blossomed in the Xianqiang Palace with his stunning style. Who in the world didn't know him? He married Mo Qingcheng in Chu State, and the whole country was shocked. The world's overlord, the emperor-level saint sect, came to make trouble and was wiped out in one fell swoop. His style was unmatched. He was born in Chu State and grew up in Xianyang City. He had encountered the Bai family's broken engagement. Later, he became a legend in Xianyang City. However, he left later, and he was gone for decades. Time is the easiest to forget, especially in a small city like Xianyang City. Even if this person was once a legend, when the Xing Guild came to this world as a hegemon, The world was unified, and all the powers surrendered. People gradually forgot about Qin Wentian, so much so that some people even wanted to touch his wife and had fantasies about Mo Qingchen. Now, he is back, and his peerless elegance seems to make people recalling the legend of the past. Looking at Qin Wentian's peerless figure and Mo Qingcheng's peerless figure, they seem to be the most suitable people in the world. Those who want to blaspheme are just asking for trouble. Ruohan followed from behind. Seeing this scene, her heart was warm and her face was smiling. She witnessed everything about them, from acquaintance to love. Finally, they meet again. In the Qin Mansion in Xianyang City, there are also people from the Bai family, Bai Qingsung and Bai Qixu. Looking at the two figures, Bai Qixu was not jealous at this moment, but only blessed them, and there were tears in the corners of her eyes. Qin Yao was even more soft-hearted, and tears flowed down without any shame. The two people flying in the void were silent for a long time. Mo Qingcheng was embraced by Qin Wentian. She looked at the figure close at hand, the handsome face, the familiar breath, her beautiful face, and her tears had already flowed down her face. She didn't care that Qin Wentian saw her fragility. At this moment, she just wanted to cry. Her face was wet with tears, but she still had a bright smile. Looking at Qin Wentian's face, she just cried and smiled foolishly. The flying figure stopped in the void. This short moment seemed like eternity. Qin Wentian stretched out his hand and wiped the tears from the corners of Mo Qingcheng's eyes. His hand was very gentle. Looking at the still beautiful but slightly haggard face, he felt a little heartbroken. Over the years, during this period of time, she must have suffered a lot of grievances. Qingcheng, I'm sorry. Qin Wentian felt a little guilty. Mo Qingcheng had paid too much for her and delayed too much? Mo Qingcheng placed her slender fingers on Qin Wentian's lips. Her tears stopped flowing. She smiled warmly, so brilliantly and beautifully, as if all the grievances in the past had disappeared at this moment. Qin Wentian also smiled, and did not say the three words "I'm sorry." At this moment, silence was more powerful than words. He leaned forward and kissed Mo Qingcheng's forehead gently, whispering, "Qingcheng, after this matter is settled, I will take you to the fairyland." "Yes." Mo Qingcheng nodded heavily, and the tears that had stopped seemed to be unable to flow again. Her eyes were moist and extremely moving. She really didn't want to be separated from Qin Wentian by a world anymore. It was too far away. Countless nights, she looked up at the starry sky, imagining which star had the figure of Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian landed with Mo Qingcheng in his arms. He looked at Chao Huang, Qin Chuan, and your King Guyan, and shouted, "Adoptive father, Senior Yao Huang, Wentian is late." "Not late, just in time. If you were any later, you wouldn't be able to see this old man of mine." Qin Chuan smiled at Qin Wentian, whose temperament became even more extraordinary. Over the years, he sometimes worried about Qin Wentian's safety. After all, there were too many strong people in that unknown fairyland. "It's all because of me that I have implicated my adoptive father," Qin Wentian said. "What does it have to do with you?" "It's because the Xing Guild is too overbearing." Qin Yao was full of resentment towards the Xing Guild. An ordinary disciple joined the Xing Guild, but dared to harass her every day. "Sister, did anyone bully you?" Qin Wentian looked at Qin Yao's aggrieved expression, stretched out his hand and stroked Qin Yao's hair, and asked. Qin Yao looked at him with resentful eyes and said, "You've just come back after such a long time, and you're still asking who bullied me. I know I was wrong, sister. You can hit me if you want," Qin Wentian said heartlessly. The woman in front of him was the person he was closest to since childhood and had been with him growing up. "You're smart." Qin Yao pouted and said, "I forgive you. That guy deserves to be punished. He harassed me every day and insulted Qingcheng. I must kill him." Qin Yao pointed at the young man who had insulted him before. Qin Wentian turned his eyes and looked at the figure. The young man stepped back when he saw Qin Wentian's eyes. He was from Xianyang City and of course he knew Qin Wentian's name. "You are not worthy of harassing my sister," Qin Wentian said coldly. The man stepped back frantically, but saw Qin Wentian waving his palm, and a puffing sound was heard, and the man fell down directly. "Are all these people here to deal with the Qin mansion?" Qin Wentian asked Qin Yao. "Well, everyone around is like this. Apart from the Xing Guild, many are from the Xianyang City. They want to fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the Xing Guild's destruction of my Qin mansion," Qin Yao said coldly. "Got it." Qin Wentian slowly took a step forward, and many strong men retreated. Qin Wentian was well known, a legendary figure in Xianyang City, Chu State, and even the entire particle world. Even if he had the support of the Xing Guild, who could afford to offend him at the moment? The immortal strongman of the Xing Guild in the void was still fighting with Qin Wentian's monster. Here, no one could compete with Qin Wentian. In the distance, there was another howling wind, and a group of mighty figures came here quickly with the help of immortal soldiers. It was Purgatory and Fairy King Mei who arrived. Surround him. Fairy King Mei saw the confrontation here and waved her hand directly. Suddenly, all the strong men went down and surrounded the outer periphery. Those who came to kill Qin Wentian suddenly looked extremely ugly. Your Majesty, how should we deal with him? Everyone looked at Qin Wentian, waiting for his order. Kill without mercy. Qin Wentian said. Yes. A loud and uniform shout was heard, and the strong men of Daxia started to kill. The strong man who had fought with Jiutian before had a changing look on his face, and he suddenly ran towards the direction of the Qin Wentian below. Qin Wentian didn't even look at him, he just raised his hand and slapped him. With a loud bang, a sound of destruction was heard, and the powerful figure of the celestial phenomenal who had been able to fight with Jiutian, the Emperor of Yego, exploded and disappeared, leaving nothing behind. People in the distance trembled in their hearts when they saw this scene. So strong, how strong is Qin Wentian now? The people of Daxia began to kill, and screams were heard in an instant. Qin Wentian's expression was extremely cold, looking at the Qin Wentian that had turned into ruin. Whether it was the Xing Guild or those forces that took advantage of the situation, only the most iron-blooded means could deter future generations. He didn't want such a thing to happen again. A loud noise was heard in the void. The arm of the immortal platform strongman was torn by the little bastard who turned into a demon dragon. He was bleeding. He roared and flew rapidly towards the sky below. The immortal platform burst into dazzling light and enveloped the people in the Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's immortal platform surged, and the supreme power burst out. In an instant, the vast space was completely engulfed in it, and the opponent's immortal platform power could not penetrate. Purgatory also moved at this time, and pounced on the opponent like lightning. The fire of Purgatory struck out and instantly enveloped a large area of the void. Qin Wentian looked up below. Although this person also had the second level of the immortal platform, the little bastard and Purgatory were enough to kill him alone, not to mention the two of them joined forces. Qin Wentian, even if you have 3 immortal realms, you are still vulnerable in front of the Galaxy Guild. Soon the army will come to slaughter you. If you kill me, the Galaxy Guild will let you die miserably. The strong man struggled and roared. Don't kill him easily, let him enjoy death slowly. Qin Wentian responded directly, and he screamed again. One of his feet was burned by Purgatory and destroyed directly. The terrible flames rushed into his body and burned his immortal platform. Qin Wentian, you dare! He yelled madly. Purgatory saw him threatening Qin Wentian, her face was extremely cold, and at the moment when the other party and the little bastard collided, her handprint was on the other party's body, rumbling. The immortal platform was broken, and the immortal light dissipated, but she did not kill him directly. SHH. A little bit of Purgatory fire burned on the other party's body. Ah. The immortal platform strongman screamed madly. The immortal platform was destroyed and burned by Purgatory fire. It can be imagined how painful he was. Many people in Xianyang City witnessed this scene with their own eyes, and they were all terrified. The legendary figure who was famous all over the world, facing the threat to his family, was ruthless and scary. An immortal existence that they could not imagine, a high and unattainable immortal, was ordered to be brutally burned to death by the returning Qin Wentian. He threatened Qin Wentian's family, and Qin Wentian fought back with the most powerful means. Finally, the body of the immortal platform strongman of the Xing Guild was burned to death, and disappeared from the world with a gust of wind, but the shock brought by his death will not disappear. Below, the people of the Xing Guild no longer had the idea of fighting, but just wanted to escape madly. When they came, they were mighty and arrogant, wanting to destroy the Qin Wentian, capture the most beautiful woman and chew in the medicine emperor, but at this moment, they just wanted to survive. However, can they survive? Not long after, the blood on the land of Qin Wentian dyed the ruins red. They destroyed the Qin Wentian and turned it into ruins, but at this moment, they also became the burial companions of the ruins of the Qin Wentian. Adoptive father, have someone take them to the families that were involved in today's events. Young and innocent people will not be killed, but all the elders of the families that participated in this decision-making will be killed without mercy. Qin Wentian's cold voice resounded through the world, shocking the entire Xianyang city once again. This time, Xianyang city was going to be cleansed with iron and blood. Those forces that took advantage of the situation were finished. Qin Wentian returned with terrible anger. These people who took advantage of the situation wanted to touch the Qin mansion, his family, and his wife, Mo Qingchen. Chapter 1022, Sleepless Night. Qin Wentian's handsome face was filled with coldness and killing intent. He looked at Purgatory and said, "Purgatory, go and destroy the Xing Guild in Xianyang city. Leave no one alive." "Yes, master." Purgatory's figure flashed and soared into the sky. Xianyang city was very small. With a glance of her immortal thoughts, she knew where the Xing Guild was. The strong men of the great Xia dynasty also set out one after another and began to head towards the family forces that participated in today's events. Qin Wentian looked at Yao Wang and asked, "Senior Yao Wang, what exactly happened? Did the immortal thoughts of many immortal realm strongmen on that day deter the Xing Guild?" Before leaving the particle world, Qin Wentian and his incarnation Jiutian destroyed the Emperor-level Saint sect and those visitors from the immortal realm. Because of Yao Wang and the revenge they suffered, the immortal platform strongmen who were saved by Jiutian left their immortal thoughts in Yao Wang Valley. Although these immortal thoughts did not have strong combat power, they were immortal platforms after all. As long as they stood up, their deterrent power was so strong that ordinary forces dared not touch Yao Wang Valley. It's useless. All those immortal thoughts were wiped out by the Galaxy Guild. The Medicine Emperor shook his head slowly and said, "When the Galaxy Guild descended here from outside the particle world, it allowed the entire particle world to rebuild the Galaxy Guild, and soon began a sweeping operation. It was extremely powerful and overbearing. For a time, all the forces in the Imperial Holy Domain were in danger. The Galaxy Guild suppressed the world with strong means. At that time, I felt that they might soon take action against the Medicine Emperor Valley. I realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately decided to send a group of people to the Immortal Domain for refuge. The people from the Jiutian sect also came to visit the Medicine Emperor Valley. It happened that many people wanted to go to the Immortal Domain to make a living, so I sent away the Jiutian sect and a group of people from the Medicine Emperor Valley. I wanted to send King Chang away as well, but the girl was stubborn and refused to leave. She said she would wait for you to come back. But at that time, I myself did not realize how serious the problem was. Later, it seemed that people from the Galaxy Guild continued to descend from the Immortal Domain to the particle world. They attacked the Medicine Emperor Valley. As the Medicine Emperor spoke, his body trembled slightly. His old face seemed as if he could pass away at any time. If it were not for the elixir to save his life, he would probably have died. The immortal thoughts left by the strong were directly destroyed. They told those strong men not to meddle in other people's business, otherwise, even if the master came, they would kill them. I fought desperately, and the immortal platform was broken. I escaped with a group of people. Yaohong Valley was destroyed, and then I began to flee. If it weren't for your adoptive father Yi Qinggain's protection, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to hide until today. Yaohong's eyes were red, with a flame of hatred. Everything happened too fast. I, an old guy, have lived enough and it's not a pity to die, but many people in Yaohong Valley are still so young, and most of them were killed. Senior Yaohong, this can't be blamed on you. I will teach you an immortal method. Senior, try to practice hard, and maybe you will have a chance to rebuild the immortal platform. Qin Wentian's heart was cold. Xing Guild. The immortal platform is the foundation of the strong in the fairyland. Now that it has been broken, there is no hope. Yao Huang shook his head. How can we know if we don't try? Senior, believe me. Qin Wentian looked at Yao Wang and said solemnly. Yao Wang nodded. There was a strong light between Qin Wentian's eyebrows. A wisp of immortal thought passed on the art of changing fate with the immortal slashing platform to Yao Wang. Senior Yao Wang, how many top-level masters does the Galaxy Guild have in the particle world? Qin Wentian asked again. This matter needs to be clarified. I don't know. There shouldn't be many at present, no more than 10. But the scary thing is the follow-up forces of the Galaxy Guild. They directly destroy the immortal thoughts of the immortals and threaten them. It can be said to be extremely powerful. Obviously, they may have very terrifying power in the immortal realm. Wentian, take these people away to the immortal realm. The immortal realm is vast, and it won't be that difficult for them to chase and kill. Little guy, Go to the Emperor-level Holy Land and explore how many masters there are in the Galaxy Guild headquarters. Take the registration teleportation talisman I gave you. If there's anything wrong, retreat immediately. With your ever-changing and/or retaining abilities, they can't track you," Qin Wentian said, looking at the little bastard in the void. "Okay, I'll go then. Qingchen, let's talk later." The little bastard waved his claws at Mo Qingchen, then soared into the sky, transformed into golden winged rock, soared up, and flew away into the distance. Knowing yourself and the enemy will ensure victory in every battle. Qin Wentian did not dare to be careless in the face of such an enemy, and he must first understand the strengths and weaknesses of Mo Qingcheng's Galaxy Guild. "Will the little bastard be okay?" Mo Qingcheng said a little worriedly. "No, this guy is very smart. It's difficult to stop him without a strong man at the third level of the immortal platform. The Galaxy Guild should not send two strong people to attack the particle world. Moreover, he has a teleportation talisman on him, and can also turn into a small beast, teleport away and drill into the ground. Even if the immortal mind finds it, it will not know it is him," Qin Wentian said. "Yes." Mo Qingcheng nodded gently. "I will avenge Yao Huang Valley," Qin Wentian said, holding Qingcheng's hand. "Wentian, don't take revenge for now. Go to the immortal realm first. Talk about revenge when you become stronger." Medicine Emperor flatly refused. Qin Wentian has a natural talent and has been in the immortal realm for more than 50 years. How terrible it is. For the strong men in the immortal realm, people in their 50s are just children, so his appearance will basically not change, and his temperament is even more extraordinary and unworldly. With such a talent, Medicine Emperor naturally does not want Qin Wentian to be ruined here on impulse. Mo Qingcheng grabbed Qin Wentian's hand and looked at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes. Qin Wentian could feel her worry and nervousness. "Wentian, it is indeed not appropriate to take revenge. There is still a long time. You have great potential and will become the king of immortals in the future. Why rush for a while?" Qingyan advised. Everyone looked at Qin Wentian with worry in their eyes. They all wanted to persuade him not to take revenge. They knew Qin Wentian's character. He had a clear distinction between gratitude and resentment and was full of iron blood. When he was a teenager, he dared to block the way of Prince Chu Xianjiao for his adoptive father Qin Chuan. Qin Wentian is so talented. He is an immortal, a person who stands at the top of the world. In the past, the emperor of the holy sect was an immortal, ruling the world, and no one dared to disobey him. The medicine emperor was also an immortal, and Qin Wentian was such a young immortal. They were all Qin Wentian's relatives. Qin Wentian's life was much more precious than theirs, and he must not be ruined here on impulse. "I won't be impulsive." Qin Wentian saw the caring eyes and felt a little warm in his heart. In these years of wandering in the immortal realm, except for Kinger, he rarely felt the feeling of relatives. Now, his relatives are here. Even if there is a blood feud, they still don't want him to take risks. "Don't mess around," the medicine emperor solemnly instructed again. "Just think of it as for Qingchen." "Yes." Qin Wentian felt even worse. The cultivation of the medicine emperor was abolished and the medicine emperor valley was destroyed, but he still advised him so solemnly, fearing that he would encounter an accident. Looking at the familiar figures in front of him, they were all his close relatives in this world. Of course, Qin Wentian must not be in trouble. If he is in trouble, what will happen to his relatives? However, if he does not take revenge, he would be unworthy of being a man. Turning around, Qin Wentian took a look at the ruined Qin mansion. Bai Qingsong stepped forward and said, "Wentian, the Qin mansion is destroyed like this. With so many people, let's go to the Bai mansion to rest for a while. I have dismissed the servants." The Bai mansion is very big. Qin Wentian looked at the white-haired old man in front of him. He looked very old, as if he was already in his 70s. But the look he gave him was very bright, as if he was expecting. Qin Wentian understood Bai Qingsong's feelings. Back then, the grudges were resolved, but Bai Qingsong still had a knot in his heart. Qin Wentian often stayed at the Bai family when he was young, but the best time he was at the Bai family was when he wanted to kill Qin Wentian. He hoped that Qin Wentian could step into the Bai family again, and he would feel better. Behind Bai Qingsong, Bai Qibuxing's beautiful eyes were also staring at Qin Wentian. "Wentian, Uncle Bai has often stayed at the Qin mansion to play chess with my father over the years. Even when disaster strikes, he faces it together with the Qin mansion." Qin Yao said beside him. She hated the Bai family at first, but more than 20 years can change a lot. When the Qin mansion was in disaster, Bai Qingsong and Bai Kibuksu did not leave, which shows the sincerity of their friendship. Well, after so many years, I also want to go to the Bai mansion to take a look. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded. Uncle Bai, is there any news about Qing girl? Ah. Bai Qingsong sighed and shook his head, saying, I'm sorry, little Qing. If it weren't for what I did to you, she wouldn't have left in such a rage. Little Qing will be fine. She may have gone to the fairyland. Qin Wentian's eyes seemed to show the image of a pure and lovely girl. He also missed Bai Qing very much. He wanted to go to the Golem Cliff again when he had time. I hope so. Let's go. Bai Qingsong whispered, and the group rushed to the Bai mansion. Today, Xianyang City was hit by an earthquake. Qin Wentian returned and destroyed the forces of the Xing Guild. He started a massacre in Xianyang City. Those destroyed forces became the objects of ridicule. With that little strength, they wanted to add insult to injury. The battle between the Xing Guild and Qin Wentian was not something that their small forces could participate in. It was wiped out in the blink of an eye. At the Bai family, Bai Qingsong settled everyone down. The little bastard also came back. He told Qin Wentian that he met 7 immortal masters in the Xing Guild. They should have known about the situation in Xianyang City. They did not go out. It seemed that they were waiting for something. Qin Wentian and everyone else chatted for a long time before going back to rest. The night was extremely quiet. In a yard, only Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang were sitting on rattan chairs. Mo Qingchang leaned on Qin Wentian's arms and quietly enjoyed the tranquility of this moment. Are you really not going back to the immortal realm? Mo Qingchang looked up and stared at Qin Wentian with her beautiful face. Qin Wentian stroked her hair and smiled. Qingcheng, I will be sensible. This revenge must be avenged. I believe you, but you must also remember that if something happens to you, I will not live alone. Mo Qingchang smiled softly. Her voice was very calm, and she hugged Qin Wentian tightly, as if she was afraid of losing him. Qin Wentian looked at that stunning face. His heart seemed to melt. He leaned forward. He kissed Mo Qingchang's warm lips. Mo Qingchang hugged him tighter, responding to him to her heart's content. Qin Wentian's body was burning with fire. He picked up that perfect body and walked towards the room. This night was so wonderful. Chapter 1023 The little bastard shows off his power. In the early morning, the Bai family seemed particularly quiet, and people were practicing everywhere. In the courtyard where Qin Wentian was, he was flipping through the ancient scrolls, and seemed to be a little absorbed in it. Footsteps were heard, and Mo Qingchang came slowly with lotus steps. Qin Wentian turned his head to look at her with a gentle smile on his face. He saw that Mo Qingchang's face had a faint blush, her skin was as white as water, and her face was stunning. What are you looking at? Walking to Qin Wentian's side, Mo Qingchang looked at the ancient scroll. Formation. Although I am good at formation, the immortal formation is more profound. I need to carve a large immortal level formation in the Bai family, just in case. Qin Wentian said. Yes. Mo Qingchang nodded gently. Look, I won't disturb you. As she said that, she leaned gently beside Qin Wentian without saying anything. Qin Wentian smiled lightly and continued to look at the formation. After a while, a little bastard in white came over and jumped onto Mo Qingchang, staring at Qin Wentian and said, You don't need me anymore since you have a Qingcheng. Aren't you a male? Qin Wentian said with a smile, Besides, isn't it good for me to create an opportunity for you to be with Purgatory? Hey, little Purgatory is too fierce. The little bastard shook his head. Seeing this, Qin Wentian knocked him on the head and said, You little bastard, you are just a child, you can't even transform, what are you thinking about? Who made me the ancient beast king? The little guy said with his head held high, looking like the best in the world, which made Mo Qingchang laugh. By the way, Wentian, aren't we going to the Xing Guild? I only saw 7 immortals in my immortal thoughts. The 3 of us are enough. Let's sweep them away. The little guy said again. It's not that simple. The Xing Guild dares to be so arrogant. They must be powerful in the fairyland. After I returned, they stopped their actions. Are they really afraid of me? They must be planning something, or waiting for the arrival of the strong in the fairyland. Since they are waiting, let's wait with them. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a cold light. I wonder when the people of the sword sect will arrive at the Qianbian fairy gate. The little guy muttered, and then his body soared into the sky and turned into golden winged rock. He said to Qin Wentian, The Xing Guild is so arrogant and bullied Qingcheng. I want to take revenge. As he said that, before Qin Wentian could speak, the wind flashed and his figure disappeared directly. Little bastard. Mo Qingchang shouted, and Qin Wentian smiled at her. It doesn't matter. This kid is very smart and won't suffer any loss. But he is still young after all. Mo Qingchang whispered. When have you ever seen him suffer a loss? Qin Wentian said with a smile. Mo Qingchang thought of the little guy who always took advantage of beautiful women, and glared at Qin Wentian. I learned it from you. I am wronged. Qin Wentian's face was dark, and he was a conscience. Humph. Mo Qingchang looked at him with a smile. Since you are all wronged, let's be more realistic. Qin Wentian hugged Mo Qingchang and his hands became dishonest. Bad guy, you dare. Mo Qingchang dodged and laughed continuously. Such a sweet time has never happened in all these years. The Emperor-level Holy Land, the headquarters of the Galaxy Guild, has magnificent buildings and a majestic atmosphere. Outside the Galaxy Guild, there are countless figures, looking at the magnificent ancient palaces from afar, and they are amazed. This is the overlord of the world today. However, it is rumored that Qin Wentian has returned and started a massacre in the Medicine Emperor Valley, even killing the strong men of the immortal platform. His strength is extremely strong. The peerless genius who went to the fairyland decades ago has returned and entered the fairyland. Qin Wentian, who is so young, is comparable to the Saint Emperor back then, and even more powerful than the Saint Emperor. It is simply heart-shaking. However, no matter how powerful Qin Wentian is, it is difficult for him to shake the power of the Galaxy Guild in the fairyland. Boom boom. At this time, a terrifying demonic power suddenly came from the void. Everyone looked up and saw auspicious clouds rolling, and a young holy beast appeared in the sky. Oh my god, it's the Qin holy beast. So handsome, it's really the legendary holy beast Qin. Auspicious clouds rolling, the holy beast is coming. Is this Qin holy beast coming towards the Galaxy Guild? Everyone looked up at the sky, and their eyes froze, and they were amazed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the main hall of the Galaxy Guild, figures shot out rapidly, and in an instant they arrived in the void and landed in front of Qin, with sharp eyes. This seems to be a young holy beast. The aura is not very strong, but it already has peerless majesty. I didn't expect that there is a unicorn in this particle world. The powerful men of the Xing Guild were shining with greed. They knew the value of the young unicorn. If he grew up, he would be a peerless demon. Even if all of them were worth more, it would be far less than this young beast. Boom. The holy beast unicorn continued to move forward and flew into the interior of the Xing Guild. The strong men of the Xing Guild did not stop him. They looked at each other and followed him. Soon, the young unicorn was turning the world upside down in the Xing Guild, looking for good things. He didn't let go of any elixir or magic medicine. He was very willful. Let him go. Many strong men of the Xing Guild wanted to stop him, but the strong men of the Xiante shouted decisively, letting the young unicorn do whatever he wanted. The unicorn seemed to have found some good wine and drank it recklessly. He was a little drunk and couldn't walk steadily, which made the strong men of the Xiante laugh. The sacred beast Qin also likes to drink. This is the immortal wine, my wine. One person said distressedly. Don't feel bad, let this little ancestor enjoy it. Another person said, finally after drinking for a long time, the young Qin lay there comfortably in the sun. Several immortal masters slowly approached. Seeing Qin looking at them drunkenly, they did not have any resistance. Finally, they slowly approached the Qin and reached out to gently touch the body of the Qin. The scales on the body were as solid as a suit of armor, revealing a majestic aura, which made them marvel that it was worthy of being a Qin. The young Qin seemed to enjoy it very much, and turned over. Suddenly, everyone laughed. One of them asked, Little Qin, are your parents in this particle world? The Qin glanced at the person who spoke, turned over drunkenly, and scratched his body with his sharp claws. The man laughed, as if he felt that the Qin was intimate with him. Roar. Qin roared and threw him to the ground. The man was stunned at first and lay on the ground with immortal power on his body. However, Qin gently scratched his body and he laughed again. Brother, he is playing with you. A person next to him said with a smile. Qin turned around and threw him to the ground again, looking at him curiously and scratching his body. Seeing the holy beast Qin constantly getting close to them, the group of people laughed heartily and did not release immortal power again. A group of immortal masters just rolled around on the ground with the young Qin and played happily. However, they were all thinking about how to take the young Qin for themselves. At this time, the young Qin threw the two immortal masters to the ground, scratching them with his claws. At this moment, His claws suddenly burst into a terrible golden light, and suddenly smashed down on the opponent's body. Ah! Ah! Two miserable howls shook the earth, and the young Qin suddenly turned into a fierce monster and soared into the sky, with terrible immortal power bursting out. It was not a young beast at all. Big brother! The other several immortal masters were horrified. This sudden scene made their hearts tremble. They couldn't react at all. The immortal platforms of the two people were broken. Evil beast! They all looked up at the Qin in the void, only to see the Qin spit out a voice, "A bunch of idiots, stupid to death, goodbye." After saying that, he crushed a space symbol, and the powerful space force directly wrapped around his body and disappeared in an instant. Ah, I'm a cripple. Kill that beast. Boom boom boom. A series of extremely cold and monstrous immortal powers swept across the world. They chased and killed, shocking everyone inside and outside the Xing Guild. Those strong men went to chase and kill, but they couldn't find the little bastard. When the little bastard returned to the Bai family, Qin Wentian was carving an immortal array. "Little guy, what bad things did you do?" Qin Wentian asked with a smile when he saw the little bastard coming back. "I destroyed 2 immortal platforms. Those people are too stupid. I turned into a young unicorn beast, and they still wanted to subdue me," the little guy said lazily. Qin Wentian rolled his eyes. "You turned into a holy beast. How could ordinary immortal platform characters endure such temptation? Who knew it was you, a bastard? Hey, this baby's IQ crushes humans." The little bastard sighed, as if a master was lonely, and that look was definitely asking for a beating. "You are awesome." Qin Wentian was completely speechless to this guy. He raised his hand and waved, shouting, "Rise." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrible rumbling sound was heard, and the entire Bai mansion rose from the ground. The vast land seemed to have turned into an island suspended in the air. This island was like an extremely huge rock, carrying the entire island on its back. "What are you doing?" the little bastard asked. "I am going to the fairyland. For everyone's safety, I will hide them first," Qin Wentian said. He could not be sure whether the strong reinforcements of the Xing Guild would arrive first or the people of the Qianbian Xianmen would arrive first, so he had to prepare for a rainy day. "Oh," the little guy responded. "Let's go." Qin Wentian's figure flashed and landed in the big formation. Then the entire Bai mansion flew into the void and gradually disappeared. The people of Xianyang City saw this thrilling scene, and they all trembled in their hearts and were shocked by the gods. Qin Wentian, too terrible. Bai mansion just disappeared from Xianyang City. Qin Wentian's relatives and friends as well as Mo Qingcheng's family were almost all in this suspended formation. Qin Wentian could go to the fairyland with peace of mind. Outside the particle world, in the starry sky, Qin Wentian was walking alone, heading towards Yun's Hao. He had met this Hanjian sect and hurried to the particle world before. He still had something to do. This time, he was going to complete this thing. Qin Wentian's destination was Piaoxua City. P.S. Seeing that many brothers are curious about what happened last night, search my pen name Jing Wuhan on WeChat to follow me. Wuhan will tell everyone on WeChat in the evening why last night was wonderful. Chapter 1024 Conquering the Ancient City. Piaoxua City is one of the 3 main cities in Jiangling County. In the past, Yunzhou was governed by the Dongsheng Immortal Sect. After Qianbian Immortal Sect took over, the new city lord of Piaoxua City was also appointed by Qianbian Immortal Sect. In Piaoxua City, the ancient Piaoxua City built by the owner of Piaoxua Tower has now become a landscape. Strong men often come to see this ancient Piaoxua City and sigh about the legend of the owner of Piaoxua Tower in the past. The people of Piaoxua City had gradually forgotten this legend, but when Qin Wentian took action, the owner of Piaoxua Tower reappeared in the world, traveled through the void and descended to the Jiang family lineage of Yunzhou Holy Land, and destroyed it, shocking Yunzhou. The story of the owner of Piaoxua Tower and Qianxin was full of yearning and spread widely. At this time, in the ancient Piaoxua City, many people looked towards the direction of the 9 Immortals' bell. The bell had not sounded for a long time. Pei Yu was still sitting in front of the 9 Immortals' bell, as if he had fallen into deep sleep. Many people secretly sighed that Pei Yu was probably the only one who could fall in love with the ancients because of their persistence. Now the Pei family of the former prince's mansion had already moved away, but Pei Yu was still here. Dong! At this moment, the bell that had not sounded for a long time suddenly sounded. Pei Yu suddenly opened his eyes. A wonderful power enveloped this world. Suddenly, snowflakes fell from the sky, which was extremely beautiful. The bell sounded, the snowflakes fell. Did the soul of the owner of the Piaoxo Tower start to miss Qianxin again? Everyone slowly stretched out their hands, took the snowflakes falling from the sky, and let them melt in their hands. The soul of the owner of the Piaoxo Tower seemed to be immortal and would always miss Qianxin. When he missed Qianxin, his tears turned into snowflakes. Peiyu opened his eyes and looked at the falling snow. His body was spinning and he showed a bright smile. Are you awake again? It seems that you miss Qianxin again. She is so happy. Hey. A sigh was heard, and Peiyu's eyes suddenly shot out a strange light, and said, Master Piaoxo Tower, is it really you? Can you hear me? Peiyu, why do you have to deceive yourself? I am an ancient and have fallen long ago. You live in the world and waste your youth on the dead. How sad. Peiyu's face changed slightly, and said, but I am willing to accompany you. I don't want to see you waste your life. You are so stupid. People like you have no beliefs of your own and do not lie for yourself. What qualifications do you have to love others? Even if you love, you are just a burden to others and will not be respected. A stern shout was heard, and Peiyu only felt his whole body trembling, tears streaming down his face, looking at the void. Go, pursue your own life. If you stay here, I will only look down on you. The ethereal voice came again, and the bell rang again, like a morning bell, knocking in Peiyu's mind. She burst into tears and looked at the snowflakes falling in the void. So, is this the case? After crying for a long time, Peiyu stopped, looked at the snowflakes and said, okay, I'm leaving. You are right. I should pursue my own life. Take care of yourself. As she said that, Peiyu turned around and floated away. She left resolutely. Not long after, her figure completely disappeared. Everyone looked at the disappearing figure and sighed in their hearts. Has the soul of the owner of Piaoxo Tower awakened again? The snowflakes in the sky are still flying. Among the flying snowflakes, a figure slowly fell down. Who is this? Everyone's expression condensed. Just now, could it be that he was talking to Peiyu, pretending to be the owner of Piaoxo Tower? Qin Wentian, he is Qin Wentian. Someone recognized him, and there was a sharp light in his eyes. The person who made the ancient Piaoxo city move and made the owner of Piaoxo Tower return to the world was Qin Wentian. He came back and descended on the ancient Piaoxo city again. Qin Wentian stood on the 9 immortal bell, looking at the disappearing figure, and whispered, Peiyu, I hope you don't blame me. Qin Wentian didn't want Peiyu to be ruined here and guard an illusory figure all his life. Everyone go out. Qin Wentian said lightly. Someone who didn't know him sneered, who do you think you are? Let us go out. Qin Wentian glanced at him, then closed his eyes, and the immortal thoughts bloomed. In an instant, the 9 immortal bells played crazily, and the sound of dong dong continued, shaking people's hearts. Get lost. A voice uttered, like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, accompanied by the sound of a terrifying bell, which directly vibrated the man's eardrum. With a puff, the man spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. He was shocked and stared at Qin Wentian. This man could actually communicate with a 9 immortal bell? He was Qin Wentian. Thinking of the rumors in the past, he suddenly understood that the person in front of him was Qin Wentian, the ancient immortal who cast immortal weapons. Dong, dong, dong. The bell sounded continuously, and the sky and the earth were white, snowflakes were flying, and the vast and endless ancient city trembled. The figures on the Piaoxo city retreated one after another and retreated to the bottom of this ancient Piaoxo city. Qin Wentian's immortal thoughts were immersed in the 9 immortal bells, communicating with the 9 immortal bells. His immortal thoughts seemed to see the entire Piaoxo city, and saw the shape of Piaoxo city, which was like a human figure, like the figure of the owner of Piaoxo Tower. He refined the city with his body, and merged his soul into the Piaoxo city that he and Qianxin refined, refining a city with his life. Boom! The entire Piaoxo city began to tremble. Qin Wentian's immortal thoughts were released to the extreme. He seemed to be transformed into the city and merged into it. He was under a terrifying pressure. In the 9 immortal bell, Qin Wentian's figure seemed to appear inside. Rise! With a loud shout, the vast ancient Piaoxo city moved and rose from the ground. Qin Wentian stretched out his hands, as if he wanted to lift up the world. With his movements, the whole city was rising. Everyone outside was terrified. Ancient Piaoxo city was really a city that could move. The sound of the bell trembled between heaven and earth. Qin Wentian's body rose higher and higher. Ancient Piaxua city rose into the air with his body. The 9 immortal bell changed wildly and turned into an extremely huge ancient bell. The light enveloped Qin Wentian and the entire ancient Piaxua city. At this moment, the 9 immortal bell turned into a real immortal bell, shining brightly. The 9 immortal bell is the soul of the entire ancient Piaxua city. Qin Wentian's heart was as clear as a mirror. The ancient thoughts were connected to the immortals, which meant the thoughts were connected to the 9 immortal bell. The master of Piaxua Tower is truly a master of refining weapons. Qin Wentian admired in his heart. The ancient bell shone brightly, covering the endless Piaxua city. In an instant, the ancient Piaxua city was projected into the ancient bell and disappeared. In the 9 immortal bell, a city appeared. Qin Wentian held the 9 immortal bell in his hand, and his body floated above the void. The ancient city below completely disappeared and entered the 9 immortal bell. In the distance, a figure came back. It was Pei Yu. She looked up at the void and looked at Qin Wentian's figure. "It's you." Pei Yu murmured. "It's me." Qin Wentian nodded. "Pei Yu, live your life well and don't have unrealistic fantasies. From today on, the master of Piaxua Tower has become a thing of the past. I, Qin Wentian, am the new master of Piaxua Tower." Pei Yu looked into the void with her beautiful eyes. Yes, now Qin Wentian controls Piaxua city. He is the successor of the master of Piaxua Tower, the new master of Piaxua Tower. "Pei Yu, take care," Qin Wentian said, and then his figure flew into the air and left. When Qin Wentian arrived at Piaxua city, the people of his Jiutian sect followed Qin Wentian's instructions and came to the prince's mansion in Jiangling County, but they were stopped by the guards of the prince's mansion. Looking at the magnificent fairy palace in front of them, the people of his Jiutian sect could not help but feel an invisible pressure. "Who are you?" the guard asked. "We are introduced by Qin Wentian and are looking for the prince." The ancestor of his Jiutian sect stepped forward and said. The guard's eyes flashed, and he glanced at the people in front of him. "Everyone, please wait for a moment, let me report." "Okay." The ancestor of the sword sect nodded, not daring to have any objection. An ordinary guard had his aura. Not long after, a majestic strong man came with a lot of people. The majestic middle-aged man was the king of Jiangling County. He looked at the people of the sword sect and asked, "Who are you?" He saw that these people were indeed very weak, and they should not dare to lie, otherwise they would die. "We are Qin Wentian's disciples in the particle world. I am the master of the sect. I am really sorry to disturb you. Qin Wentian asked me to come to find the king and take us to Qianbian Xianmen. He left his immortal thoughts and had important things to do in Qianbian Xianmen." The ancestor of the sword sect whispered. The person in front of him was much stronger than him. When the king of Jiangling heard this, he knew it was true, and he immediately said politely, "So you are from the Qin Shao sect? Please come in quickly, old sir. Come, prepare a fairy banquet immediately to entertain you and the people of the Qin Shao sect." As he said this, he personally stepped forward, lowered his posture, and guided the ancestor of this Jiutian sect to move forward. "Senior, I dare not accept such a great gift." The ancestor of this Jiutian sect was shocked, and the people of the Jiutian sect behind him looked at each other, shocked beyond words. The king of Jiangling called Qin Wentian Qin Shao, which was too shocking. What exactly was Qin Wentian's identity? "Mr. Qin's elder, this is what I should do. Please come in, no need to be polite." The prince still lowered his status. The ancestor of the sword sect walked forward nervously and said, "Qin Wentian asked us to rush to Qianbian Xianmen. Prince, there is no need to prepare the fairy banquet." The prince thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, Mr. Qin's matter is important, so let's set off directly." "Yes, that's what I meant." The ancestor of the sword sect nodded, and then the prince personally led them to the Qianbian Xianmen in Yunzhou city. Qianbian Xianmen, a fairy palace after a fairy palace, was filled with ethereal fairy air, and the fairy power was strong. The guards everywhere were all high and mighty fairies. The people of the sword sect were beating their hearts, but the fairy masters they met were very polite to them. These people were all terrible strong men who could easily kill them with a slap. Moreover, all the people of Qianbian Xianmen called Qin Wentian the same name, Mr. Qin. At this moment, the fairy light on Yiling Shuang's body shone, and Qin Wentian's fairy thoughts appeared. "Wentian!" Yiling Shuang called out. "There is something important in the particle world. I will go to see Emperor Qianbian now. Sister, you and the old ancestor will temporarily live in the Immortal Gate," Qin Wentian said, and then led everyone forward. They met a group of immortal guards. After seeing Qin Wentian, they stopped and lined up in a neat and uniform team. They bowed and shouted, "Young Master Qin." Qin Wentian nodded slightly and walked directly through them. The sword sect followed Qin Wentian's steps, and they all did the same along the way. They were all in a state of shock. Chapter 1025, War. Particle World, Imperial Holy Land, Galaxy Guild. At this time, a group of strong men gathered together. In addition to the people from the Galaxy Guild before, there were stronger people who arrived. They were extremely majestic. The strong men from the immortal platform who had suppressed this part of the particle world before were very respectful. "Where is Qin Wentian?" the leader asked. "I don't know. According to our informants, Qin Wentian carved a large formation in the Bai family of Xianyang City, and then disappeared overnight. The entire Bai mansion disappeared. Later, we went to investigate, but the immortal thoughts could not find them." One person lowered his head and said, "Qin Wentian, I can't find him. Will he leave the particle world and go to the fairyland?" The leader did not blame, but asked calmly. "It shouldn't be. If he left the particle world and went to the fairyland, Qin Wentian would not need to carve a formation. He could just take them away with the immortal level magic weapon." The man responded, "That's right. Let's go. We will set off directly to Chu. We will cover them with immortal thoughts and dig 3 feet deep to find them." The leader walked down from the chair and appeared outside in an instant. A group of strong men went out in a mighty manner and headed straight for Chu. In Chu, a group of immortal masters descended from the sky, and their majesty directly enveloped the land of the imperial city of Chu. Countless people looked up and trembled with fear. These people were so strong, and their auras were overwhelming. They were all immortal masters. These people continued to step and headed towards the direction of Xianyang City in Chu. After finding that there was no one in Xianyang City, they began to disperse. Immortal thoughts spread wildly. They really dug 3 feet deep to find Qin Wentian and others. An hour later, the strong men returned to the sky above Xianyang City in Chu one after another, shaking their heads. There was no one. They searched the entire Chu country and did not miss any place. There was no trace of Qin Wentian and others, as if they really disappeared overnight. Maybe they are no longer in Chu. Should we search the entire particle world? Someone suggested. With so many immortal masters, if they spend some time, the entire particle world will be covered by their immortal thoughts. Okay, search the entire particle world directly. If it doesn't work, we have to ask the immortal king to help. The leader spoke and continued, "Assign the places and get ready to go." "Yes." The masters nodded. After assigning the tasks, they dispersed and really wanted to search the entire particle world, and they would do everything to find Qin Wentian. However, they were destined to return empty-handed. After a few days, the masters of the major immortals went to all corners of the particle world, but still could not find Qin Wentian. And the people of the Bai family seemed to have really disappeared out of thin air. In desperation, they could only return to the Xing Guild and send people to keep an eye on Xianyang City in Chu. When Qin Wentian returned from the fairyland, he came directly to Xianyang City of Chu State and landed at the place where the Bai family was. The Bai family was still empty. Qin Wentian walked straight to the ground and took strange steps. He saw lines suddenly light up. A terrible rumbling sound was heard. A mansion appeared under the ground. It was the Bai family. This mansion rose directly from the ground and returned to its original position. All the people of the Bai family and Qin Wentian's relatives and friends were there. They were all there. This was probably something that the Xing Guild could not even dream of. "Wentian, the masters of the Xing Guild have come, many masters. You must leave immediately and go to the immortal realm." The Medicine Emperor looked at Qin Wentian and spoke directly, causing Qin Wentian's eyes to flash. Fairy Queen Mei also spoke, "Everything here is probably under surveillance. Qin Wentian, you really have to leave immediately, otherwise it will be too late. This formation can conceal the truth, but now it has been exposed." "Has the Xing Guild come?" Qin Wentian asked. "It seems that the Xing Guild's actions are much faster than his. The masters of the Qianbi and Xianmen should also be on the way. Here they are, dozens of Xiante masters, and they seem to be very scary. We can't waste any more time." Mo King Chang also said. "It's okay. I brought a big formation with me. Let's go to the outside of Xianyang City immediately. The place here is too small." Qin Wentian said, and the control formation was pulled up directly from the ground. Then, Under the shocked gaze of the people in Xianyang City, the Bai family mansion went towards the forest outside Xianyang City. The people in Xianyang City only then realized that the relocation of the Bai family mansion was just a trick of Qin Wentian. The Bai family and the people in the Bai family mansion have always been there. Outside Xianyang City, in the vast forest, Qin Wentian was injured here and was rescued by Mo Qingcheng. Looking at the forest, Qin Wentian smiled at Mo Qingcheng beside him and said, "Qingcheng, you saved me here at the beginning, but you left without showing up, causing me to misunderstand that someone else saved me. Well, it was the little bastard who brought me here at that time. I chased this guy for a long time, but he relied on you as soon as he saw you." Mo Qingcheng stared at the little guy in her arms and said, "This baby is to help you," the little bastard said proudly, and Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng looked at him with contempt at the same time. "Are you really not going to the fairyland?" Mo Qingcheng held Qin Wentian's hand, still worried. "Don't worry." Qin Wentian looked at her and smiled calmly, then took a step forward, waved his hand, and the 9 immortal bells appeared. A terrible rumbling sound came out, and the crowd saw a huge and boundless ancient city appear. This ancient city was so magnificent and majestic, and every building was like a divine weapon, with ingenious craftsmanship. "Go!" Qin Wentian shouted, and the Piaoxia ancient city directly covered the entire forest. Outside Xianyang City, there was an ancient city, the ancient Piaoxia city. "Let's go down," Qin Wentian said, but everyone around him was stunned, with a shocked expression. Qin Wentian went to the fairyland and came back, and he actually brought back a magnificent ancient city? He brought back a city. The people at the gate of Xianyang City were also stunned when they saw this scene. This news instantly spread throughout Xianyang City. Countless people came to the outside of the city to watch. Standing on the top of the city wall, looking at the ancient city where the immortals lived outside, they felt that Xianyang City was so broken that it could not be called a city at all. Is this what Qin Wentian brought from the immortal realm? Can the city in the immortal realm be moved? The people of Xianyang City simply couldn't imagine it, and Qin Wentian's relatives and friends landed in the ancient city one after another. Fatty Fan was particularly excited and said, "Boss, how did you get this city?" "This city is a Tongshan weapon city. The land of the city is a magic weapon with infinite power. I got it by chance," Qin Wentian said, and the people around him took a breath of cold air. "The weapon city, the land of the city, is a magic weapon. Can this city be attacked?" Yao Wang asked. "Of course, I used to have a strong attack when I was in the celestial realm. Now that I have entered the immortal realm, I am even more powerful when I control this ancient city." Qin Wentian nodded. At the beginning, he borrowed the power of Piaoxia City and killed the immortal realm strongmen with the celestial realm. "It seems that you have already planned it." Yao Huang nodded and said nothing more. Qin Wentian knew his limits. The Galaxy Guild naturally got the news of Bai Mansion's appearance at the first time, so Qin Wentian did not wait too long. The immortal platform strongmen of the Galaxy Guild arrived. They were suspended in the void. Dozens of immortal platform strongmen were majestic and terrible. When the immortal power bloomed, the light shone brightly and was invincible. Qin Wentian read the 9 immortal bells, stood on the 9 immortal bells, and scanned the powerful men in the void with cold eyes. "Take them down." The leading immortal platform powerhouse gave the order directly, without wasting time with Qin Wentian. Boom! A terrifying wave of immortal power erupted instantly, and the immortal platforms shone brightly, pressing down. In the ancient city, endless runes shone, and chains of immortals swept across the sky, instantly wrapping up the world and rolling towards those immortal platform powerhouses. Cut. One person's immortal platform was like a peerless sword, destroying everything. He stood there like a peerless sword, madly slashing at the chains that stretched across the sky. Boom! Qin Wentian's body expanded, turning into 1,000 feet, like a giant. An even more terrifying phantom appeared on his body. Qin Wentian was just standing in it. The giant figure seemed to be 10,000 feet tall. With a palm, he grabbed and pinched those Xiante strongmen. The Xiante retreated one after another, but saw that the ancient city was lit up with dazzling light. Endless rule arrows appeared in Piaoxia City, which could shoot and kill Jiutian. The power of the Xiante on those strong men was released, and they smashed the sharp arrows, but the big handprint was too scary. It pinched directly over, so big that there was no place to stop it. And Xiante strongman could not escape and was directly pinched by the monstrous big palm print. Then he exerted force violently, screamed, and the Xiante strongman was directly crushed and killed. Retreat. The leading Xiante strongman in the void found something wrong. This city seemed to be the legendary Piaoxua city. Qin Wentian could use Piaoxua city to fight. In this way, although they had an advantage in the number of Xiante strongmen, it seemed useless. Those immortal masters also realized that something was wrong. Qin Wentian used this ancient city to exert terrible power. Qin Wentian pressed his palm towards the void with his huge body. In an instant, a peerless sword power swept across the world, turning into a raging sword energy storm, burying all the heavens in the sword energy. The leading master's body quickly soared into the sky, not caring about others at all. Kill. As this finger fell, a sword power that could destroy immortals swept between heaven and earth. There were constant sounds of puffing. Immortal masters were directly shattered, their bodies were destroyed, and they fell here. Immortal masters seemed so fragile. In the distance, over in Xianyang City, those ordinary people were terrified. Many people were frightened and fled madly when they felt the immortal power, but there were also brave people lying there watching the battle, shocked and stirred up huge waves in their hearts. Is this really the power that human martial artists can unleash? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.